Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Female Naruto Was Overpowered Fox Host. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Uzumaki Naruto, a 4-year-old boy, wandered through the streets of Konohagakure. As he walked, the villagers cast him disapproving glares and whispered among themselves. Here he comes again. That demon should have perished 4 years ago. What was the 4th Hokage thinking? Don't engage with him. We don't know what trouble he might bring. Naruto frowned at their words. Despite his young age, he understood every comment directed at him. He hurried to his apartment, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Am I really a demon? He pondered. Did my parents abandon me because I'm a demon? Do other kids avoid me because I am a demon? His mind swirled with questions, each one echoing the word demon. His heart felt heavy with sadness, as he realized how few people acknowledged him, only the 3rd Hokage and the kind owners of Ichiraku Ramen, Tochi and Ayam. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. Ultimately, he succumbed to his emotions and cried quietly. After a few minutes, Naruto calmed down and took a deep breath. Reflecting on his life only deepened his sorrow. Not wanting to cry again, he decided to sleep. When he awoke, he found himself in a dark, damp sewer, the water reaching above his knees. Confused, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence. He followed it, moving deeper into the shadows. As he stepped into the light, a massive gate came into view, adorned with a seal at its center. Where am I? Naruto asked himself. You're in your mindscape, a deep voice replied. Naruto turned to see the source of the voice, a colossal fox with red-orange fur, piercing red eyes, and 9 long tails. So my jailer comes to greet me, huh? The fox said. Who are you? Naruto asked, gazing at the magnificent creature in awe. The fox let out a low growl. I am the Kyūbi no Kitsune. Kyūbi? So you're the reason people hate me? Though it didn't show, the Kyūbi was surprised that Naruto understood the source of his disdain. Do you hate me for it? The Kyūbi inquired, narrowing his eyes. Naruto shook his head. Not really. The Kyūbi was taken aback by the boy's response, letting out a deep growl as he leaned closer, glaring. Do you fear me? He asked, his tone menacing. Naruto met his gaze and shrugged. No. The Kyūbi's frustration grew, and he let out a roar. How are you not afraid of me? The Kyūbi demanded. Because instead of seeing you as a monster, I see you as a big, fuzzy creature, Naruto replied, a small smile forming on his face. The Kyūbi roared again, clearly irritated by the comment. You brat. I am the Kyūbi no Kitsune, feared by all. And you dare call me a fuzzy creature? He exclaimed, while Naruto continued to look at him calmly. But it's true. The large fox fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. You're a strange kid. It seems like it. A quiet moment passed between them. Naruto, still curious, asked, I heard you attacked the village 4 years ago. Can you tell me about it? The Kyūbi glanced at Naruto before looking away. What would you gain from that knowledge? I just want to know. I overheard some ninjas talking about the attack, Naruto said, stepping closer to the cage. I believe there's more to the story. With a sigh, the Kyūbi settled down, crossing his legs. Fine. Get comfortable, this will take a while. Naruto nodded eagerly. I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage? Naruto exclaimed as the Kyūbi concluded his tale. I'm not surprised you didn't know, the fox replied, rolling his eyes slightly. They kept it from you because if word got out that the Yondaime had a son who is also a Jinchūriki, you'd be targeted by other villages. Naruto stared at the fox, sensing concern in his voice. You sound worried. No way in hell am I worried, the Kyūbi retorted, but Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is really different, the Kyūbi thought. Now I don't completely hate you, Naruto said, grinning. The Kyūbi raised an eyebrow, confused. What? During the attack 4 years ago, you didn't do it on purpose. You were controlled. So I don't blame you for the hatred I receive from the villagers. Naruto exclaimed, his smile brightening the dark space. The Kyūbi regarded him with uncertainty. You really are a strange kid. I know, Naruto replied, beaming at the fox. The Kyūbi continued to observe the boy, thinking, this child is unlike my previous hosts. What's a Jinchūriki? Naruto asked. A Jinchūriki is a person with a tailed beast sealed inside them. Naruto looked down at his stomach, placing a hand on it, then back at the Kyūbi. From your description, it sounds like I'm not the only one. Are there others like me? He asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Yes, the Kyūbi confirmed. Are you saying there are more large foxes with 9 tails like you out there? Naruto asked excitedly. A small tick mark appeared on the Kyūbi's head. No, you brat. There are other tailed beasts like me, each with different animals and a varying number of tails, from 1 to 9, the Kyūbi explained. Naruto pondered this, placing a finger on his chin. If you're the Kyūbi, then the others are like Ichibi, 1-tailed, Nibi, 2-tailed, Sanbai, 3-tailed, until you reach Kyūbi, right? Naruto guessed, and the Kyūbi nodded. That's right, Naruto exclaimed, clearly amazed by his discovery. Since you're the Kyūbi, does that mean you're the strongest of all the 9-tailed beasts? The Kyūbi smirked slightly. That's right, brat. Wow. I'm honored to have the strongest tailed beast sealed inside of me, he exclaimed. The Kyūbi sweat dropped, thinking, this kid is really strange. His gaze softened a little. You're really different. Different? The Kyūbi nodded. My previous hosts couldn't care less about me and only wanted me to stay quiet inside them. But you. The Kyūbi hesitated for a moment but continued when he saw Naruto's curious expression. You seem better than my previous hosts. Naruto blinked a few times at the large fox. Better? How am I better than your previous hosts? He asked. The Kyūbi sighed. Well, it's the first time you're meeting me and you're just casually conversing with me. You don't even blame me for the attack 4 years ago, he explained. Naruto nodded but then looked down. But I was the one who caused your parents' deaths. Well, I am mad at you for that, the Kyūbi frowned at Naruto's words. Sorry. Oh wow. Did the mighty Kyūbi just apologize to a 4-year-old? Naruto teased, and the Kyūbi looked annoyed. Shut up. He turned away from the blonde boy. And here I was feeling bad. He muttered. Naruto laughed at the Kyūbi's reaction. But that's to be expected. Given what you've gone through over the years, it's understandable that you wouldn't trust humans, especially being sealed into one against your will. The Kyūbi looked back at Naruto, surprised by his response. What do you know about my life before? Well, from what you told me about your previous hosts, I assumed your life was pretty rough with us humans. Am I right? The Kyūbi was taken aback by Naruto's insight. Probably. So I am right. Silence filled the space between them. You don't have to worry. The Kyūbi jerked his head to Naruto, who then gave him a big closed-eyed smile. You're not a monster or a demon to me. You're my friend. The Kyūbi was shocked but frowned. Friend? Yup. You think we're friends? Naruto chuckled a little. We're both talking to each other casually, so it's normal to think we're friends, he said, looking to the side. Unless you don't want to. Naruto's voice trailed off quietly, but it was loud enough for the large fox to hear. The Kyūbi sighed. I guess. Huh. I guess it's fine. To say we're friends. The Kyūbi said reluctantly, uncertain about this sudden development with his new host. Naruto's eyes widened, and he broke into a big grin. Thanks, Kyū. A tick mark appeared on the Kyūbi's head. Don't you dare call me that nickname. But what should I call you then? Naruto asked. The Kyūbi sighed. Kurama. My name is Kurama. Kurama. It sounds cute for your appearance, he teased. Shut up. Naruto laughed at the large fox's reaction. Well, nice to meet you, Kurama. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, he said, pointing his thumb at himself. Please take good care of me from now on. Kurama smiled at the boy. Yeah. Naruto grinned at Kurama. Anyways, I better get going now. I'm hungry, he said, sweat dropping. Kurama chuckled in response. We can still communicate outside of your mindscape. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? Like mind communication? He asked excitedly. Kurama nodded. That's so cool. By the way, Naruto, I have an offer for you. An offer? He asked, tilting his head slightly to the right. What offer? Since I'll be watching over you from now on, how about I train you? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You'll train me? Kurama nodded, and Naruto smiled. Please do. I'd like to be trained. Kurama chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. But, aren't I a little young to be trained? Can I do it? He asked. Of course you can. Besides, from our conversation now, it seems that you're smarter than other kids your age. You may be a kid, but you're understanding and wise like an adult, so you should be able to learn quickly, he explained. Naruto blushed with embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. Thanks, I guess, he said, sweat dropping. So when do we start? Tomorrow. Okay then. Is there anything I need to prepare? He asked. Kurama smirked at Naruto, making him a bit nervous. Just. You should prepare your entire being. You may be my host, but I won't go easy on you. Naruto sweat dropped. Why, sir? Aside from that, you need a few things. Which is? I believe there's a scroll of jutsu that your parents left behind. Since you're an Uzumaki, you should have a natural talent for Fuinjutsu, sealing technique. Naruto nodded. By the way, the scrolls are somewhere in the Hokage Tower. Won't I get in trouble for that? Should be fine. The Sandaime, 3rd Hokage, doesn't even know about its whereabouts in the Hokage Tower. And it's rightfully yours since you're the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto nodded. Also, get a few scrolls from the library for other jutsu. And get a chakra paper for your affinity. Naruto nodded. Just in case I forget, you'll remind me, right? Kurama nodded. Okay then, see ya, Kurama. I'm just in your mind, brat. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in his bed. It was almost dusk, and he needed to prepare dinner. Gotta eat. He jumped out of bed and went to the kitchen to grab a cup of ramen. By the way, Naruto, we need to fix that. Eat more vegetables and fruits. Kurama exclaimed from Naruto's mind. Okay. I'll try to get vegetables and fruits from Tuchi-san and Ayam-san, he responded, thinking, so this is how we'll communicate outside of the mindscape. Pretty cool. Minutes later, he finished his cup of ramen and headed to the Hokage Tower to get the scroll of Fuinjutsu, grabbed a few scrolls from the library about other jutsu, and went to Ichiraku Ramen to ask them to buy him chakra paper and fruits and vegetables using his own money. The next day, they started training. They trained every day. Naruto improved daily. His Fuinjutsu was completed easily, as expected from an Uzumaki. He learned a few ninja techniques, from E rank to A rank, including a few S rank techniques. He learned a few A rank genjutsu, though it wasn't really his strong suit. His taijutsu had improved, likely still below Guy's level. His chakra control was decent, allowing him to grasp some medical ninjutsu. He also picked up shurikenjutsu, a bit of kenjutsu, and kenjutsu. At a young age, Naruto was probably a B-class or lower A-class ninja, thanks to Kurama's assistance and his own efforts. 3 years later, in his apartment, Naruto formed a cross with his index and middle fingers. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed, and an exact copy of himself appeared in a puff of smoke. The original sat cross-legged on the floor, extending his right arm as the shadow clone took a calligraphy brush and a bottle of black ink. The clone dipped the brush into the ink and began writing on the original's palm and forearm. Are you sure this is going to work? Kurama asked, observing from his cage. I think so. I just want to try and see if it works. If this formula is correct, we can get you out of that cage, Naruto replied, and his clone nodded in agreement. Kurama sighed. Over the years, he had given Naruto a nickname. Listen, kid, you'll need the key for the seal, which is with someone else right now. All you have to do is find where it is, mark your chakra there, and then you can get me out of this cage. That makes sense, but we don't know who has it or where they are. It's possible the person with the key is outside the village, and I'm still just a kid. Instead of waiting, I'd rather experiment, Naruto explained, and his clone nodded in agreement. How many formulas have you tried? 27, I think? This is the 28th one, Naruto said, recalling the past few days of attempts to free Kurama from the cage, each formula proving incorrect. Once the clone finished its task, Naruto thanked it and dispelled the clone. He then meditated to enter his mindscape. Opening his eyes, he saw Kurama on the other side of the massive gate. Now that he was 7 years old, the water only reached his knees. He walked closer to the gate. Okay, Kurama, let's see if this works. Kurama's expression showed a flicker of hope, tempered by the expectation of failure. The water swirled beneath Naruto's feet, lifting him toward the paper with the character for seal. He tore the paper, revealing the lock to the gate, and descended to the flooded floor. Naruto lifted his shirt to reveal the 8 trigrams seal on his belly. He raised his right arm, channeling chakra into each finger, the markings his clone had drawn on his forearm glowing. Please work, he thought. He pressed his chakra-filled fingers against the seal and twisted them to the left. Nothing happened. Didn't work, he thought, his expression falling. Kurama mirrored his disappointment. Then, a loud click echoed. Both Naruto and Kurama turned their heads toward the gate's lock. It opened in a spiral motion, and with each click, their eyes widened. When it finally finished, the gate swung wide open. Kurama stepped out and made eye contact with Naruto, who smiled brightly. All right. Naruto cheered, jumping around. Kurama looked at his host. What did I tell you? Experimenting was the best choice in the end. We don't need to look for the key anymore, he exclaimed, grinning widely. I'm surprised it actually worked. Kurama admitted, sweat dropping. I'm surprised myself, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. They sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching Naruto's apartment. Oh, it's just him. Yeah, Naruto smiled, recognizing the chakra. Well, I guess I gotta go. Kurama nodded, and Naruto exited his mindscape, standing up and stretching. Now that that's done, I can take a good rest, he said to himself, noticing the markings his clone had left on his forearm. He went to the bathroom to wash off the ink. A knock sounded at the door. Naruto quickly dried his arm and opened the door to find the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A wide smile spread across his face upon seeing the old man, one of the few people who cared about him. Hey, Grandpa. Hello, Naruto. Mind if I step in for a bit? Sure. Naruto gestured for Hiruzen to enter. Hiruzen took a seat at Naruto's dining table while Naruto sat across from him. You should clean your house from time to time, Hiruzen remarked, glancing around. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Will do. So, what brings you here, Grandpa? He asked. Hiruzen smiled, making Naruto curious about what he was about to say. How old are you now, Naruto? 7. I see. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, looking into Naruto's blue eyes. It's about time for you to attend the Ninja Academy. Naruto's eyes widened and he stood up, placing both hands on the table. I can attend the academy? He asked excitedly. Yes. It's time for you to learn about being a shinobi. Naruto beamed at the news. Thank you, Grandpa. Don't mention it. Hiruzen stood and walked to the front door. Prepare yourself, the entrance ceremony is in 2 days. He paused, turning back to Naruto. Do your best at the academy. Naruto grinned. Yeah, I'll do my best. With that, Hiruzen left Naruto's apartment. Unable to contain his excitement, Naruto shouted, Yes. I'm going to the academy. Why do you need to go to the academy? It's clear you're stronger than the other kids, Kurama remarked. Naruto laughed at Kurama's attitude. Don't worry, Kurama. I'll still train with you in my free time. No need to be jealous, he teased, noticing a tick mark appear on Kurama's head. I'm not jealous, you brat. Naruto chuckled at Kurama's reaction. Anyway, attending the academy will help me improve even more. I can achieve my dream. Your dream? You already know, Kurama. My dream is to help all Jinchūriki and become Hokage. Kurama scoffed. Hokage? Why become a leader of people who hate you? I'll let them acknowledge me as time goes on. Kurama folded his arms and rested his head on them, preparing to sleep. I still don't see why attending the academy is necessary. Just take the Genin exams early and get out of there. That won't do, Kurama. I may be skilled, but I still need to learn more about the history of shinobi. Even after all that reading I made you do? He smirked. Aside from training Naruto's skills, Kurama insisted that he read about the shinobi's history and various aspects of the world. To finish the reading, Naruto used his shadow clones to read and reread the books every day until the information was stuck in his memory. He crossed his arms and pouted. As much as I find it boring, I had no choice but to read, he said, placing one hand on his hip. And who knows, the academy teachers might add information that isn't in any of the books. And if they don't? Well, that's unfortunate. Naruto walked to a cabinet, opened it, and grabbed a scroll, a bottle of ink, and a calligraphy brush before sitting at the dining table. And also, I won't show my skills there. Kurama furrowed his brows. Why? Because I don't want others to know that I've been training. I'll show them what I've got once I'm a genin. He opened the empty scroll, dipped the brush in the ink, and started writing. What are you doing? Creating my own seals. They could be useful in battle. Kurama shrugged and settled down to sleep as Naruto continued to devise new jutsu by writing down plans and testing them with his shadow clones. 2 days later, Naruto woke up, completed his morning routine, and dressed in an orange and blue jacket with a white collar, featuring a white swirl and a tassel on the left side, with the Uzumaki crest on the back. He wore orange pants with a shuriken holster on his right knee and blue shinobi sandals. Are you seriously wearing that? Of course. It makes me stand out, and orange is my favorite color, you know? Kurama face-bombed. Whatever. Naruto prepared his breakfast and ate it. After gulping down a glass of milk, he left his apartment and made his way to the Ninja Academy. He arrived on time, and all the new students lined up at the front of the academy with their parents. Behind them, the academy senseis were either on stage, with Hiruzen at the center, or at the sidelines. Hiruzen noticed Naruto in the crowd and gave him a small smile, which Naruto returned with a grin. Hiruzen then began his speech. As the entrance ceremony concluded, all the students headed to their respective classrooms. Naruto opened the door to his classroom and took a seat in the center, scanning his classmates. Hey, let's see who we have here. His eyes darted around the room, noting the academy students who caught his attention. We have an Aburame, he thought, spotting a boy with sunglasses and his hands in his pockets. An Inuzuka, he noted, seeing a boy with red fang marks on his cheeks and a white dog on his head. A Nara, he observed, noticing a boy with a pineapple-like ponytail who yawned lazily. An Akimichi, he thought, spotting a chubby boy munching on chips. A Yamanaka, he noted, seeing a girl with the lazy boy and the chubby boy. A Hyuga, he thought, noticing a girl with pale lavender eyes. And an Uchiha, he concluded, seeing a boy who was minding his own business. Kurama, in Naruto's mindscape, burst into laughter. Who makes a duck's tail a haircut? He asked, still chuckling. Naruto couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing that the Uchiha had such a hairstyle. A Chunin teacher entered the classroom, brown hair tied in a ponytail and a scar crossing the bridge of his nose. Okay everyone, settle down, he called as the other students took their seats. I'm Yumino Irika, and I'll be your teacher until you graduate, he introduced himself with a smile. The introductions continued until it was Naruto's turn. Next, you, Irika said, referring to Naruto. The students looked at him with disdain or indifference. Naruto stood up from his seat. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. And the others continued to stare at him. Naruto then flashed his trademark grin and exclaimed, and I'm gonna become Hokage, you know. Remember class, the Genin exams will be in 3 days. Please make the most of your time practicing and studying everything you've learned here in the academy, okay? Irika announced. The students responded with a collective, yes, sensei, before being dismissed. They scattered to do as they pleased. Some went home, others trained, while some chose to hang out. As Naruto walked out of the classroom, he overheard a few students whispering. Hey, it's him, the dead last of the grade. He's gonna fail, that's for sure. Someone like him can't be a ninja. Naruto, already a capable ninja at 12, turned to look at them with an innocent expression. The other students glared at him or made disgusted faces. What are you looking at? One of them asked harshly. Naruto simply gave them his trademark grin and replied, I'm gonna become Hokage, you know. With that he left them behind. Naruto made his way to one of the training grounds, placing a seal around a 3-kilometer perimeter to notify him if anyone approached. He then began his training. Finally, you can get out of that place and show your true skills, Naruto sighed. I know, right? Everything in the academy was basic and boring. I had to sleep through class, he said, throwing a few shuriken. Kurama sighed in response. And because you slept through class, I had to keep an eye out and miss my sleep, he said, crossing his arms. Naruto laughed as he threw a kunai at the target. You lazy fox. You annoying brat. They exchanged playful insults, showcasing the closeness of their bond. Naruto performed a series of hand signs and declared, Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, knocking down a few trees. His seals reacted, alerting him to an approaching presence. Quickly he formed another sign and said, Release, dispelling the seals he had set. Using the body flicker technique, he vanished among the leaves, reappearing in an alleyway on his way home. As he passed the academy he spotted Mizuki, who waved at him. Naruto returned the gesture with a smile before continuing on his way. I sense negativity from him, Kurama remarked, and Naruto nodded in agreement. He clearly harbors ill feelings toward us. Naruto glanced back at Mizuki, who was clenching his fist and wearing a sinister smirk. I need to keep an eye on him, he thought, and Kurama agreed. For the past 3 days, all the graduating students had been training and reviewing what they learned at the academy, except for Naruto, who focused on A-rank techniques and skimmed through the history and basic information just once. Finally, the day of the exams arrived. The students took their usual seats in the classroom for the written exam. Irika distributed the test papers and announced, 1 hour starts now. The students began writing their names and answering questions. Some struggled while others managed fine. Naruto finished his test in just 15 minutes, flipped his paper over, placed his pencil aside, and rested his head on his desk. Wake me up when it's over, Kurama, he thought as he drifted off to sleep. Kurama, annoyed at being disturbed, kept watch over his host. Irika noticed Naruto sleeping and frowned, hoping he hadn't left his paper blank. When the written exam concluded, Irika collected the test papers and double-checked that everyone had submitted theirs. The students chatted about the test, while Kurama chose not to wake Naruto, knowing he wouldn't care. Irika then explained the skills showcase portion of the exam. Kurama nudged Naruto awake, and although Naruto listened to Irika with a frown, he decided to rest his head again, frustrating Kurama, who had barely caught any sleep. Moments later, Kurama roused Naruto for his turn. Naruto stood up and headed outside for the Bukijutsu test, specifically Shurikenjutsu, where he needed to throw kunai and shuriken at a target. Most students ignored him, except for one particular Hyuga. He walked to the center, positioned a distance from the targets, and noticed Irika and Mizuki watching him. That Mizuki is up to something, Kurama pointed out. Yeah, Naruto agreed in his mind. He took 4 shuriken from his pouch, assumed a stance, and threw them. 2 hit the target center, 1 landed a bit off, and the last one missed entirely. He then threw 2 kunai, 1 missing the target and the other landing near the center. As he finished and walked back to the classroom, he caught sight of Mizuki smirking slightly, causing him to furrow his brows. Next was the ninjutsu test, and it was Naruto's turn again. This time, only Irika and Mizuki were watching. Okay, Naruto, create 3 clones, Irika instructed. Naruto formed the sign for the clone technique but noticed Mizuki's intense gaze. He used a fraction of his chakra, resulting in a single, wobbly clone that fell to the ground. You fail, Irika declared. Mizuki stepped forward, saying, Oh come on Irika. At least he made 1 clone. Exactly. 1 clone. He was supposed to make 3, Iruka replied firmly. Naruto feigned disappointment as he exited the classroom. Inside his mind, Kurama was furious. What was that kid? Why did you do that? It's Mizuki-sensei. I think he's up to something, Naruto replied. I understand that, but you didn't have to purposely fail, Kurama retorted. No, I think I really had to fail, Naruto insisted, and Kurama looked at him, puzzled. If I'm right, he must be planning something involving me. Naruto speculated. Kurama sighed and calmed down. Whatever, I trust you, kid. Outside the academy, students with Konoha forehead protectors celebrated their success as new Genin. Parents beamed with pride, while some whispered about Naruto, who sat on a swing, focused on Mizuki's intentions. Just then, Mizuki approached Naruto and led him away for a conversation about the exams. There's another way for you to pass, Mizuki said. Kurama raised an eyebrow, and Naruto's curiosity piqued. Really? He asked. Just want me to tell you? Mizuki offered. Please tell me, Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki smirked slightly but maintained a friendly demeanor. All you have to do is steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's office and learn one jutsu from it. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Mizuki nodded. Then I'll do it. Great. Meet me in the forest around midnight with the scroll, and I'll help you out, Mizuki instructed, standing up with a smile. Naruto thanked him, noticing the fleeting smirk on Mizuki's face. That night, Naruto stealthily entered the Hokage's office. So that was his plan, he thought. Be careful, kid, you might get caught, Kurama warned. Naruto smirked confidently. It's fine, I've stolen it before, he replied, recalling when he had taken the same scroll at 4 years old to learn techniques that intrigued him. After securing the large scroll, he used the body flicker technique to exit the Hokage's office and reappeared in the forest to wait for Mizuki. He settled against a tree trunk, crossing his legs. So, what are you going to do? Kurama asked. Naruto crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and pondered before opening them again. Maybe I'll show off a little, he said with a grin. Kurama mirrored his expression, and they both waited. After Hiruzen announced that the scroll of seals had been stolen once more, Iruka dashed to find Naruto. He leaped from tree to tree until he spotted the spiky-haired boy with the large scroll at his side. Iruka landed a few feet away from Naruto and called out, Naruto, catching his attention. Naruto grinned and replied, Iruka-sensei. I learned a technique from here, so can I take the exam again? Iruka looked at the boy with a confused expression. What? Who told you that? He asked. Mizuki-sensei told me. He said that if I learn one technique here, then I can pass and become a genin. Naruto explained, flailing his arms. Iruka's expression shifted to one of realization. Don't tell me. I can't believe you fell for that, a voice said, revealing Mizuki standing on a tree branch. You really are foolish, Mizuki said with a sinister grin. And Mizuki-sensei, I can take the exam again, right? Naruto asked nervously. Mizuki laughed maniacally and said, Naruto, do you know why people dislike you? This made Naruto's curiosity grow, while Iruka's expression turned fearful. You can't, Mizuki. Despite Iruka's plea, Mizuki continued. That's because you are the Kyūbi. Naruto's eyes widened in fear. Kyūbi? Yes. You caused a lot of pain 12 years ago, even to Iruka's parents. That's why he has issues with you. Stop it, Mizuki. Iruka shouted, while Naruto clutched the scroll, tears welling in his eyes. Now, Naruto. Give me the scroll. Don't do it, Naruto. But Naruto stood frozen, not moving an inch. Mizuki, unwilling to waste time, summoned a large shuriken and aimed it at Naruto. Then I'll take it myself. He threw the shuriken at Naruto. No! Iruka dashed toward Naruto, thinking, please make it in time. But it was too late. The shuriken struck Naruto, and Iruka's eyes widened while Mizuki smiled wickedly, only for their expressions to shift to surprise as Naruto and the scroll vanished in a puff of smoke. I see now, a voice said. The two academy teachers turned toward the darkness, where a figure began to form, revealing Naruto. Naruto? You little demon. Mizuki threw another large shuriken, but Naruto drew a kunai just as Iruka stepped in front of him, blocking the shuriken. This action surprised Naruto. Sensei? You're not the Kyūbi. You're Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled, thrilled that his teacher acknowledged him. Yeah. Mizuki shook with fury. Genin, he shouted, throwing a flurry of shuriken, all of which were deflected by Naruto. Naruto turned to Iruka and grinned. Iruka-sensei, just sit back and watch. Iruka looked at him, confused, as Naruto faced Mizuki and formed a hand sign. That sign. Mizuki thought. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, about 1,000 Narutos appeared, surprising both Iruka and Mizuki. Okay everyone. Let's take him down, one of the clones shouted, and the rest echoed in agreement as they overwhelmed Mizuki. A few moments later, Mizuki lay unconscious, and Naruto dispelled his shadow clones. He approached Irika, who looked exhausted. "Are you okay, Irika-sensei?" he asked, concerned for his teacher. "I'm fine," Irika replied, coincidentally pulling out a forehead protector. He handed it to Naruto. "Huh." Naruto stared at the headband in shock. Irika laughed and said, "Congratulations. You graduated." Naruto looked at Irika, then back at the headband, and smiled with teary eyes. "Thank you, Irika-sensei," he exclaimed as he accepted the forehead protector and wore it proudly. After Mizuki was taken away, they returned to their homes. It was dawn when Naruto woke up early and stepped onto his balcony, leaning on the railing as he watched the sunrise. "You're finally a shinobi." "Yeah." Moments later, as the sun rose, Naruto stretched, tightened the tie of his forehead protector, and gazed at the horizon with determination. "It's time to show them." Off his balcony, wearing his trademark grin. The real Uzumaki Naruto. He was finally a genin, and he felt immense pride. The adventure was just beginning. In the academy, the newly graduated genin gathered in their classroom, ready to be assigned to teams with a jonin sensei for their missions. As Naruto entered, the other students looked at him in surprise. He walked to a random seat in the center when a boy with messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and distinctive red fang markings on his cheeks approached him. "What are you doing here? This place is only for those who graduated," Kiba said irritably, his dog Akamaru barking in agreement. Naruto smirked and tapped his forehead protector. "Don't you see this? I graduated too, you know." Kiba scoffed. I'm pretty sure you won't last long," he said as he walked away. Kurama, in Naruto's mindscape, growled. "That dog-breathed brat." Naruto sighed, resting his head on his palm. "Don't worry, Kurama, he'll grow up soon," he reassured. Just as he was about to doze off, loud footsteps echoed outside until the classroom door swung open, revealing two newly graduated kunoichi. One had fair skin and light blue eyes with platinum blonde hair tied in a ponytail, while the other had fair skin, green eyes, and pink hair. "Oh look, it's the loud one and her rival," Kurama commented. The two kunoichi stepped aggressively into the classroom, catching their breath before one spoke up. "Yes, I came in first," Sakura exclaimed. "No, I came in first," Ino argued, hands on her hips. "Excuse me? My foot stepped in first." "My foot was first by an inch. Are you trying to cover up your loss?" Sakura smirked, crossing her arms. Ino furrowed her brows and pointed a finger at her. I'm not that pathetic, billboard brow," she mocked. Sakura's forehead twitched in irritation. "What was that, Ino pig?" Ino glared back. They continued to exchange heated looks while the rest of the class went about their business. The two walked toward Naruto, who smiled brightly. "Sakura-chan." He stood up from his seat, beaming. "Good morning, Sakura-chan," he greeted. Sakura and Ino looked at him, then furrowed their brows. "Move, Naruto." "I'm sitting there," Sakura demanded. "No, I'm sitting there," Ino argued. "Find somewhere else to sit," Sakura insisted. "Out of the way, Naruto." Sakura shoved him aside, causing him to fall to the floor. She took a seat next to a boy with spiky black hair and black eyes. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," she greeted, blushing. Sasuke rested his chin on his hands, closing his eyes. "Achin," he replied, making the other girls swoon around him. Naruto sighed as he got up from the floor and sat next to Sakura. He glanced at her and felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Sakura-chan looks cute today," Naruto thought, a small smile forming on his lips. "What do you see in that loud girl anyway?" Kurama asked. Naruto rested his head on the table, glancing at Sakura. "Sakura-chan is cute and pretty. She's smart too and kind." Kurama facepalmed at Naruto's mention of kind. "I question your taste in girls, Naruto." Naruto chuckled softly as a girl with fair skin, dark blue hair, and lavender eyes stared at him, blushing as she fidgeted with her fingers. "Naruto-kun," she thought. As the genin were busy with their own thoughts, Irika entered the classroom and stepped up to the front. "Okay everyone, please take a seat," he announced, and the students settled down. He cleared his throat before continuing, "Once again, congratulations on becoming genin. This is just the beginning of your journey as shinobi, so give it your all," he said with a smile. "Now then, it's time to announce your teams," he said, taking a clipboard. The genin whispered among themselves, hoping to be placed on the same team as their friends or with a certain Uchiha, much to the delight of the girls. "Anyone you want to be on the same team with?" Kurama asked Naruto. "Anyone would do, as long as I can work together with them," he thought in response. Team 1. A few moments later. Team 7. Irika called out again. "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto perked up as his name was announced. Haruno Sakura. He couldn't help but cheer, yay. He was thrilled to be on the same team as his crush, while Sakura felt a bit disheartened to be teamed with the so-called dead last of their grade. And Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura's face lit up with excitement at the mention of Sasuke's name, while Naruto's expression turned blank as he sat back down. What's wrong, kid? Kurama asked with concern. Nothing, it's just. I'm okay with Sasuke, but he's a bit of a stuck-up, Naruto thought, feeling a bit exasperated. Kurama chuckled at Naruto's choice of words, clearly influenced by his tenant. The team announcements continued until Team 7 was the only one left. He sure is late. That Jonin-sensei. Sakura exclaimed, clenching her fist in frustration. HN was Sasuke's only response, while Naruto sighed and rested his head on the table, wondering, what could be keeping our sensei? Kurama, with his head down, thought, this feels oddly familiar. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a man with spiky silver hair, dark gray eyes, and a relaxed demeanor. He wore a mask, and his forehead protector covered one eye. He glanced at his genin. My first impression. You're boring, he said, shocking Sakura while Sasuke frowned and Naruto blinked in surprise. Meet me on the roof in 5, he instructed before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sasuke stood up and left, with Sakura calling after him, wait for me, Sasuke-kun, leaving Naruto behind in the classroom. Naruto sighed and quickly made his way to the stairs near the roof, climbing up to find their Jonin-sensei at the railing, engrossed in a book. Naruto approached and sat on the stairs. Moments later, Sasuke and Sakura arrived. Sasuke was slightly surprised to see Naruto there first, but took a seat on Naruto's left, while Sakura sat on Sasuke's left. The Jonin closed his book and tucked it away. Okay, Team 7, before we begin, let's introduce ourselves, the Jonin said. Sakura raised her hand. But sensei, how do we do that? She asked, prompting Kurama to facepalm. Just share your likes, dislikes, and dreams, he replied. Why don't you go first, sensei? Sakura suggested. The Jonin sighed. I'm Hatake Kakashi. I don't have many likes, and I prefer not to share my dislikes. My dreams are none of your concern, he said with a smile, causing the 3 genin to sweat drop. He only told us his name. Sakura muttered. Okay, who wants to go first? Kakashi asked. Me. Naruto exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. Alright, go ahead. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like cup ramen and a few people. I can't stand waiting for the 3 minutes it takes for the noodles to cook, and I dislike people who can't tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll. My dream is to become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement. Naruto introduced himself, adding in his mind, and to help other Jinchūriki and Biju. Kurama smiled at his determination. Kakashi returned the smile. Okay, your turn, Pinky. Kakashi said, pointing at Sakura, who bristled at the nickname. I'm Haruno Sakura. I don't like Ino or Naruto. As for who I like, my dream is, she said, giggling and glancing at Sasuke, squealing at the end. Kakashi sweat dropped. Next you, he said, pointing at Sasuke. Sasuke leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. The name's Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many likes, but I have plenty of dislikes. I don't have a dream, but I have an ambition, to revive my clan and confront a certain man, he said, a serious aura surrounding him. Naruto furrowed his brows, and Kakashi's expression turned serious as they both understood the weight of his words. Meanwhile, Sakura smiled and blushed, thinking, Sasuke-kin is so cool. Kakashi sighed. Now that that's done, let's discuss your survival test, he said, clapping his hands to capture the genin's attention. But we already did those at the academy, Sakura protested, raising an eyebrow. This survival test will be different from what you experienced in the academy. It's to determine if you can continue as genin, he explained, surprising the genin. What? But we already took the test. Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi simply smiled. I have my own criteria for my genin. He stood up straight and pulled out his book. Meet at Training Ground 7 at 6 a.m. sharp. And don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up, he said before vanishing in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 genin behind. Sasuke stood up and headed for the stairs, prompting Sakura to follow him with stars in her eyes. Naruto sighed and walked to the railing. Hey Kurama, is there any way to contact the other Jinchūriki? Naruto asked, waking the sleeping fox. Huh. Kurama replied, slowly opening his eyes. You mean like, can I communicate with them through my mind or something? Naruto asked excitedly. Kurama sighed and replied, to communicate telepathically, you need to share chakra, which can only happen when you meet and share a fist. Naruto slumped a bit. Is that so? He watched the scene below until he noticed a child handing a letter to another. Suddenly an idea struck him. I got it, he exclaimed. Kurama raised an eyebrow in curiosity as Naruto grinned and shunshined to his apartment. He rushed to a drawer, grabbed a calligraphy brush, an ink bottle, and some paper. Settling at the table, he dipped the brush. "What are you doing?" Kurama asked. "I'm going to write them a letter." Naruto replied with a smile. "Dear fellow Jinchūriki, this is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am a Jinchūriki like you. I hold the Kyūbi no Kitsune inside me. I'm 12 years old and currently a Genin of Konoha. I'm writing this letter to let you know about my plan, to gather all of us together. We all share a similar childhood, ostracized by our villages and called demons. But don't worry. One day, I'll come to your village and bring you out of there. Then we can live together. Just wait until I'm ready. I'll definitely be there for you, and that's a promise. If we happen to meet during missions, look for a boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker marks on his cheeks, and wearing orange. That's me. I look forward to your response. Your fellow Jinchūriki, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto placed the brush aside and stretched. He then took the brush again and made 7 more copies of the letter. Once finished, he stood up and punched the air. "Yes, it's done," he celebrated, jumping around his apartment. Kurama sighed. "That's great, but how are you going to send it to them?" he asked. Naruto stopped jumping and fell silent. "But I forgot about that," Naruto shouted, making Kurama facepalm. Crossing his arms and closing his eyes in thought, he suddenly opened them with a grin. "I know." Kurama's sweat dropped, hoping his idea wasn't foolish. Naruto dashed outside to the abandoned training ground, now more like a zoo filled with nature and animals. He shined inside and wandered around. "Kit, what are you doing?" Kurama asked. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to convince some animals here to deliver the letters for me," Naruto said proudly, scanning the area for animals. Kurama sighed and settled into a comfortable position. "Well, good luck with that, Kit," he said as he dozed off. As Naruto walked around, he thought, "I need an animal that can travel fast." His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a few birds resting in a tree. One bird caught his eye, a medium-sized falcon with a striking appearance. Naruto smiled widely. "A falcon?" he thought. He quickly took out a scroll, unsealed some raw fish, and placed it on the ground before hiding behind some bushes to wait for the falcon. Moments later, about 9 falcons swooped down to the fish. Naruto made a hand sign and whispered, "Seal." The falcons were trapped in the seal, unable to move. Emerging from his hiding spot, he took out another scroll and unsealed a cage, placing the immobilized falcons inside. "Mission success," he shouted before shining back to his apartment. He set the cage on the table and made a hand sign. "Release." The falcons regained their ability to move. Naruto opened the refrigerator, took out more raw fish, and the falcons chirped excitedly at the sight. As they feasted, Naruto infused them with chakra, instructing them to deliver his letters to shinobi with a similar chakra to his and to return when they received a reply. Once they finished eating, he tied 1 letter to each bird, walked to his balcony, and said, "Please deliver the letters to the other Jinchūriki." He opened the cage, and the falcons flew away in different directions. He returned inside and flopped onto his bed. "Is this going to work, Kit?" Kurama asked. "Hopefully." It was 6 a.m. the next morning. Sasuke and Sakura were at training ground. "What's taking them so long?" Sakura complained. Sasuke replied. Meanwhile, Naruto was enjoying a light breakfast, knowing he couldn't train on an empty stomach. Once finished, he tied his forehead protector around his head and shined to training ground. He walked in slowly, stretching. "Finally, I can show off some skills," he said, and Kurama chuckled. "You can't go all out now. This is just an introduction to your abilities," Kurama reminded him. Naruto nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I'll hold back just a little," he grinned. As he reached the training grounds, he was greeted with a shout. "You're late, Naruto." Sakura scolded. Naruto sweat dropped but smiled. "Morning, Sakura-chan," he greeted. When Sasuke merely grunted, Sakura turned to him with admiration. "Sasuke-kun," she murmured. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and sighed. "Where's Kakashi-sensei?" he asked. "He's not here yet," Sakura replied with a shrug. The 3 genin waited. Approximately 3 hours later, Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke, smiling and holding up his left hand. "Hey," he greeted. "You're late." Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison. Kakashi sweat dropped. "Sorry. I was helping an old lady cross the road." "Lies," both Naruto and Sakura interrupted. Kakashi continued to sweat drop, laughing nervously. "Anyways, let's talk about your survival test," Kakashi said as he regained his composure. The 3 genin stood up straight, serious expressions on their faces. Kakashi smiled and pulled out 2 bells from his pocket, prompting puzzled looks from the trio. "All 3 of you will try to take a single bell from me until noon," Kakashi explained, letting the bells jingle as he set a timer. Sakura raised her hand. "But sensei, there are only 2 bells." "Exactly. Meaning only 2 of you can get the bells." "And the third one?" There was a moment of silence before Kakashi replied. The third one will be tied to a pole while the other two eat lunch, he said, then added, when the survival test is over, the two who get a bell will pass as Genin, while the third one returns to the academy. But if none of you can get a bell, then all three of you will go back to the academy. Kakashi's eye smile shocked the three Genin, who quickly shifted to serious expressions. Kakashi tied the bells to his waist and looked at the Genin. Ready. The Genin took their stances. Start. Sasuke and Sakura dashed into the bushes, leaving Naruto out in the open with Kakashi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Naruto didn't hide like the others. You're not going to hide? Kakashi asked. Nah, I'll pass, Naruto replied, stretching casually. That idiot. Sakura thought. Kakashi shrugged and pulled out his beloved novel, Aika Aika Paradise, starting to read. Sasuke and Sakura grew impatient watching the two, so they moved in different directions. Naruto sensed their chakra moving away, realizing it was just him and Kakashi now. He smirked, cracking his knuckles, which caught Kakashi's attention. Naruto charged at Kakashi, attempting to punch him, but Kakashi easily dodged while keeping his eyes on his book. Naruto threw another punch and several kicks, but Kakashi evaded them all. Kakashi then grabbed Naruto's arm and tossed him aside. Naruto landed on the ground, only to vanish in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? Kakashi thought, surprised. The original Naruto sat hidden in a tree nearby, dangling the bells between his fingers, pleased that his plan had worked. Before entering the training grounds, he had created a shadow clone to engage Kakashi while he hid nearby. He watched Kakashi explain the survival test and saw Sasuke and Sakura retreat into the bushes. While his clone stretched and Kakashi read, he took some twigs and used the substitution technique to transform them into the bells Kakashi had. He then used an earth technique to sink into the tree branch, moving stealthily to Kakashi's location. Masking his chakra, he quietly swapped the bells back and returned to his hiding spot, watching his clone engage Kakashi. Why was your clone fighting like a beginner? Kurama asked. To lessen suspicions, maybe? Naruto replied, chuckling at Kurama's disbelief. He smirked and made a hand sign, declaring, shadow clone technique. Kakashi continued reading until he sensed multiple chakra signatures. About 7 Narutos charged at him, engaging in a taijutsu battle. Each clone took turns attacking and defending, with Kakashi countering them all. Eventually, the Narutos restrained Kakashi, allowing the original to leap up and attempt a punch, only for Kakashi to use the substitution technique, causing Naruto to punch his own clone. Darn. I almost had him, Naruto muttered to himself as he dispelled his clones. Kakashi was about to land an axe kick when Naruto dodged, jumping away. He pulled out a few kunai and threw them at Kakashi, who countered with his own. Seizing the moment, Naruto dashed to grab a bell but failed to secure one. They continued to fight, and as Naruto kicked Kakashi's gut, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Ah. Meanwhile, Sakura wandered through the forest part of the training grounds, a worried expression on her face. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun, where are you? She called, but received no response. Hearing rustling, she drew a kunai and turned toward the sound. Stepping out of the bushes was Sasuke, injured, with kunais and shurikens embedded in his body. Sakura. Oh, me. Sasuke managed to say before collapsing. Her eyes widened in horror at the sight. Sasuke-kun, she called, but Sasuke remained still, unresponsive. Sakura screamed, holding her head in shock. Nearby, Kakashi peeked at the distressed Kunoichi, who had collapsed from the shock. He sighed, saying, I guess E-rank genjutsu was too much, before disappearing in a flash. Sasuke wandered through the forest, contemplating how to obtain a bell. He spotted Kakashi reading his book in an open area. Furrowing his brows, Sasuke charged at Kakashi, starting with a punch that Kakashi blocked. He crouched to kick, but Kakashi leaped away. Sasuke charged again with a punch that was blocked, using his free hand for support to twist and land a kick to Kakashi's side, only for it to be blocked as well. He attempted another kick, which Kakashi dodged, and when he tried to kick from below, Kakashi sidestepped to avoid it. Sasuke reached for one of the bells but ultimately came up empty. They jumped apart, and Sasuke performed a series of hand seals, surprising Kakashi slightly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke exclaimed, inhaling and molding chakra before releasing a massive fireball aimed at Kakashi. The technique hit, and Sasuke smirked, only to find that Kakashi had vanished after the smoke cleared. Looking around frantically, Sasuke thought, where is he? Right? Left? Behind? Above? Until realization struck him. Below, he thought, glancing down just in time to see Kakashi's hands grabbing his ankles, pulling him toward the ground while leaving his head above the surface. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, Kakashi stated, giving Sasuke an eye smile, which only made Sasuke frown. Well then, Kakashi said, raising a hand before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Moments later, Sasuke spotted Sakura walking by. "Sakura, help me out of here," he called. Sakura turned to him, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of only his head, and she fainted, leaving Sasuke in disbelief. Kakashi, who was reading his book in the main area of Training Ground 7, thought to himself, "Who will I tie to the pole?" In the end, Sakura found herself tied to the pole while Naruto and Sasuke were given their lunches. "None of you got a single bell. I'll give you a chance this afternoon until dusk. Naruto and Sasuke can eat their lunch," Kakashi stated, handing the boys chopsticks. "What? Why am I tied to a pole?" Sakura asked, confused. "Naruto and Sasuke nearly got a bell from me," Kakashi explained simply, causing Sakura to slump in disappointment. Sasuke was surprised to hear that Naruto had almost succeeded. And that was just a fluke, he thought. Naruto and Sasuke can eat their lunch and don't feed Sakura. This is her punishment for not trying to take a bell. I make the rules here, so you have to follow them, okay? Naruto and Sasuke nodded, and then Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. As they began to eat, Sakura's stomach grumbled, catching the boys' attention. She laughed nervously, her cheeks turning slightly red from embarrassment. "It's okay, don't mind me. I'm on a diet so," she tried to explain, only for her stomach to protest again. Naruto picked up a piece of tamagoyaki from his bento with his chopsticks and held it out to Sakura. "Here." "Huh." This gesture surprised both Sasuke and Sakura. "It's fine. I'm on a diet," she insisted. "That's what you say, but your stomach says otherwise," Naruto replied with a smile. "But Kakashi-sensei said not to feed me," she protested, only to be interrupted by Sasuke. "It's fine. I don't sense his chakra anywhere," Sasuke said, holding out a cherry tomato to Sakura, making her blush. "Just eat. We'll come up with a plan together to get the bells this afternoon. We can't have anyone weak from hunger." Sakura felt teary-eyed, grateful that the two boys, especially Sasuke, were looking out for her. "Thanks," she said, taking a bite of the cherry tomato, causing Naruto to slump in disappointment. "Don't forget me," he said as Sakura continued to eat from the two of them, though she mostly accepted Sasuke's offerings. Dark gray clouds gathered, and lightning flashed as Kakashi appeared, releasing a hint of his intimidating presence, slightly alarming the Genin. "You broke the rules," Kakashi declared. "We don't care. A comrade is suffering, and we can't turn a blind eye," Naruto protested. "We're a team, and we do things together," Sasuke added, surprising even himself. "You guys." The Genin braced for the worst. "Pass." "Huh. Congratulations. You pass as Genin," Kakashi said with a smile. They fell silent for a moment before Sakura and Naruto broke into wide grins while Sasuke smirked. "Remember this, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum," Kakashi stated. Naruto nodded in agreement, while Sakura's eyes widened and Sasuke simply responded with a quiet, "Aichin." Kakashi untied the ropes that held Sakura and announced, "Tomorrow, Team 7 starts their missions." Sakura cheered with joy, Sasuke smirked in satisfaction, and Naruto grinned his trademark grin. As they were leaving, Sakura walked alongside Sasuke, asking him to go on a date with her, but he ignored her. Naruto tapped Kakashi's arm. "Kakashi-sensei," he called. Kakashi turned to him and hummed in response. "I forgot to give these back to you," Naruto said, placing an object in Kakashi's palm and closing it. "See you tomorrow, sensei," Naruto said with a grin before running away. Kakashi watched him, puzzled, and opened his hand to see the same bells he had. He took the ones tied to him, only for them to transform into twigs. Kakashi smiled, intrigued. "Go!" Kakashi commanded as Naruto emerged from his hiding place and grabbed hold of a cat. Sasuke and Sakura followed but only watched as the cat attempted to scratch Naruto. "Target apprehended," Sasuke reported into his radio. "Is there a red ribbon on the right ear?" Kakashi asked. "Affirmative," Sasuke replied. "Report back to the academy." Mission accomplished. With that, Team 7 walked back to the academy. Naruto held the cat, despite its attempts to scratch him. "It's okay, I won't hurt you. Just be a good girl until you return to your owner, okay?" Naruto said softly, and the cat stopped scratching, purring as he gently rubbed her head. This surprised Sasuke and Sakura, who had heard rumors about the so-called demon cat warming up to their teammate. They reached the academy where missions were assigned. As they entered the room, Tora's owner rushed over to take the cat. "Tora! Oh my baby, I was so worried," she exclaimed, squeezing the cat tightly. Tora struggled to escape, but there was no way out. The owner paid for the mission and left. Before departing, Tora looked back at Naruto with sad eyes. He smiled and waved. "See you around," he said, and Tora meowed happily as they both left. Team 7 turned to the Sandaime and Irika for their next mission. For your next mission, we have tending the garden, taking care of a man's grandchild, and helping his wife go shopping. Hiruzen began listing available D-rank missions but was interrupted by Naruto. Gigi, I've had enough of D-rank missions. Can we get a C-rank one? Naruto complained. Iruka stood up from his seat. Naruto, you can't just demand a mission like that. Iruka said. Hiruzen sighed. Every mission is assigned based on the appropriate shinobi rank. You're still Genin, so you're only eligible for D-rank and a few C-rank missions. Each mission is carefully analyzed. Hiruzen explained while Naruto turned to his team and sat cross-legged on the floor to start his own topic. So yesterday, I had tonkatsu ramen. Naruto began, and his teammates listened intently. But, are you listening? Hiruzen shouted. Team 7 turned to the Sandaime. Sorry, it was an interesting topic. Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head and sweating slightly. Hiruzen sighed and blew a puff of smoke from his pipe. Come on Gigi. Give us a C-rank mission. We've done enough D-rank ones for a C-rank, right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, looking at his sensei. Well, I guess you could say that. Kakashi replied reluctantly. Iruka was about to protest when Hiruzen chuckled. If you insist, then I'll give you one. Bring in our visitor. Hiruzen announced, and the Genin of Team 7 buzzed with excitement. This was their first real mission that wasn't just chores. The door swung open to reveal a somewhat inebriated man who looked older than he was. He leaned against the doorframe and surveyed Team. Huh? I asked for ninja, but I get a bunch of kids? Can they even protect me? Especially that short one with the silly face, he remarked, pointing at Naruto. Kakashi anticipated Naruto's outburst, but instead, Naruto simply pointed back and declared, You're going to regret that, old man. I may not look it, but I'm a great ninja. Kakashi smiled, recalling Naruto's skills from the bell test. The old man dismissed Naruto's words and introduced himself. I'm Tazuna, a master bridge builder. I need to return to my country, so you better protect me properly. Tazuna insisted. Kakashi turned to his team and instructed, Okay, pack what you need and meet at the main gate in 30 minutes. The team hurried to their homes to gather their gear. Naruto quickly sealed his belongings in a scroll, placed it in his bag, and equipped himself with extra weapons. Finally, with this mission, you can really test your skills, Kurama said, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Robbers and bandits can be good opponents, but I want to fight another shinobi, Naruto replied as he zipped up his bag. This will be your first time facing an enemy. We'll observe your mistakes in battle and help you improve before you take on a shinobi, Kurama explained, crossing his arms. Naruto sighed, wishing for an enemy ninja to attack them. As Team 7 and Tazuna gathered at the main gate of Konoha, Naruto rushed out first, marveling at his surroundings. Naruto, behave yourself. Sakura scolded. Sorry, this is my first time outside the village and I'm really excited. Naruto exclaimed. Tazuna sighed, glancing at Kakashi. Can I really trust this kid? He asked. Don't worry. He may not look it but he's quite skilled, Kakashi assured him, though Tazuna still appeared hesitant. Right. They set off toward Tazuna's country, the land of waves. After traveling a few miles from Konoha, Sakura asked, Tazuna-san, what's your country like? Not much. It's a small and peaceful place, Tazuna replied. Doesn't the land of waves have shinobi? She inquired. Kakashi answered, not all countries have shinobi villages. He began explaining the Great Five Nations, but Naruto tuned out, already familiar with the information. As they continued, both Naruto and Kakashi noticed a puddle on the path. A puddle? It hasn't rained for days, Kakashi thought, raising his guard in anticipation of an attack. Naruto used his sensory technique and detected 2 chakra signatures. Can't they think of a better way to hide? He mused, excitement bubbling up within him. Could it be enemy shinobi? Kurama grumbled, displeased that Naruto would encounter enemy shinobi on his first C-rank mission. Don't worry, Kurama. I can really test myself against these guys. Naruto reassured him. Whatever. Just don't die, Kurama replied. You got it. As Kakashi passed the puddle, chains suddenly sprang up and wrapped around him. Sakura and Tazuna gasped in shock, while Sasuke maintained a serious expression. Naruto grinned, thinking, judging by their chakra levels, they're Chunin. 2 shinobi emerged from the puddle, each wielding chains. One down, one of them said, before vanishing behind Naruto. You're next, he threatened, attempting to ensnare Naruto with the chains. Just as Naruto prepared to defend himself with a kunai, Sasuke threw a shuriken to trap the chain to a nearby tree, then followed up with a kunai to secure it. Naruto stared in disbelief at Sasuke's actions, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. You stuck-up Uchiha brat. That's my opponent. Don't try to show off, he fumed, while Kurama chuckled at the situation. The 2 ninjas detached their chains and revealed metal claws. One attacked Naruto with a swift strike. Naruto dodged, but the ninja teleported closer, scratching his arm. In retaliation, Naruto brandished a kunai, aiming for the ninja's neck, but it was blocked by the claw. They exchanged blows until Naruto leaped back and threw shuriken, which the ninja narrowly avoided. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto teleported behind him and delivered an uppercut, causing the ninja to stagger. Naruto quickly formed hand signs and placed his hand on the ninja's back, declaring, "Seal." The ninja froze, unable to move. "Damn it. I can't move," he thought in frustration. Naruto crouched in front of him, poking at his forehead protector. "You're from Kurama," he observed just as he sensed another chakra approaching. He jumped away and performed a hand sign, shouting, "Release." The immobilized ninja regained his movement but fell unconscious as Kakashi swiftly incapacitated him with a chop to the neck. "What took you so long, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, watching as Kakashi grabbed the unconscious body, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, Kakashi replied. The remaining ninja with the metal claw approached Tazuna, but Sakura stepped in front of him with a kunai, ready to defend. Sasuke moved in front of Sakura to protect them both. Just as the claw was about to strike, the ninja collapsed, and Kakashi apprehended him as well. Sakura's eyes widened in relief. "Kakashi-sensei," she exclaimed, happy to see him unharmed. Sasuke smirked, thinking, show off. The two Kurama ninjas were soon tied up. Sakura gushed, "Sasuke-kun, you're so cool." Kakashi turned to his genin. "Sasuke, great job on your quick reaction, that was smooth." Sakura, well done protecting Tazuna on instinct. Sasuke smirked while Sakura giggled. Kakashi then addressed Naruto. "And Naruto?" Naruto looked at his sensei, curious. "You did well fighting one of them by yourself." "I felt like I didn't need to intervene," Kakashi said, giving Naruto an eye smile. Naruto grinned and thanked him. Sasuke crossed his arms, looking at Naruto with a skeptical expression. And that was just a fluke, he thought. Did Naruto really do that? No way. Sakura mused, returning her attention to Sasuke. Tazuna sighed in relief, thinking, so they did protect me. Kakashi turned to Tazuna and asked, "Tazuna-san, there's something I'd like to ask you. Why were the Kiri ninja after you?" Tazuna hesitated but decided to share the truth. "I'll tell you the truth," he explained while the others listened. Naruto was only half listening, trying to wake his tenant. "Kurama, heal me," he urged. Kurama didn't budge. "Kurama? Kurama," he called again, but Kurama remained asleep. "You lazy fox. Wake up, will ya?" Finally, Kurama opened his eyes lazily. "What?" he asked, sounding uninterested. Naruto pointed a finger at him in his mindscape. "What do you mean what?" "I'm hurt, you know," he told the fox. Kurama glanced at him and closed his eyes again. "Me being in here heals you automatically," he stated matter-of-factly. A tick mark appeared on Naruto's head. "I'm poisoned, Kurama." "The poisons will be taken care of too, don't worry," Kurama replied. Naruto crossed his arms. "Why didn't you say so in the first place?" he asked. "When I said my chakra heals you, I meant generally." Kurama shouted back. "Even diseases?" "Yes, even diseases." Naruto chuckled. "I see. Thanks, Kurama. I'm going back to sleep now." "Alright, you lazy fox." "Whatever, annoying brat." "Naruto," a voice called, bringing him back to reality. Everyone was looking at him. What?" he asked, confused. "Do you want to continue the mission or not?" Kakashi asked. Why? Turns out, this is beyond the scope of the mission. This is already a B-rank mission, and it could put you in danger. So do you want to continue or not? Kakashi explained. "It's better if we return to Konoha, we're still Genin," Sakura suggested. Naruto shook his head. "No. We'll continue the mission." Everyone was shocked by his determination. "We're already here, and I believe we can get through this, right, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto grinned. Kakashi sighed but smiled back. "If that's your decision, then so be it. Shall we continue the mission?" Kakashi asked, receiving reluctant nods from Sakura and a simple from Sasuke. "But first we need to fix your hand now. Their claws have poison," Kakashi said, pointing at Naruto's left hand. Naruto looked at it, thinking, Kurama is already healing it, but they might be suspicious. "Oh, okay then," he said, taking a kunai and making a small cut on his hand, surprising the others. "Naruto, don't be careless." Sakura scolded. Naruto winced as he pulled the kunai out, a small amount of blood flowing from the new wound. "But this is the only way to remove the poison. From right." "Ouch." Kakashi quickly took out a bandage and knelt to wrap the wound, noticing it healing rapidly. "It's healing. It must be the Kyūbi," he thought. As he finished wrapping Naruto's hand, he stood up and said, "Come on. We still have a way to go to the land of waves." They continued on their journey. As they entered a tunnel, They finally reached the land of waves. The area was surrounded by water, and everything looked calm and peaceful. They made their way to Tazuna's home. Naruto looked around and sensed a strange chakra. He threw his kunai at a bush to his left, surprising the others, only to reveal a frightened white bunny. What was that about, Naruto? Sakura asked, furious. Sorry, I didn't know. Naruto replied, cradling the scared bunny in his arms, trying to calm it down. I swear I sensed a strong demonic chakra here, he thought. Kakashi observed the bunny in Naruto's arms. It looks like it was raised indoors. Could it be, he pondered. Then both Naruto and Kakashi realized, a substitution? Suddenly, a large sword shaped like a butcher knife was thrown at them. Kakashi noticed and shouted, "Get down!" The others ducked just in time, and the bunny scampered away. The sword struck a tree, and soon after, a man with bandages covering his nose, mouth, and neck stood on its long hilt, his back facing them. Team 7 and Tazuna stared at the man with wide eyes, except for Kakashi and Sasuke, who wore serious expressions, and Naruto, who furrowed his brows. This is the chakra I felt, he thought. I'm here for the old man, so I suggest you hand him over, the man said. Sorry, but we can't agree to that, Kakashi replied, thinking, if he's our opponent, then I have no choice. He pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Oh, the Sharingan. It's my first time seeing it in person, Naruto thought. The Sharingan? Why does he have it? Sasuke wondered. The man glanced over his shoulder. I assume you are the copy ninja Kakashi, said to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. You were in the bingo book of Kiri, he said. You must be Momochi Zabuza, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, also known as the Demon of the Mist, Kakashi stated. Zabuza chuckled. It's an honor to see the Sharingan in action, he said, jumping to the nearby lake and taking a stance. Kirigakur no Jutsu, Zabuza declared as a thick mist enveloped the area. Manji formation, Kakashi commanded, and Team 7 surrounded Tazuna to protect him. A heavy silence fell around them as Kakashi explained Zabuza's silent killing methods. Sasuke began to tremble under the weight of the killing intent from both the Jonin and the rogue ninja. Sasuke, Kakashi called. Sasuke looked at him, and Kakashi offered an eye smile. I'll protect you guys no matter what, he reassured his genin. Oh, I wonder about that, Zabuza said, appearing inside the Manji formation. Kakashi immediately used the body flicker technique to stab Zabuza, only for him to turn into water. Oh, so you've seen through my water clone, huh? Zabuza said, appearing behind Kakashi and preparing to strike. Only for Kakashi to burst into water, the real Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza and held a kunai to his throat. It's over now, Kakashi stated, thinking, so he copied my technique during that time, huh? Zabuza smirked as he remembered the moment he used the hidden mist technique and executed the water clone technique simultaneously. He burst into water, and Kakashi thought, Mizu Bunshin, as Zabuza appeared behind him with a smirk. Now it's over, Zabuza said, swinging his sword as Kakashi retreated to the nearby lake. He rose to the water's surface and gasped for air, feeling the weight of the dense water. This water is thick. Don't tell me, he thought, but it was too late when Zabuza appeared next to him, performing a few hand signs to create a bubble out of the water, trapping Kakashi. Suiro no Jutsu, Zabuza said with a chuckle, creating a water clone to attack the remaining genin. Now it's your turn, Zabuza's clone said, letting out a menacing aura. All of you, take Tazuna-san and run. You're no match for him. It was over the moment I was trapped. Kakashi yelled to his genin. Sakura trembled in fear, while Sasuke looked confused, clicking his tongue and exhaling slowly. Let's escape while we can, we must complete the mission, Sasuke said, and Sakura nodded hesitantly, while Tazuna remained silent. No, Naruto said, making them turn to him. We have to. You can't beat him. Sakura insisted. Remember what Kakashi-sensei told us? Naruto asked, furrowing his brows as he looked at Zabuza. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum, he declared, surprising Sasuke and Sakura. Turning to Tazuna, he asked, Is it all right, old man? Tazuna smirked and sat cross-legged. Go on. Save your sensei. Naruto smiled and turned back to Zabuza. Be careful, Kit, Kurama warned. Naruto grinned, tightening the tie of his forehead protector. I will, he thought to reassure Kurama. Sasuke, I have a plan. Naruto called out, and Sasuke raised an eyebrow at him. Even if you do, you can't beat me. You're not even ninja, Zabuza mocked, recounting how they were trained in Kirigakure, stating that killing was what made one a true shinobi. Naruto made a sign and shouted, Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly, about 50 clones of Naruto appeared, ganging up on Zabuza's clone. Zabuza used his sword to forcefully push the shadow clones away. As they slowly dispelled, Naruto pulled out a large shuriken from his bag and threw it to Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke noticed and caught the shuriken, realizing, I see, so this is your plan. He performed a 360-degree spin and opened the large shuriken. Fuma Shuriken, the shadow windmill, Sasuke announced, prompting Sakura to squeal in admiration. Naruto hoped his plan would work. Zabuza scoffed. A shuriken can't hit me, he said. Sasuke threw the shuriken at Zabuza, who caught it easily, smirking. However, he noticed another shuriken hiding in the shadow of the first. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu? Zabuza thought, but he jumped to dodge the second shuriken. I told you, a shuriken can't hit me, he taunted. Sakura and Tazuna felt hopeless until Sasuke smirked. The shuriken Zabuza dodged poofed and transformed into Naruto, surprising everyone. Naruto threw a kunai at Zabuza, who moved away, inadvertently freeing Kakashi from the water prison. The kunai grazed his cheek. You little brat, he yelled furiously at Naruto, preparing to attack him, but Kakashi intervened. Your opponent is me, he said, and they both jumped away, engaging in a ninjutsu battle. Zabuza executed several techniques, but Kakashi predicted or copied them. Naruto swam to shore to avoid the fight. The battle concluded when Kakashi defeated Zabuza with the Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, a technique Zabuza had intended to use against him. Zabuza was sent crashing into a tree, and Kakashi shunshined to him while the others rushed to their location. Now it's finally over, Kakashi said, preparing to finish Zabuza. But then two Sunban struck his nape, and he collapsed to the ground. Team 7 and Tazuna looked to where the Sunban had come from, spotting a masked ninja standing on a tree. Thank you for wearing him down. I've been meaning to kill him for a while, the masked shinobi said. Kakashi recognized the ninja as an Anbu of Kiri and checked Zabuza's unconscious body for a pulse. Shaking his head slowly, he stood up. Well, he's all yours, Kakashi said, stepping aside for the Anbu. The Anbu jumped down to retrieve Zabuza's body, making a sign and disappearing in mist. Kakashi covered his left eye with his forehead protector and turned to his genin. Okay, shall we move on? He asked with a smile. His genin nodded, and they continued walking. A few moments later, Kakashi collapsed. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto rushed to his side, followed closely by Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna. Kakashi remained unresponsive, prompting Naruto to create 4 shadow clones. Each clone took a side while the original carried Kakashi on his back. Tazuna mentioned that his home was nearby, and they rushed there. A few kilometers away, the Anbu of Kiri set Zabuza's body on the ground and took out a bag of tools. After tending to him, Zabuza sat up with a groan. That hurts. You're as cruel as ever, Haku, he said, cracking his neck. The Anbu, now revealed as Haku, giggled. Not really. Zabuza turned to Haku. Take off that mask, it's just us. Okay, Haku replied, removing his mask and smiling at Zabuza. You're going to have to rest for a week, Zabuza-san. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes to see the ceiling. A girl approached him. She was Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. Are you feeling all right, sensei? She asked, sitting beside him on the futon. Yep. I'm all right, Kakashi replied, as footsteps approached, revealing his genin and Tazuna. Kakashi-sensei. Are you all right? Naruto asked as he sat cross-legged beside Kakashi, who responded with a reassuring eye smile. Yes, I'm fine, Kakashi replied, and Naruto felt a wave of relief knowing his sensei was okay. Sensei, if using the Sharingan makes you feel like this, maybe you shouldn't use it too often, Sakura suggested, causing Kakashi to sweat slightly. Right, he said, attempting to sit up but struggling until Tsunami came to his aid. Don't push yourself, you need to rest, Tsunami insisted. Don't worry, I'm fine, Kakashi finally managed to sit up. He recalled how the Anbu from Kiri had brought Zabuza's body back instead of handling it at the scene, and he turned to his genin. There's something you need to know, though it's just a gut feeling, Kakashi said, and the genin listened closely. He explained that Anbu were supposed to eliminate their targets without leaving evidence, which made him suspicious about the Anbu who took Zabuza. So you're saying that? Sakura began, and Kakashi nodded. Yes. Zabuza is alive somewhere, and that Anbu helped him, Kakashi stated, causing gasps and wide eyes among those present. But he won't bother us for a while, right? Tazuna asked, and Kakashi smiled. Based on our battle, he'll likely need the same amount of time to recover as I do. Tazuna sighed in relief, grateful that there wouldn't be any immediate battles. Kakashi turned to his genin. By the time he returns, you'll be ready to fight him, and you'll be stronger. The genin exchanged confused glances. But sensei, how are we going to get stronger in just a week? Sakura asked. Simple. Training, Kakashi replied matter-of-factly, which only deepened their confusion. He sighed. Don't worry. I'll guide you through it. As he attempted to stand, he fell back onto the futon. You can't get up yet, you need to rest, Tsunami insisted, and Kakashi sweat dropped as he turned back to his genin. All of you have improved, especially you, Naruto. Kakashi praised. Naruto's eyes widened and he grinned. You find it interesting, don't you, sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. It's not interesting at all, a new voice chimed in. They turned to see a younger boy wearing a hat. Oh, Inari! Where have you been? Tazuna exclaimed, opening his arms. Welcome back, Grandpa. Inari said as he rushed to Tazuna for a hug. Come on, Inari, say hello to them. They protected your grandpa on the way here, Tsunami encouraged. Inari scrutinized the genin, then turned to his mother. Mom, these guys are going to die, he said bluntly, shocking everyone. Inari. That was rude. Tsunami scolded. Hey, one day I'm going to become a great ninja, like a superhero, and become Hokage. Naruto declared. Inari looked at him with a mocking expression. Hero? There's no such thing, that's ridiculous. Inari retorted before turning to leave. He glanced back at the ninjas. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and go home. Where are you going, Inari? Tazuna asked. To watch the sea, he replied as he exited the room. Naruto clenched his fists, angered by Inari's mockery. I'm sorry about that. Tazuna apologized. Don't worry about it, Kakashi said. Naruto stood up. I'll be right back, I need to use the bathroom, he said as he left. He climbed the stairs, determined to find Inari. What are you going to do, kid? Kurama asked. I was thinking of giving him a piece of my mind, but I'll figure it out once I find him, Naruto replied. He heard distant sobs and followed the sound to a half-open door. Peeking inside, he saw Inari holding a picture frame. Dad. Inari sobbed. Naruto maintained his serious expression and quietly left. Team 7 gathered in a nearby forest, with Kakashi using crutches. They stood in a small clearing as Kakashi began to speak. This training will help you improve your chakra control, he explained. Chakra. Naruto muttered unintentionally, prompting Sakura to look at him with a sigh. Do you need me to explain it to you? She asked. Oh, no need. I already know about it, Naruto replied, surprising Sakura. Kakashi continued, emphasizing the importance of the training. You need to learn how to control chakra with your body. It's challenging training that requires you to push your limits. His serious tone made the genin focus intently. What should we do? Sakura asked, and Kakashi paused for a moment. Tree climbing, he stated, causing the genin to sweat slightly. But it's a little different this time, he added, catching their full attention. You have to climb the tree without using your hands, Kakashi explained. Sasuke's sweat dropped, and Sakura looked shocked, while Naruto's eyes widened in excitement. Is that even possible, sensei? Sakura questioned. Of course. Observe, Kakashi said with an eye smile. He channeled chakra to his feet and walked up the tree, effortlessly reaching a branch while standing upside down. See, he said with a grin, then pulled out 3 kunai and threw them in front of the genin. Channel chakra to the soles of your feet to stick to the tree and use the kunai to mark where you stop. As Kakashi walked down, the genin took the kunai and focused on channeling chakra to their feet. You already know how to do this, Kurama commented. I know. But they can't know that now, can they? Naruto thought as he performed a hand sign and channeled chakra to his feet. Alright, I have to run, he reminded himself as he dashed toward the tree. He nearly forgot to hide his abilities, so halfway up, he stopped the chakra flow and marked his spot before jumping down. He glanced at Sasuke, who had used too much chakra, causing the tree to break slightly as he marked his spot and backflipped to the ground. Then he looked at Sakura, who managed to reach the branch with ease. Sakura-chan is amazing, Naruto thought, while Kurama rolled his eyes at his enthusiasm. They continued this training for several hours, but soon Sakura was exhausted and out of chakra. She looked at her teammates, catching her breath. How can they still go on, she wondered. Glancing at the marks, she noticed Sasuke's were higher than Naruto's. She smirked, thinking, Naruto is going to give up soon, he's so predictable. But she was proven wrong when Naruto attempted again and surpassed Sasuke. Sasuke noticed that Naruto had surpassed him and clenched his fists, thinking, I'm not losing to that loser. He attempted to climb the tree again. Upon finishing dinner, Tazuna was pleased since it had been a while since their table had guests. Naruto and Sasuke were competing, having devoured their food, and they both held out their bowls to Tsunami, exclaiming, seconds. They then exchanged glares. Both boys choked on their food and quickly drank water. Eat too much and you'll choke. Sakura scolded. It's good that you're eating a lot, but you might end up regretting it, Kakashi remarked. After dinner, Tsunami washed the dishes while the boys lingered at the table. Sakura noticed a torn picture frame. This picture is torn. Was someone supposed to be here? She asked aloud. Inari stood up and left the table. Inari, where are you going? Tsunami asked, but Inari didn't respond and walked away, prompting Tsunami to follow him. Inari, what happened? Sakura asked. Kakashi turned to Tazuna. There must be some kind of story behind this, Kakashi said. Tazuna sighed and began to recount the tale of Kaiza, Inari's father figure. Naruto furrowed his brows and stood up, feeling a bit dizzy as he leaned against the wall. You should rest for the day, you've used too much chakra. Any more, and you could be in serious trouble, Kakashi suggested. Naruto straightened up. I'll prove to him that there are real heroes, he declared. The next morning, everyone had breakfast, but Naruto was absent. Don't tell me he trained all night. Tazuna said. He's gone crazy. He might have overdone it with his chakra, Sakura speculated. I hope he's okay, Tsunami said. Don't worry about him. Naruto's a full-fledged ninja, Kakashi reassured. Sakura's right. He might be lying around somewhere, Sasuke said as he stood up and left. Sasuke-kun, your food dash. Sakura began to protest but noticed his plate was clean. Meanwhile, Naruto was sleeping in the middle of the forest, dirty from training. Haku, dressed casually with his hair down and carrying a basket, approached him. Recognizing Naruto as one of the ninjas who fought Zabuza, he crouched beside him. Haku initially considered waking him up forcefully but decided to gently shake him instead. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Wake up, Haku said. Naruto groaned and sat up, blushing slightly when he saw Haku. What are you doing here? He asked bashfully. Haku smiled. I'm gathering herbs, he replied, and Naruto volunteered to help. What were you doing out here? Haku asked. Naruto grinned. Training. Haku blinked in surprise. But you look strong enough, Haku said. No, I need to get even stronger. I want to be acknowledged by the village and there's someone I want to prove something to. But most of all, there are people I want to help and protect. Naruto stated. Haku's eyes widened, but he smiled. When you have someone to protect, you become strong, Haku said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I understand that, he replied. Haku stood up, taking the basket with him. You will become strong, very strong, Haku said. Naruto nodded in agreement. Goodbye. We will meet again sometime, Haku said as he walked away. Suddenly, Haku paused. By the way, I'm a boy, he said before leaving. Naruto was taken aback. What? He was cuter than Sakura-tan, he thought as he slumped. Kurama rolled his eyes. Forget that. Didn't you notice? Kurama asked. Naruto became serious. Yeah. His chakra signature matches that of the ROOT Anbu who took Zabuza, Naruto muttered. Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto and lightly hit his head. Oh, what was that for? He asked. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Did you forget about breakfast? Use your Atanki. Naruto just grinned, which made Sasuke uneasy. A few days later, Naruto and Sasuke practiced tree climbing daily. Naruto continued, feeling a bit sorry for Sasuke. By nightfall, they finally reached the top of their trees. Shall we go home? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Yeah. Naruto replied, grinning. Tazuna, his family, and the remaining members of Team 7 were having dinner. Sakura glanced at the door and sighed. When are they coming? They're late again. Leave them be, they'll be here any moment, Kakashi said just as the door swung open, revealing Sasuke with his arm around Naruto, who was struggling to walk. Both were covered in scratches and dirt. Naruto grinned while Sasuke maintained his calm demeanor. What took you guys so long? Sakura asked. We reached the top of the tree. Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi smiled at them. Tomorrow, both of you will be guarding Tazuna. Naruto's smile widened at the news. All right, he yelled, using his free hand to punch the air, only to tumble and fall to the floor, bringing Sasuke down with him. Tisi, you're so clumsy, use your Tanki, Sasuke said, clicking his tongue, which made everyone laugh. As they finished dinner, Tsunami washed the dishes while Kakashi sat on a small step. Sasuke was nearby, doing his own thing, and Sakura remained at the table. Naruto rested his head, tired from climbing the tree repeatedly. Inari, sitting across from Naruto, furrowed his brows and clenched his fists as he looked down. Why? He asked. Naruto glanced at Inari, tired. He replied. Inari was shaking slightly, trying to express his feelings. All this training is just a waste of time, he yelled, tears streaming down his face, catching everyone's attention. Gato has an army, and he will kill you. No matter what you do, the strong will always win, and the weak will always lose. Naruto shrugged. Speak for yourself, it won't be like that for me, Naruto said calmly, trying to keep his composure despite his exhaustion and the thought of encountering the ROOT Anbu. Shut up. Looking at you makes me sick. You don't know anything about this country, you're just butting in, he continued. Always laughing and playing around. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like dirt. This was the last straw for Naruto. He sighed deeply to keep himself from exploding. Listen to yourself whining and complaining like a victim, Naruto said, shocking Inari. You can whimper all day for all I care. You're nothing but a coward. Naruto said, glaring at Inari and releasing a hint of his frustration. Inari trembled at Naruto's intensity. Naruto, you went too far. Sakura exclaimed, but Naruto stood up and ignored her, heading to their room. Inari cried at what had just transpired. Naruto sat on his futon, trying to calm down and think of other things. Kit. It's okay, Kurama. I'm fine, Inari said quietly as he sat at the edge. Kakashi approached him and asked, Can I talk to you? Inari remained silent as Kakashi took a seat beside him. Naruto can be tough sometimes, but he doesn't hate you, Kakashi began. Tazuna-san told us about your father. You might not know this, but Naruto grew up without a father. Inari's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. In fact, he never knew either of his parents and didn't have a single friend in our village. But Naruto never cried or sulked. He's always eager to jump in, and he wants to be acknowledged. That's his dream. He would put his life on the line for that in a heartbeat, Kakashi continued, looking at Inari. I guess he got tired of crying and decided to take action. Inari stared at the water, feeling guilty about his earlier words. Kakashi pressed on, though he's still young and learning, he understands what it means to be strong, just like your father did. Out of all of us, Naruto knows better what you're going through. Inari looked at Kakashi with wide eyes. Kakashi met his gaze and said, what Naruto said earlier, as harsh as it sounds, he probably kept telling himself that 1,000 times. Naruto slept soundly on his futon, clearly exhausted from his training in the previous days. Let him rest. He must be tired from training, Kakashi said as he, Sasuke, and Sakura left with Tazuna. Tazuna was finishing the bridge while Team 7 kept watch. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the area. Manji formation. Kakashi commanded as Team 7 surrounded Tazuna, facing outward. A chuckle echoed from an unknown location. So, you are alive, Kakashi said, preparing a kunai. Disappointed? Zabuza replied with a chuckle. But, finally know your tricks? Copy Ninja Kakashi, he said as 3 Zabuza appeared, each standing in front of a member of Team Sasuke trembled slightly, which Zabuza noticed. He's trembling. Are you that terrified? Zabuza mocked. No, Sasuke replied, looking up at Zabuza with a smirk. I'm trembling. In excitement. He slashed through the 3 Zabuza, causing them to dissolve into water. The mist cleared a bit, revealing Zabuza and a shorter ninja a few meters away. Oh, he's improved. Looks like you have a rival, Haku, Zabuza said, impressed by Sasuke's progress. Kakashi recognized Haku's mask and stature from the last time he encountered the Anbu Kiri. Sasuke charged at Haku, their kunais clashing as they attempted to land a hit on each other. As their battle moved further away, Sasuke seemed to gain the upper hand until Haku made hand signs with just one hand. Hand signs with one hand? Kakashi thought, surprised. Makio Hyosho. Haku declared as a dome of ice mirrors surrounded Sasuke. Haku entered one of the mirrors and appeared in all of them simultaneously. Sasuke felt a twinge of intimidation but refused to show fear. He attempted to break one of the mirrors with a kunai but failed. Haku, from each mirror, took out 3 Senbon and threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and deflected most of them, but a few found their mark. Sasuke! Kakashi called, trying to rush to his student, but Zabuza blocked his path. Your opponent is me, Zabuza said, swinging his blade at Kakashi, who dodged. He relished the opportunity to inform Kakashi about Haku's Kekkai Genkai, the ice release, as 2 battles unfolded, with Sakura doing her best to protect Tazuna. Naruto finally woke up, sitting up and noticing the futons stacked to the side. Darn it, he cursed himself for oversleeping. He quickly got up, fixed his futon, changed into his favorite orange jumpsuit, and tied his forehead protector in place. He exited the room to find Tsunami and Inari having breakfast. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Tsunami greeted with a smile. Morning, he replied with a grin, quickly finishing his meal before heading out. I'm going to the bridge. Be careful out there, Tsunami warned. Naruto nodded and left the house, heading toward the bridge Tazuna was building. Inari remained in his room when suddenly, 2 suspicious samurai barged in. You're Tazuna's daughter? Huh? You'll have to come with us, the shorter man said. Inari, hearing a glass break and Tsunami's scream from the bathroom, rushed out to find her backed against the wall. Kachan! Inari shouted. Inari, don't come here. Tsunami cried. The 2 men turned to Inari. A brat, the one with the eye patch said, smirking at his partner. Should we grab him too? Gato only asked for a single hostage, the shorter man replied. As the eye-patched man began to unsheath his sword, Tsunami interrupted. Wait, please don't hurt my son. He's just a boy. I'll do anything, just please don't hurt him, she pleaded. Inari's eyes widened in shock at his mother's words. The shorter man grabbed Tsunami, tying her hands behind her back and leading her away. Inari stood frozen, watching his mother being taken. I'm sorry, he whispered, curling into a ball and crying. What should I do? I'm too weak to protect Kachan, he thought. They left him there, and fear gripped him. I don't want to die. He recalled the events from the previous night, Naruto's harsh words and Kakashi's encouragement. He also thought about his father. Can I be strong too? He wondered, standing up, wiping his tears and furrowing his brows. "Tu-chan," he called out. As they walked into the forest, a voice rang out, "Wait." They turned to see Inari. "Inari!" Tsunami exclaimed. "How cute. You came to save your mom," the eye-patched man mocked. "Get away from Kachan." Inari shouted as he ran toward them. "Inari, don't." Tsunami cried out. "He's pretty short on brains," the eye-patched man commented. "Take him down," the shorter man ordered as they prepared to unsheath their swords. Tsunami was initially panicked, but her expression quickly shifted to anger. "If you hurt him, I'll," she threatened, but her words were cut short as the shorter man struck her neck, causing her to fall unconscious. "Shut up and take a nap," the man said, while Inari shouted, and the two men slashed their blades at him. They glanced at what they thought was a lifeless body, only to find a log in pieces instead. "Substitution technique? The woman is gone," the shorter man pointed out. "Sorry I'm late," a new voice said. They turned to see a blonde-haired boy in an orange jumpsuit. He gently laid Tsunami on the ground a bit away from the two men and held Inari close. "You know, heroes usually show up at the last minute," he said. Inari opened his eyes, surprised to see him. "Naruto and Ai-chan," he gasped as Naruto set Inari down. "Who else could it be?" he replied, grinning at Inari. "You did great, Inari," he praised, and Inari's eyes widened in shock at the compliment. "As you were running, they forgot about your mom for a bit, so I was able to get her away," Naruto explained. Inari smiled with relief at the news of his mother's safety. "How'd you know they were here?" he asked. "In the forest, I saw a boar that had been attacked, and the trees were cut up too, like someone was practicing with a sword. I followed the trail to the house," Naruto explained. Inari was amazed by Naruto's quick thinking and complimented him. "Oh, it's one of those ninja kids that Tazuna hired," the man with the eye patch commented, and the shorter one nodded in agreement. "Let's get him," the shorter man said as they both charged at Naruto. Naruto swiftly pulled out 2 shuriken and threw them, but the men deflected them with their blades. "Try something else, brat," the shorter man shouted. Naruto smirked and stood tall. "I did," he said, and suddenly, 2 more Naruto figures appeared behind them, kicking their heads. The men stumbled back, spitting out a small amount of blood. The Naruto figures vanished in a puff of smoke, and Inari looked at Naruto in awe. "You did it," he exclaimed. "Yeah, believe it," Naruto replied, grinning as he extended a fist toward Inari. Inari laughed, his smile wide. "That was so cool. Like a real ninja." "You idiot, I am a real ninja," Naruto said, and they both laughed. After the samurai men were tied up and silenced, Naruto decided to apologize. "By the way, sorry about yesterday." "Huh?" Inari looked confused. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head with a grin. "Calling you a coward was pretty mean." "It's not true, you know," he said, ruffling Inari's hair. "Because you're actually really brave." Inari's eyes began to well up with tears. "Darn it. I promise not to cry anymore," he exclaimed, wiping his eyes. "You're going to call me a baby again, but I can't stop." Naruto looked over at the water, hands in his pockets. "What are you talking about? You're happy, so what's wrong with that?" he asked, smiling at Inari. "When you're happy, it's okay to cry." Inari seemed to calm down a bit. "Oi, Naruto. Don't forget what you're supposed to do," Kurama reminded him. Naruto flinched slightly. Okay, he replied, turning back. "I'll leave things here to you, okay?" "Yeah." Inari nodded, and Naruto dashed off toward the bridge to catch up with Team Sasuke was breathing heavily, numerous senbon embedded in his body. Haku watched from the mirrors, a confident smirk on his face. "You can't beat me," he taunted. Sasuke grunted, attempting to break one of the mirrors again, but it remained unscathed. Haku threw a few senbon at Sasuke, who deflected some but still took hits. He fell to his knees, fury etched on his face due to his predicament. Kakashi struggled to see through the thick mist but kept his guard up, revealing his Sharingan eye. He scanned the area, trying to predict Zabuza's attack, but it seemed futile as Zabuza struck him. Kakashi barely managed to evade a more serious injury, receiving a deep gash across his torso instead. He coughed, a few drops of blood escaping his lips. Zabuza smirked, pleased to gain the upper hand against the copy ninja. "You won't win this fight, especially with those kids you brought along," Zabuza taunted. Kakashi, breathing heavily from his wound, tried to suppress the pain. "Don't underestimate them," he replied with a faint smirk, though Zabuza raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his confidence. Suddenly, a bomb detonated nearby, creating a cloud of smoke that caught everyone's attention. Kakashi smiled. "Well, looks like we're complete." Zabuza turned to where the explosion had occurred, and as the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. A boy wearing Konoha's forehead protector grinned and struck a pose. "Uzumaki Naruto is here, you know," he declared. Sasuke's eyes widened, a smile breaking through his earlier frustration. That's it. With Naruto here, he can attack the mirrors from the outside while I attack from the inside. He thought just as Naruto entered the dome. Yo Sasuke, I came to save your butt? Naruto called out, grinning. Sasuke stared at him in disbelief, a tick mark forming on his forehead. You idiot! Why'd you come in here? You're supposed to attack from outside. Sasuke yelled. I didn't know that. Naruto shouted back, while Kurama sighed at the scene. You really should have attacked from outside. Well, yeah, but how was I supposed to know? This is the first time I'm seeing this kind of jutsu. Naruto replied, nonchalantly. You could obviously tell from the outside and thought of a plan, Kurama pointed out. That I guess you're right. It's too late now though, Naruto thought, making Kurama facepalm. Sasuke also facepalmed internally, while Haku's sweat dropped at the scene, thinking, he really is clueless. No matter. Haku muttered, taking out another set of senbon and throwing them at the two genin. Naruto noticed and quickly drew his kunai, standing back to back with Sasuke to protect themselves. Haku clicked his tongue, deflecting the senbon back at them. As the battle continued, Sasuke coughed up a bit of blood and knelt down. You idiot, you're hurt, Naruto said, noticing the senbon embedded in Sasuke's body. Haku seized the opportunity and threw more senbon at Naruto. Realizing too late, Sasuke felt a surge of determination. He stood in front of Naruto, deflecting all the senbon aimed at him. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed a change in Sasuke. Sasuke? Your eyes, he exclaimed, smiling as he saw Sasuke awaken his two-tomo Sharingan. Haku also recognized the transformation. Sharingan huh? You have a Kekki Genkai too. Haku muttered, pulling out another set of senbon and launching them at Sasuke. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, skillfully deflected them all, a smirk forming on his face. Haku furrowed his brows, and they all threw senbon simultaneously. Sasuke continued to dodge and deflect, and Naruto mirrored his movements. This continued until Naruto was struck by a senbon. Ow, he exclaimed, feeling the sting. Kurama? Don't worry, Kit, Kurama reassured him as Naruto's wounds began to heal. But then Naruto was hit again, coughing and falling to his knees. Naruto! Sasuke called out in concern. I'm fine. Naruto replied, though pain was evident in his voice. Haku emerged from the mirror, targeting Sasuke from behind with more senbon. Sasuke noticed just in time to deflect them, but Haku quickly shunshined to the other side, hitting Naruto again. Naruto coughed up more blood, collapsing to the ground on hands and knees. Sasuke's eyes widened, anger surging within him. He formed a few hand signs. Katan, go Kyaku no Jutsu, he shouted, unleashing a massive fireball. The mirrors melted but quickly reformed. Dimenit. Haku stood still, contemplating his next move, then smirked. He threw senbon at Sasuke again, who deflected them, but Haku darted out of the mirror and targeted Naruto once more. This time, it was Sasuke who took the hit. Naruto stared in shock as Sasuke coughed up blood and fell to the ground. He rushed to catch him. Sasuke. Sasuke breathed slowly as Naruto held him close. Why did you protect me? Naruto asked, confusion and concern etched on his face. Sasuke turned his head slowly. My body just moved on its own, he murmured. Tears began to fall from Naruto's eyes as he held Sasuke tightly. Sasuke looked up, saying, I wanted to kill him. But I guess not. His eyes closed and he fell limp. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, panic rising within him. Kakashi observed the scene from a distance, worry etched on his face. Are they okay? He wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Sakura had taken Tazuna far from the battle, glancing back with a tight grip on her hands. Sasuke-kun. Naruto held Sasuke's lifeless body, shaking with a mix of sadness and anger. He clenched his fists, furrowing his brows. Seizing the opportunity, Haku threw more senbon, causing blood to spill from Naruto's mouth and body. Naruto! Kurama yelled, fury igniting within him. His claws and teeth sharpened, and his eyes narrowed as chakra surged around Naruto, merging their anger into one. A red chakra enveloped Naruto, his nails becoming sharp, his whisker marks darkening, and his eyes turning red with slit-like pupils. The chakra was intimidating, and Haku felt a chill of fear. What is this chakra? He muttered as the energy formed into a fox that let out a deafening roar. The senbon fell from Naruto's body, and his wounds healed instantly, surprising Haku. Naruto turned to Haku and roared, charging at the mirrors and shattering them effortlessly, breaking Haku's jutsu. He punched Haku, cracking his mask. Just as he was about to strike again, he hesitated. What are you doing? Finish me, Haku said. Naruto's eyes widened. He was on the verge of taking a life. He stepped back, beginning to revert to his normal self. Kill me, Naruto-san. I don't want to kill you. Kakashi and Zabuza sensed the chakra, halting their fight to glance at the dome. This chakra. Naruto. Kakashi exclaimed, concern flooding his voice. This chakra. Kakashi? This is too much for him, Zabuza replied. Kakashi sighed, wiping blood from his wound and retrieving a scroll, pouring his blood onto it. Let's finish this, Zabuza. There's something I need to do, Kakashi declared, waving the open scroll in various directions. He then performed a series of hand signs and placed his hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. 8 dogs appeared, sniffing out Kakashi's blood on Zabuza and biting him to immobilize him. The mist began to clear, and Kakashi stood before Zabuza. I'll show you a technique. It's not a copy, I invented this technique, Kakashi stated, forming lightning in his hand, the sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping. The copy ninja's original technique, Chidori. Why are you with him? He's just using you. Naruto shouted, directing his anger at Haku, who looked down with a faint smile. I live only for him, if he can't use me, then I should die, Haku replied. Naruto clenched his fists, furious at Haku's twisted mindset. Kill me, Naruto-san. Haku insisted. Reluctantly, Naruto drew his kunai and approached Haku, guilt and fear evident on his face. Don't be afraid, Haku encouraged. As Naruto attempted to stab him, Haku blocked the attack. Sorry, there's still something I have to do, Haku said, shining away. Kakashi charged at Zabuza, but Haku suddenly appeared in front of him, taking the hit instead. Kakashi was taken aback as Haku protected Zabuza until the end. Zabuza prepared to stab Kakashi through Haku, but Kakashi quickly jumped back, gently laying Haku down on the ground. Him. He was still useful in the end, Zabuza remarked, glancing at Haku's still form. Naruto witnessed the entire scene, rushing to Haku's side, but he remained motionless. Clenching his fists, Naruto glared furiously at Zabuza. You, he shouted, ready to charge, but Kakashi stopped him. No, Naruto. I'll handle this, Kakashi said, engaging Zabuza in battle, their blades clashing fiercely. Sakura noticed the mist clearing and turned to check on the fight, her eyes widening at the sight of Sasuke's unconscious body. Sasuke-kun, she cried, rushing to him with Tazuna close behind. She cradled him, her heart sinking. No. Sasuke-kun, she yelled, tears streaming down her face, and Tazuna felt a pang of sympathy for the young ninja. Kakashi prepared to finish Zabuza when a new voice interrupted. So this is the outcome, huh? They all turned to see Gato, flanked by a group of samurais and thugs. He poked Haku's body with his cane and kicked it. He died, huh? Gato sneered. Fury boiled within Naruto as he prepared to attack, but Kakashi held him back. No, Naruto. Frustrated, Naruto clicked his tongue and glared at Zabuza. Don't you care about him? He demanded. How can you remain calm seeing him treated like that? You even used him as a shield, he continued, pointing at Haku. He really liked you, you know? Don't you feel anything for him? He shouted. Brat. Huh. Don't say anything anymore. Zabuza replied, tears streaming down his face. Naruto was taken aback. Zabuza truly cared for Haku. Zabuza's bandage was removed, revealing his whole face. Brat, give me a kunai, Zabuza said. Naruto hesitantly took a kunai and tossed it to him. Zabuza caught it and charged at Gato's men. After the intense battle, he lay on the ground, panting. Kakashi approached his side. Kakashi, can you do me a favor? Bring me to Haku, he asked. Kakashi nodded and carried him to Haku. He placed Zabuza next to Haku. Zabuza turned to him and gently caressed his cheek. Haku, I hope I go to the same place you're going, Zabuza said with a smile as he slowly closed his eyes. Sasuke gradually opened his eyes, and Sakura gasped, smiling through her tears. Sasuke-kun, she exclaimed as she hugged him. Sasuke winced in pain. He regained consciousness, but there were still sunbon in his body. As Sakura pulled away from the hug, he asked, What happened? I don't really know myself, Sakura replied. They looked over at the site of the fight and decided to catch up to their teammates. Naruto! Sakura called. Upon seeing her, guilt washed over him. Sakura-chan, Sasuke is, he began. Sasuke-kun is all right, she said, and he widened his eyes, noticing that she was helping Sasuke walk. Sasuke sighed and raised his free hand. Relief filled him at seeing that his teammate was okay. Snow began to fall, and everyone looked up to see the snowflakes drifting down. Snow? At this time of year, one of the villagers asked, admiring the scene. A gentle smile graced Naruto's face. Haku, right? He asked Kakashi. Yeah, Kakashi replied. The next day, the bridge was finally finished, and it was time for Team 7 to go home. Tazuna's family accompanied them to the bridge. Inari and Naruto held back their tears. It's okay to cry, Inari, Naruto said. You can cry too, Naruto and Ai-chan, Inari replied. They tried to hold it in but eventually let it out as they hugged each other. You better come visit, Tine, Inari said as he pulled away. Naruto nodded, wiping his tears. Yeah. Bye, everyone. They called as Team 7 crossed the bridge. One of the villagers turned to Tazuna. What are you going to name the bridge? He asked. Tazuna chuckled. I have the perfect name. It's called the Great Naruto Bridge. As they headed home, Sakura asked Sasuke to go on a date with her, but he politely declined. Meanwhile, Naruto was discussing with Kurama in his mindscape. Kurama, what happened back there? He asked, recalling his battle with Haku. You were angry, right? I was angry too. My chakra flares up whenever I'm mad, and our anger combined, allowing my chakra to take over you, Kurama explained. Naruto remained silent, contemplating the event. Look kid, you can't control my power. Yet, Kurama added. Naruto perked up at the word, yet. What do you mean? He asked. You will be able to control my power. You're not ready yet, but soon you will be. Naruto grinned and held out his fist. Yeah. Kurama smiled back. Naruto. Sakura called, causing him to flinch. Huh. I've been calling you for a while. What's going on? She asked. Naruto laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about going home. Oh, when we get there, let's go to Ichiraka Ramen, he suggested. Kakashi gave an eye smile. Sure, we can eat once we arrive. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. You're treating us, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto pointed at him. Why me? Kakashi replied. Because you're our sensei, you know? They laughed and smiled throughout their journey back to Konoha. Within the Kazekage Tower, the Yondaime Kazekage and the council were having their monthly meeting regarding village matters. In another room that resembled a bedroom, a boy with fair skin, green eyes with black rings around them, and short auburn hair sat on his bed with an expressionless face. He was Sabaku no Gaara, or simply Gaara. He heard children's laughter outside the window and clenched his fists, feeling a surge of bloodlust. However, he calmed down, deciding they weren't worth his anger, though he considered it for a moment. Minutes later, a falcon landed on his windowsill. He stood up and walked to the falcon, noticing sand rising to its talons, causing the bird to attempt to fly. As it flapped its wings, Gaara noticed a letter attached to its free talon. The sand dissolved, and the falcon flew away but quickly returned. Gaara detached the letter from its talon and sat back on his bed, observing it for a while with furrowed brows. He's trying to kill me. Again, he said, tossing the paper out the window. The falcon quickly flew after it, catching it with its beak before returning to Gaara's windowsill. The falcon stood still, and Gaara gritted his teeth, snatching the letter to throw it out again, only for the falcon to take it back once more. This back and forth continued until Gaara had enough. He raised sand toward the falcon, but it flew out. He sighed, believing it had finally left, but the falcon returned. Realizing the bird was persistent, he took the letter and sat on his bed again. It might ask me to meet somewhere so they could kill me. I know your tricks, father, he thought as he opened the letter. After reading it, he stared at the paper in shock, and a tear trickled down his cheek, followed by another. He began to cry silently. He's like me, he said, surprised by his own reaction. Usually, he felt bloodlust when he encountered someone stronger or similar to him, but this time, he felt glad that someone understood him and was surprised to know there were others like him. He wiped his tears and took a piece of paper, brush, and ink. Sitting at his table, he started writing a response. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I am Sabaku no Gaara, or simply Gaara. I hold the Ichibi no Shikaku. I'm 12 and a genin of Suna. I'm quite glad to know of your existence and am honestly surprised that there are others like me. I have auburn hair and green eyes with the kanji AI on my forehead. I look forward to the day we meet, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara read through the letter a few times, contemplating if he needed to add more, but ultimately decided it was sufficient. He tied his reply to the falcon's talon, watching it take flight. Just then, a knock came at the door, and it opened to reveal a girl with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair styled into 4 ponytails, accompanied by a boy dressed in a black Bunraku puppeteer's outfit, complete with a hood adorned with cat ears and a unique face paint design. Gaara, we have a meeting with Baki later, Temari said. Gaara furrowed his brows, a hint of annoyance radiating from him. About what? Temari and Kankuro exchanged worried glances, a chill running down their spines. Kankuro gulped, trying to regain his composure. It's regarding our infiltration into Konoha during the Chunin exams. Gaara tucked Naruto's letter into one of his drawers and stepped out, with Temari and Kankuro following closely behind. In a peaceful village near IW, a man with red hair, a mustache, and a beard tapering to a point was chopping wood outside his home. This man was Rashi. As a falcon landed on the pile of chopped wood, he noticed the bird and assumed it was hungry. He offered some bird feed, but the falcon didn't leave. Instead, he spotted a letter attached to its talon. Sitting on the woodpile, he began to read. Uzumaki Naruto ha, he mused, standing up and brushing off his clothes. He retrieved a piece of paper and a brush with ink, using the woodpile as his makeshift table. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I am Rashi, and I have the Yanbi, or the king of the sage monkeys. I am currently 42 years old and a shinobi of IW. It's quite brave of you to reach out to us Jinchūriki. I have red hair and wear a three-pointed crown-like ridge, along with a piece of armor across the bridge of my nose. I look forward to the day we gather, kid. Brush. As he finished, the falcon looked at the letter, then back at Rashi, who chuckled. This kid is pretty interesting, he said, tying his letter to the falcon's talon before watching it soar into the sky. Suddenly, a very tall man with light brown eyes and no eyebrows approached Rashi, wearing armor that extended to the lower half of his face. Hey Han. I was wondering if you got a letter too, Rashi said, noticing a falcon perched on Han's shoulder as he held out a letter. You should read it, Rashi encouraged, pointing to the letter in Han's hand. I did, Han replied simply, gesturing to the paper and brush with ink on the woodpile. I'll borrow that, he said. Rashi nodded in agreement. Sure, go ahead. Han began writing his reply. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I am Han, and I have the Gobi. I am 29 years old and a shinobi of IWA. I wear red armor, and you can only see my eyes. I look forward to meeting you. Rashi and the falcon exchanged glances with Han. What? Han asked, slightly confused. That's it? Rashi inquired. Han nodded. I don't know what else to say. This should do, he said, tying the letter to the falcon's talon and watching it take flight. Uzumaki Naruto is quite interesting, right? Rush remarked, placing his hands on his hips as he observed the falcon. Yeah, Han agreed with a nod. In Takigakure, a petite, androgynous kunoichi with layered mint green hair and orange eyes was walking around. This was Fu. She glanced at her reflection in the water and smiled, but soon felt the glares of others. Sighing, she made her way home. Before entering her house, a falcon approached and landed on her doorstep. She smiled and opened the door, allowing the falcon inside. After washing her hands at the sink, she turned to see the falcon perched on the table, looking at her. I don't have any bird food though, she said, sweat dropping as she noticed the letter attached to its talon. She took the letter and read it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, causing the falcon to sweat drop. A new friend, she exclaimed, hugging the falcon and twirling around. I need to reply, she declared, quickly grabbing a piece of paper, a brush, and ink to write. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I'm Fu. I have the Nanabai, or the lucky 7 Shomen. I'm 12 years old and a genin of Taki. I hope we meet real soon because I believe we can be great friends. I have mint-colored hair and orange eyes, and I wear white. I can't wait to meet the others. See you soon. After finishing her letter, she tied it to the falcon's talon and let it fly away. I'll see you soon, Uzumaki Naruto, she shouted. Meanwhile, a girl with long, straight blonde hair bound with taut bandages, dark eyes, and red lipstick was relaxing in her room. This was Yujito. A falcon landed on her windowsill, and she approached it, noticing the letter on its talon. She took the letter and read it. A smile spread across her face as she finished reading, but her moment of peace was interrupted when the door burst open. A man with dark skin, a muscular build, blonde hair, and a goatee entered, sporting a tattoo on his right shoulder that read, Tetsu, and wearing oval-shaped sunglasses. Hey Yujito, how are you doing? Killer Bee rapped, his energetic demeanor evident. I'm feeling pretty well with my usual training. How about we go and have a little spar, to prepare for the time we go to war? Yujito sighed at her fellow Jinchūriki's habit of rapping. I'm fine. But did you get a letter too? A letter? She asked, holding up Naruto's letter. Bee looked momentarily confused before catching on. Oh right, I received a letter too. It was pretty suspicious, but he talked about the crew. Every Jinchūriki must have received a letter, and it seems to be for the better, yeah. Bee finished with a rock and roll sign. Yujito only sighed, sweat dropping at his antics. We should reply, we don't know when he might come to take us, Yujito suggested, gathering paper, a brush, and ink for both of them. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, this is Ni Yujito. I hold the Nibi, or the blazing monster cat. I am 27 years old and a jonin of Kumo. Bee and I will be waiting for the day you come. I have blonde hair and dark eyes. See you soon. Ni Yujito. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. They call me Hachibi-sama or Kumo's killer bee. You seem pretty interesting to reach out to us. So we will wait for you, and we won't make a fuss. I'm 33 years old, but I'm still very bold. My skills are quite great, like it's my very own trait. I have blonde hair, and sunglasses I wear. Know my greatest rap. As I end this in a rap, with Killer Bee. Yujito looked at Bee's letter and sweat dropped. She tied the letter to the falcon's talon, unaware that the falcon that delivered the letter to Bee had been with them the whole time. They both let the falcons fly away, and Yujito smiled. Okay, let's spar Bee. Bakayaro, Kanayaro. Around Kirigakure, a tall, thin young man with pale golden eyes and brown hair that reached his shoulders, covering the left side of his face, was resting after his training when a falcon landed on a nearby rock. The man was Utakata. He took the letter and read it, showing a shocked expression. Surprised that there were others like him, he smiled, realizing this was the first Jinchūriki to send him a letter. He decided to go home to reply. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I am Utakata, the Jinchūriki of the Rokubi. I am 24 years old, a shinobi of Kiri. I'm surprised to know that there are more people like me, and I'm happy that you reached out to me. I have brown hair and golden eyes. I hope to see you soon. Utakata. He tied the letter to the falcon's talon and let it fly away. At the Mizukige's tower, the Yandere Mizukige, Karatachi Yagura, had short, messy gray hair that fell on the right side of his face and spiked on the left, with pupilless pink eyes and a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye down to his cheek. After finishing some paperwork, he decided to take a break. Standing up from his seat, he walked to the window. A falcon appeared, startling him. Confused at first, he let the falcon in, and as it flew inside, it rested on his table. He saw the letter on its talon, cautiously took it, and opened it, expecting a threat, but it was not what he anticipated. He smiled, knowing that another Jinchūriki had written to him. He thought, maybe he can help me, and began to write his response. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, I am Karatachi Yagura, the host of the Sanbai, or the giant turtle. I am 18 years old and the Yandere Mizukige of Kiri. I have gray hair and pink eyes with a stitch mark on my left cheek. I'm happy to know that you're a Jinchūriki, and I have a request. I am under the control of a man who claims to be Uchiha Madara, part of an organization called the Akatsuki. Sometimes I have complete control of myself, which is my current state, and he won't know about this letter. Please help me free myself from his control. I'll be waiting. Karatachi Yagura. He hid Naruto's letter somewhere in the room and quickly tied his response to the falcon, letting it fly away. I'll be waiting, Naruto. Back in Konoha, Naruto was currently training at a training ground. Ever since the Land of Waves mission, Kurama had been giving him intense training. After delivering a powerful kick to a training dummy, he panted, Kurama, time out. 30 minutes, Kurama replied as Naruto lay down on the ground, inhaling and exhaling. Tired. Get used to it. Suddenly, 8 falcons flew to Naruto's side. He looked at them curiously, then remembered that these were his falcons. Weren't there 9 of them? Kurama asked. There were, but I let one of them guard my house, Naruto explained as he unsealed raw fish and let the falcons eat. He went to a nearby tree and sat at the trunk, the falcons following him. Naruto took the letters from each of them. I hope it's not my letter, he said, pouting. He opened one slightly to take a peek, then closed it. It's a reply, he beamed, then began reading through the letters. Gara. Ichibi Shikaku. He's also a genin. Naruto exclaimed. Yambi. He's 42 years old? Old man Rashi, Naruto said, somewhat surprised. Doesn't talk much, huh? He noted, sweat dropping. Orange eyes, he murmured. He was silent for a while as he stared at Fu's letter, and Kurama smirked. You interested? Naruto snapped back to reality and shook his head, cheeks turning slightly pink. It's not like that. We're going to be great friends. Friends? Naruto insisted, while Kurama gave him a knowing look. You were clearly intrigued by her orange eyes. That's because orange is my favorite color, you know? Kurama just smirked as Naruto pouted. Let's continue reading, he declared, moving to the next letter. Yujito is a jonin. B. He looked at the next letter and realized they knew each other. This is cool, he said, sweat dropping at B's letter. Utakata, he muttered, nodding. Yagura. Mizukige. And he's only 18. Then he read Yagura's request. Uchiha Madara? Who's that? Kurama huffed at the mention of Madara, which Naruto noticed. You know him, Kurama? He asked. Yeah. And I hate him. After telling Naruto his history with Madara. Shouldn't he be dead by now? Naruto asked. I don't know how he's still alive, Kurama replied, crossing his arms. Oh, what about the Akatsuki? I don't know them. Naruto slumped at Kurama's response. Why? This is the first time I've heard of them. Naruto nodded, holding his chin and closing his eyes. Akatsuki sounds like bad news. We'll have to keep them in mind, he said, and Kurama nodded in agreement. Naruto then stretched and stood up. Let's get back to training then, he shouted, running toward the dummy. Gara has green eyes with AI on his forehead. Yujito has blonde hair and dark eyes. Yagura has a stitch on his cheek with pink eyes. Old man Rashi is red. Han is pure armor with his eyes visible, he chanted as he delivered punches and kicks to the dummy. Utakata has golden eyes and brown hair. Fu has mint hair and orange. Orange. He continued to punch but stopped upon mentioning Fu's orange eyes. Orange eyes. He finally punched the dummy with determination. "Be old man wears sunglasses and raps," he exclaimed, jumping and kicking the dummy, knocking it a few meters away. Kurama raised an eyebrow at his host. "What are you doing?" "Every attack I deliver, I should shout out their name and traits, that way I can remember." Naruto replied with a grin. Kurama chuckled at his enthusiasm. "You better get serious, you know what time of the year it is," Kurama said with a smirk. Naruto paused his punch for a moment, then grinned. "Yeah." He then delivered a powerful punch, sending the dummy flying apart. "It's the Chunin exams. Hopefully, Kakashi-sensei will let us enter." "Kit, the dummy," Kurama pointed out. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the remnants of the dummy and exclaimed, holding his head in dismay, "Oh no! I have to replace this." Team 7 had just finished their C-rank mission and an unexpected battle with a Jonin trader from Takigakure. The village head, Shibuki, saw them off. Before leaving, Naruto asked Shibuki if they could talk privately, and Shibuki agreed. They moved a little away from the rest of team. "Hey, Shibuki-san, can I ask you something?" Naruto inquired. "What is it?" Shibuki replied. Naruto hesitated for a moment before asking, "You know a Taki kunoichi named Full, right?" Shibuki's eyes widened. Full was Taki's Jinchūriki, and a Genin from Konoha was asking about her. "You know, mint hair and orange eyes." Naruto added, noticing Shibuki's confusion. Shibuki, suspecting Naruto might have intentions regarding her, decided to proceed with caution. "Yes," he answered. Naruto's eyes lit up as he smiled widely. "Then, can I meet her?" Naruto asked excitedly. Shibuki's sweat dropped and took a step back. "She's not here at the moment, she's on a mission." Hearing this, Naruto's expression slumped. "Oh, okay." He straightened up with a grin. "Then can you send my regards to her? Tell her I said hi," he said, raising an arm. Shibuki nodded. "Okay, I'll let her know." "All right." Naruto shouted, jumping and punching the air. "Naruto! We're leaving!" Sakura called. Naruto waved goodbye to Shibuki and left with team as Team 7 walked back to Konoha. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and sighed. "I really thought I was going to meet her." "You wanted to meet her that badly?" Kurama teased. Naruto felt a blush creep onto his cheeks but quickly brushed it off. "Shut up, Kurama. She's a Jinchūriki like me. I wanted to meet another one of us, you know," he thought, sighing again. She had to be on a mission. Meanwhile, Fu's team returned to Takigakure. She stretched as they entered the village. "It's good to be home," she exclaimed, noticing other villagers chatting amongst themselves. "That boy was brave, saving us even though he's from another village. That Nai-chan was awesome. He went like this. And that. It was so cool. He truly is a hero." Curious, Fu approached one of them. "Hey, who are you talking about?" she asked. The woman looked at her with a mix of disgust and a forced smile. "Recently, shinobi from Konoha came here and helped Shibuki-sama defeat the traitor Suein." Upon hearing they were from Konoha, Fu's eyes widened. "Does one of them happen to have blonde hair, whisker marks, and wear orange?" she asked excitedly. The woman stepped back. "Why yes." Fu grinned, and with a burst of excitement, she sprouted wings from her lower back and flew off to the office of the village head. As Shibuki sorted through paperwork, Fu flew in, making him flinch. "Fu, would you please stop coming unannounced?" "Shibuki, is it true?" she interrupted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What is?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "That Genin from Konoha came here?" she pressed. Yeah." Fu fidgeted nervously. "And one of them was Uzumaki Naruto?" she asked. Shibuki was shocked that Fu knew his name. "Yeah," he replied. Tears formed in Fu's eyes, and she began to cry. "Oi Fu! If only I hadn't been on a mission or had finished early, then I could have met him." Fu wailed. Shibuki sighed and handed her a tissue, which she immediately snatched to blow her nose. "Calm down. Anyway, that reminds me, Naruto-san asked me about you and said he wanted to meet you," Shibuki said. Fu's eyes sparkled with hope. "But I told him you were on a mission." Fu's expression fell. "And he asked me to send his regards to you. He said, hi." Fu beamed with happiness. "Thanks," she said, preparing to leave when Shibuki stopped her. "How do you know each other, Fu?" he asked. Fu glanced back, grinning. "He's just like me," she declared before flying out. Shibuki sighed and returned to his paperwork. Fu soared around the village, performing a few stunts. "He remembered me, Chome. I just know it. Uzumaki Naruto and I will be great friends," she exclaimed. Chome chuckled at her enthusiasm. "You mean great more than friends?" he teased. Fu turned red and pouted. "What are you saying, Chome?" "It's not like that," she protested as Chome continued to laugh. A few days later in Konoha, Kakashi instructed Team 7 to meet at a bridge, and they complied. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke waited for Kakashi's arrival. An hour later, Sasuke leaned against the railings of the bridge with his hands in his pockets, while Sakura fawned over him. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, dozing off. Another hour passed when Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke, giving them an eye smile and raising his arm. "Hey, good morning," he greeted. Naruto and Sakura stepped in front of him, glaring. "You're late," they shouted in unison. Kakashi stepped back, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender as he sweat dropped. "Sorry. I got lost on the path of life," he said. "Lies." Naruto and Sakura replied together, clearly unconvinced. Sasuke merely sighed, observing the scene unfold. They settled down as the three Genin stood in front of Kakashi. "Why did you want to meet us anyway, Kakashi-sensei? This better be important," Naruto demanded, crossing his arms. Sasuke sighed. "For once, I agree with you. This better not be a waste of time," Sasuke added, while Naruto's inner self clenched a fist, thinking, "Stop trying to act cool, team." Sakura looked at Sasuke, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Sasuke-kun, you're so cool," she praised. Now, I assure you this is important," Kakashi said, pulling 3 papers from his vest and showing them to the group. The 3 Genin looked at the papers with puzzled expressions. Kakashi gestured for them to take one, and they did, their eyes widening in surprise. "This is... Team 7 will be entering the Chunin exams," Kakashi announced with a smile. Naruto's face lit up as he jumped and hugged Kakashi, spinning around in excitement. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. You're the best." Okay, calm down, Naruto," Kakashi said, gently setting the blonde boy back on his feet. Naruto cheered enthusiastically, while Sasuke smirked, seeing this as a chance to improve and face new opponents. "We're going to become Chunin together," Naruto exclaimed. However, despite the boy's excitement, Sakura frowned. I won't participate," she said, causing the boys to look at her in surprise. "Why?" Naruto asked. "I can't do anything. I didn't contribute much during our missions, especially the one in the Land of Waves. I'm not qualified. So you guys should go without me," Sakura explained. Naruto's expression turned sad, and Sasuke maintained his usual impassive look, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. "That can't be done. You can only enter the Chunin exams as a 3-man team. If one member is missing, then you're not participating," Kakashi stated firmly. Naruto turned to Sakura. "You have to come with us," he insisted. "But what can I do? I can't do anything," Sakura replied, her voice filled with uncertainty. "That's fine," Naruto said, pausing for a moment before placing his hands on her shoulders. "It's okay, Sakura-chan. Everything will be all right. We're a team, aren't we?" Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. "If you're not going to participate, then Sasuke and I won't either," Naruto declared, shocking both Sakura and Sasuke. "But we're a 3-man team, Team 7. We do things together. So if you're not going to participate, then we won't either, right, Sasuke?" Naruto said, looking at Sasuke for support. Sasuke sighed at Naruto's decision but nodded in agreement. "Right." Tears welled in the corners of Sakura's eyes, but she quickly wiped them away and smiled. "Thank you," she murmured, her gaze shifting to Kakashi with newfound determination. "I'll participate too," she declared, and Naruto beamed while Sasuke smirked. "All right." Naruto cheered. Kakashi smiled at his Genin. "All right, Team 7 will be participating in the Chunin exams," he confirmed. As they walked back to their homes, Sakura voiced her concerns. "I can't really fight. I'm not as strong as you two." Not wanting to see her sad, Naruto quickly came up with an idea. "Then be our medic." The 3 of them stopped as Naruto stepped in front of them. "Sakura-chan can be our medic to patch up our wounds while Sasuke and I handle the main battles. That should work, right?" Naruto explained, and Sakura and Sasuke listened intently. "And if Sasuke and I are ever down, Sakura-chan will protect us," Naruto added, and Sakura smiled at the thought. "I guess that's all right," she agreed. "HN. Do what you like, just don't hold me back," Sasuke said as he began to walk away. Naruto raised a fist at him. "Stop trying to act cool, team," Naruto shouted, but Sasuke ignored him. Sakura giggled at their playful banter. Meanwhile, the Sandaime Hokage was holding a meeting with all Jonin and Chunin regarding the upcoming Chunin exams. He exhaled a puff of smoke. "You all know that the Chunin exams are approaching. I'd like to know who will be entering," Hiruzen said. A few Jonin stepped forward to announce their teams. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma then stepped up. Team 8, consisting of Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, will be participating in the exams, Kurenai stated. Team 10, consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, will also be participating, Asuma added. Team 7, consisting of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura, will be participating in the exams, Kakashi announced. Hiruzen puffed out a cloud of smoke. They just became Genin. Are you sure you want to let them participate? He asked. The Jonin senseis of each team nodded in affirmation. Irika stepped forward. You can't let them participate, they're still rookies. They're not ready yet. Irika protested. He's right, Kakashi. Why not let them skip this year and participate next year? They could use the extra training. Just like I did, Might Guy suggested. Kakashi sighed and faced them. I believe in my students. That's what a sensei should do, right? Kakashi replied, and Kurenai and Asuma nodded in agreement. We believe our Genin are capable enough to participate in the exams, even as rookies, Kurenai added. She's right, Asuma agreed. Irika looked worried about his former students, while Guy wrapped an arm around Kakashi's neck. Then I'll look forward to your Genin, Kakashi, Guy said with a grin, causing Kakashi to sweat nervously. Meanwhile, the Sand siblings were busy packing for their journey to Konoha for the Chunin exams. As Gaara organized his belongings, he discovered a letter from Naruto in a drawer. A small smile crossed his face as he hoped to meet the blonde Jinchūriki. He tucked the letter into his bag and headed out to join Team Baki. They stopped by the Kazekage's office, bowing respectfully. We'll be taking our leave, Kazekage-sama, Baki announced. The Yondaime Kazekage, Raza, nodded in acknowledgement. Before Team Baki departed, Raza reminded them, don't forget the plan. Baki nodded as they left the office. Exiting the main gate of Suna, Gaara felt a mix of bloodlust thinking about potential opponents and excitement at the prospect of meeting the blonde Jinchūriki who had sent him a letter. Back in Konoha, Naruto was pacing around his room, barely able to contain his excitement for the upcoming Chunin exams. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait, he repeated, his enthusiasm uncontainable. Kurama sighed from within. Calm down, will you? I'm trying to sleep here. Kurama grumbled, annoyed at the disturbance. I can't. I'm so excited, you know. I can show everyone what I've got. Naruto said, throwing a few punches and kicks in the air. Kurama rolled his eyes. Save your energy for the exams. Just be quiet. Kurama yelled, making Naruto chuckle. He flopped onto his bed, exhaling deeply. I can't wait, you know. 3 days later, Naruto was playing ninja with Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, who had insisted on joining him. As they played, they stumbled upon Sakura. Hey, Sakura-chan. Naruto greeted her cheerfully. What are you doing? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head. We're playing ninja, he replied, causing Sakura to twitch at his answer. Konohamaru stepped closer to Naruto. Naruto Nai-chan, is she your girlfriend? He asked innocently. Naruto's eyes widened, and he blushed, grinning. I guess you could say that, he said, but Sakura's expression changed to one of disbelief. No way, she exclaimed, playfully punching him. The 3 academy students approached Naruto with concern. That hurts, Sakura, he said as he slowly stood up, rubbing his cheek. Sakura huffed and turned away. Is that girl really a girl? Konohamaru asked, causing Sakura to stop in her tracks. She turned to them, her expression furious. What did you just call me? She demanded, prompting Naruto and the academy students to run away with Sakura hot on their heels. As they fled, Konohamaru bumped into someone and fell onto the ground. Looking up, he saw a girl with sandy blonde hair tied into 4 ponytails, her arms on her hips, and a boy dressed in all black with face paint, his hands in his pockets. Hey, the boy said, grabbing Konohamaru's scarf and lifting him up. Temari sighed. Kankuro, you'll get in trouble for that, she warned. Shut up, Temari, Kankuro shot back, slightly annoyed. That hurt you, brat, he said with a smile that unnerved Konohamaru. Naruto noticed the object Kankuro carried and used a sensory jutsu, thinking, a puppet user? Just as Kankuro was about to punch Konohamaru, Naruto clenched his fists and started to run to save him, but a rock struck Kankuro's wrist, making him release Konohamaru. Kankuro grunted and turned to see Sasuke sitting on a tree branch, casually tossing a rock. What do you think you're doing in our village? He asked with a smirk. Sakura squealed internally, hearts in her eyes as she admired him, while the 3 academy students looked at him in surprise. Temari smirked, clearly impressed with Sasuke. Naruto furrowed his brows, thinking, why do you always have to interrupt and try to act cool, Sasuke team? Kankuro rubbed his wrist and glared at Sasuke. Another kid that annoys me, he muttered. Sasuke held the rock and crushed it into dust. Get lost, he said. Kankuro grabbed what appeared to be a puppet he was carrying, and Temari widened her eyes, knowing this was a bad idea. Kankuro, stop, a new voice said. Sasuke's eyes widened as he glanced to his right, spotting a boy with auburn hair hanging upside down from the tree branch. You're a disgrace to our village, he said, narrowing his eyes. Gaara. Kankuro stammered, causing Naruto to JRK his head from Kankuro to Gaara with wide eyes. Sasuke glared at Gaara, thinking, when did he appear next to me? Gaara jumped down between Temari and Kankuro. Let's go, he said, turning to walk away. Naruto was about to stop them when Sasuke jumped in front of him, clearly frustrated. Hey you there, what's your name? Sasuke asked. Temari turned slightly, blushing. Me? She asked. No, the one next to you with the gourd, Sasuke said, pointing at Gaara. Gaara and Kankuro turned. Sabakano. Gaara, I'm also interested in you. What's your name? Gaara asked impassively. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke replied. As they were about to leave, Naruto stepped in front of Sasuke. Wait, he called, making the Sand siblings turn to face him. Auburn hair. Green eyes and the kanji I on his forehead, he thought. Sabakano. Gaara, he said aloud. Gaara finally noticed him, looking at his features and recalling the letter. Blonde hair. 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Wears orange, he thought, and realization dawned on him. Uzumaki. Naruto, he said. Sabaku no Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara. Naruto. Naruto beamed and rushed to Gaara. Gaara, he exclaimed. Naruto? Gaara replied, surprised as Naruto hugged him, catching everyone off guard. He was thrilled to finally meet one of his fellow Jinchūriki. It's great to finally meet you, he said. Alright. Gaara replied nervously, not used to being embraced but happy to finally meet him. Temari and Kankuro were shocked to see Gaara accepting a hug from a stranger. Naruto pulled away and held out his fist. Gaara looked at it, puzzled. Bump your fist to mine. And apply a bit of your chakra, Naruto said with a grin, murmuring the last part. Gaara looked at his fist and then bumped it against Naruto's, letting chakra flow from his fist to Naruto's. With this, we can communicate mentally, Naruto's voice echoed in Gaara's mind. Gaara blinked, and suddenly they were in a sewer-like place with water reaching their ankles. Let me introduce you to Kurama, the Kyūbi, Naruto said as Kurama appeared behind him. Gaara looked at the fox in awe. He then turned to see Shikaku appear. This is the Ichibi, Shikaku, he said. Shikaku grew a tick mark upon seeing the fox. Why are you here, you fox? He exclaimed, pointing at Kurama. Heh, just the thought of your scent disgusts me, you tanuki, Kurama replied mockingly, smoke billowing from Shikaku as he turned red. Shut up, you stinking fox. Shikaku retorted. Kurama smirked at Shikaku, who was bound in chains. Of course you'd be sealed, you're the Ichibi after all. You're sealed too, fox. Naruto and Gaara's sweat dropped as the Bijus bickered. They get along well, Naruto said, with Gaara nodding in agreement. You know each other? Sakura asked, bringing the two back to reality. Yep. Naruto answered, turning to Gaara. Hey, how about I show you around Konoha? He suggested. Gaara was about to decline, but Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder and looked at his siblings. I'll borrow Gaara for a while. It won't take long, Naruto declared. Kankuro furrowed his brows. You think Gaara would really? I'm going. It won't take long, Gaara interrupted, releasing a hint of killing intent that startled Kankuro. Well, there you have it. See you guys. Naruto said as the two Jinchūriki leaped into the trees and onto the rooftops, leaving Team Baki, Team 7, and the academy students behind. Naruto gave Gaara a tour, showing him his favorite places and spots he planned to visit soon. They ended their tour at the Great Stone Faces, standing atop the face of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato. They looked over the village, watching women shopping and chatting, men working and dining out, and children playing. Konoha was as lively as ever. So, what do you think of Konoha? Naruto asked. It's very peaceful, Gaara replied. Naruto grinned, placing his hands behind his head. Yeah, we're a peaceful village, but our shinobis still trained to prepare for any fight that could arise. To protect the village and everyone in it, he exclaimed. Gaara looked at his fellow Jinchūriki. You must really love your village. Of course. Even though the villagers hate me because of what's inside me, I still love my village. I'll show them what I'm capable of and become Hokage. And I'm also prioritizing the Jinchūriki, Naruto declared, raising a fist into the air. Gaara's eyes widened. Kageha, Gaara muttered, looking down at the stone faces they were standing on. Naruto looked down and turned to Gaara. I almost forgot, he exclaimed, making Gaara turn his head toward him. Who are we standing on? Naruto asked excitedly. The Yondaime Hokage's face, Gaara replied, and Naruto grinned. The Yondaime Hokage is my father. Gaara's eyes widened as they discovered another similarity between them. But my parents died when I was born, so I don't really know much about them, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Gaara clenched his fists. My father is the Yondaime Kazekage, Gaara said quietly, but loud enough for Naruto to hear. Really? We're the same, Naruto said with a smile. Gaara smiled back but quickly frowned. My mother died when I was born, and my father tries to hurt me, Gaara said. Naruto's expression turned to one of concern as he patted Gaara's back. It's all right. The Jinchūriki family is with you, Naruto said with a grin. Gaara gave a small smile to the blonde Jinchūriki, and they both talked about attending the Chunin exams. Before parting ways, Naruto wished Gaara luck in the exams, and Gaara returned the sentiment. As Gaara entered the room, Team Baki looked at him. "You're finally here," Baki said as Gaara closed the door and leaned against the wall. "Now, let's review our plan." Naruto and Sasuke were waiting outside the ninja academy when Sakura jogged over. Naruto noticed her and waved. "Sakura-chan, you're late," he said as she reached them, panting lightly. "Sorry." "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," she said, glancing at Sasuke with a smile. "Yeah," Sasuke replied. Naruto frowned at the two and walked inside. "Come on. Let's get in," he called, and Sasuke and Sakura nodded, following him. A group of genin from different villages gathered outside a room, where two genin guarded the doors. One of them kicked a boy with shiny black hair and round eyes, supported by a girl with dark brown hair styled in two buns. "You're taking the exams, and you can't even get past US?" the genin with bandages said. "Why don't you just give up before you get hurt?" the other mocked. "Please let us through, we're supposed to get in there," the girl with twin buns said as she walked up to them, only to be punched by one of the boys. The two boys began discussing how the Chunin exams would affect them and how a Chunin should be ready to lead their members in critical situations. Team 7, however, was uninterested. "Genjutsu huh?" Naruto thought as Kurama rolled his eyes. "Nice speech, now step aside. And reverse the genjutsu, we can see through your illusion anyway," Sasuke said, approaching the two boys with his hands in his pockets, followed by Sakura and Naruto. "So you noticed the genjutsu huh?" one of them said. Sasuke smiled as he glanced at Sakura. "Tell them, Sakura," he said, and she nodded. "Of course. This is only the second floor," she said confidently, and Naruto nodded. With that, the genjutsu was broken, changing the room number from 301 to, "Well, aren't you smart for noticing the illusion? But can you see this?" the one with bandages said as he prepared to kick Sasuke, who countered the attack only for the bowl-cut boy to step in and stop their kicks with his hands. Sakura widened her eyes. "That was fast. I thought he was weak, but he's as quick as Sasuke-kun," she thought. The boy sighed as Sasuke and the other boy stepped back. "He stopped my kick, that's some serious chakra he has in his arm," Sasuke thought, while Naruto tilted his head. "This guy is amazing," he thought as the bowl-cut boy's teammates approached him. "Hey, what happened to the plan of keeping a low profile?" a boy with fair skin and long dark brown hair and pale lavender eyes said while crossing his arms. "A Hyuga?" Naruto thought, noticing the boy's eyes. "I know, but," he said, looking at Sakura with a determined expression and a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He walked up to her and stood up straight. "My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura-san, right?" he introduced himself. "Huh." Sakura blinked, a bit confused. Lee winked and gave a thumbs up. "Please be my girlfriend. I promise to protect you with my life," he declared, his teeth shining. Sakura slumped. "Definitely." "No," she replied, and Lee slumped further. "You're a weirdo," Sakura said, making Lee droop even more. "Hey you, what's your name?" the Hyuga asked, referring to Sasuke. Naruto sighed, thinking, it always has to be Sasuke. "It's common courtesy to give your own name before asking someone else's," Sasuke replied matter-of-factly. "You're a rookie, aren't you?" the Hyuga continued. "I'm not obliged to answer," Sasuke replied. The boy looked at him, furrowing his brows, while the girl with twin buns giggled, thinking, cute. Sasuke turned back to his team and saw Naruto and Lee slumped against the wall. "A weirdo?" Lee groaned. "No one wants to know my name." Naruto complained, groaning. Sakura smiled. "Come on, Sasuke-kun now. Let's go," she said, dragging her teammates to the third floor. "Don't pull me," Sasuke complained. The two boys looked behind the doors and transformed back to their original selves. "Looks like the Chunin exams this year will be fun," the one with a bandage over his nose said. "For us, maybe not for them," the other replied. "So this is the big bad Chunin exams, huh? More like a freak show," Sasuke thought, recalling the boys who had caught his attention. Team 7 was walking through the training hall when they were stopped. "Hey you with the big attitude," Lee called, causing Team 7 to turn and look at him. Naruto let out an "oh," while Sakura gasped. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked. "I want to fight you right here and now," Lee declared. "Now." Lee nodded and jumped down. "I'm Rock Lee. You said it was common courtesy for a challenger to give his own name first, right?" "Uchiha Sasuke-kun," he confirmed, pointing at Sasuke. "HN. So you know me," Lee took a stance. "Everyone talks about how great the Uchiha clan is, and I want to confirm it myself. And also," he said, looking at Sakura with a blushing face which made her groan. "I love you, Sakura-san," he said. "No. Those eyebrows can't be real." Sakura screamed, shivering at the sight of Lee's hairstyle and eyebrows, calling him a weirdo. But despite that, Lee claimed she was an angel from heaven, which Kurama scoffed at. Lee sent heart winks to Sakura, who skillfully dodged them. Then Sasuke accepted Lee's challenge. Gonna skip the fight, I'm here for the Chunin exams. Basically, the same thing happened as in canon. The match concluded with Sasuke on the ground, while Lee received a lecture from a turtle. Naruto stared at the turtle, which had a forehead protector tied around its neck. Is that a summon? He asked, and Kurama nodded. Yep. Naruto looked back at the turtle, intrigued by the situation. So turtles can become senseis too? He asked, his tone lighthearted. How would I know? Sakura shot back. Sasuke was still fuming over his loss to Lee. Suddenly, someone appeared on the turtle's back, and Team 7 was taken aback by how similar he looked to Lee. Yo, Lee, he greeted with a thumbs up and a bright smile. Looks like bushy brows got it from him, the bowl cut and the eyebrows, Naruto commented, causing a tick mark to appear on Lee's forehead as he glared at Team 7, fists clenched. Hey, don't you dare insult Guy-sensei, Lee exclaimed, leading to a brief argument between him and Naruto until Guy intervened. Give it a rest, Lee, he said, and Lee turned to him. Yes, sir. Now for your punishment, you idiot, he yelled, playfully punching Lee, leaving Team 7 looking at them in disbelief. In an unexpected turn, Guy and Lee were soon seen on the sunset, dramatically sobbing while calling each other. Team 7 exchanged puzzled glances. How could I lose to someone that lame? Sasuke thought. Naruto grinned. It's kinda sweet how they're all huggy and stuff, he commented. You've gotta be kidding me. Sakura exclaimed. Lee and Guy were about to leave for 100 laps around the field when Naruto and Sakura reminded them about the Chunin exams, prompting Guy to increase the laps. Naruto turned to Sakura and asked about the turtle. Guy looked at the three genin and thought, this must be Kakashi's squad. Tell me, how is Kakashi-sensei? He inquired. You know him? Sasuke asked, surprised. Guy chuckled, rubbing his chin. People say that he and I are eternal rivals, he said with a smirk. Sakura and Naruto exchanged skeptical looks, as did Sasuke. In a blink, Guy vanished and reappeared behind Team 7, boasting about his record of 50 wins and 49 losses. Sasuke contemplated how Guy was faster than Kakashi and even questioned his humanity. Guy suggested Lee accompany them to the classroom, and as Lee wrapped his bandages, Naruto noticed the bruises on his hands. He must have trained a lot, Naruto thought as Guy and the turtle disappeared. Sasuke-kun, I actually lied. I wanted to test my skills, but you're not the one I wanted to test them against, Lee said, glaring at Sasuke. I told you I am the best genin, but there is another top ninja, someone on my own team. I came here to defeat him, and you were just practice. But now you're a target. I will crush you. Consider yourself warned. Lee declared, front-flipping upstairs and running off. Sasuke shook with anger. Sakura tried to comfort him, but Naruto leaned back, hands behind his head, and turned to Sasuke. Oh, looks like the Uchihas aren't that great after all, Naruto teased. Sakura was about to scold him, but Sasuke interrupted. Shut up. Next time I'll drive him to his knees. Sasuke declared. Naruto looked away. And who got his butt kicked? He mocked again. Stop it, Naruto. What are you saying? Sakura said, while Sasuke grunted. Naruto looked at him seriously, then down at his feet. You saw his hands, right? When he took off the bandage? Naruto asked, and Sasuke recalled the sight, widening his eyes. I bet Bushy Brows has been training until he drops every day. He trains harder than you. That's all I'm saying, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. Sasuke continued to shake, starting to sweat, but then he clenched his fists and smirked. This is starting to get interesting. The Chunin exams can't wait to see what's next, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him for a moment before responding. Right. Naruto grinned, and Sakura nodded in agreement. They faced forward, determination in there. Let's get started. Naruto. Sakura, he called. Yeah. Naruto replied, while Sakura smiled at Sasuke. When they arrived at room 301, Kakashi was waiting for them. Kakashi-sensei. Hey, I just came here to see you for a while. Kakashi greeted with his signature eye smile. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke, I'm proud of you. I couldn't ask for a better team. Good luck, he said as he stepped aside. Sasuke and Sakura held the doors while Naruto took the lead. We won't let you down, sensei. Believe it. Naruto exclaimed as Team 7 entered the room. Inside, they were surprised by what they saw. Wow. Naruto said, while Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Guess we're not alone, Sakura noted as various teams glared at them with sinister looks. Naruto used his sensory jutsu for a moment to identify any familiar chakra, while Sakura gulped at the stares until a voice broke the tension. Sasuke-kun, what took you so long? Ino said, hugging Sasuke from behind and giggling as she complimented his brooding look. Sakura's expression darkened, and a tick mark appeared on her forehead. Back off, pig. He's mine. Sakura shouted, pointing at Ino angrily. Ino released Sasuke, but still held onto him. What, they let you in? Still a billboard brow, I see, she mocked, sticking out her tongue as Sakura growled. Oh, it's just you guys, a new voice said, revealing Shikamaru with his usual bored expression and Choji happily munching on chips. I knew this was gonna be a drag, but I didn't know it would be this lame, Shikamaru remarked. Oh, the Three Stooges are here, Naruto said, unimpressed. You know what? Forget it. You're a waste of time, Shikamaru said as Choji continued eating. Well, what do you know? The whole gang's here. Kiba exclaimed, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Hi, Naruto-kun. Hinata shyly greeted. Naruto glanced at her as she looked away, blushing. You're here too? Man, everyone's here for this stupid thing, Shikamaru said, narrowing his eyes. Yep. We're all here, the 9 rookies. This is gonna be fun. Of course, for those of us who can make it, right, Sasuke? Kiba said confidently. Shin, don't get overconfident, Kiba, Sasuke replied, smirking at the Inuzuka. Heh, we're gonna blow you away. We've been training like crazy, Kiba boasted. Naruto furrowed his brows slightly, clearly annoyed by the Inuzuka's bravado. What do you think we've been doing? Sitting around picking daisies? He retorted sarcastically, causing Sasuke and Sakura to raise their brows in surprise. Hinata played with her fingers shyly. Don't mind Kiba, I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Naruto looked at her, raising an eyebrow. What? He asked, and Hinata gasped, blushing and looking away. Choji glanced at Akamaru, thinking he seemed a bit plumper, but as he stepped toward Kiba, Shino quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Choji looked at Shino with a questioning expression and noticed a bug on the floor. Hey you guys, a new voice called. The rookie 9 turned to see a man a few years older than them, with onyx eyes and ash-gray hair tied in a ponytail, wearing black-rimmed circular glasses. You might want to keep it down a little. No offense, but you're the 9 rookies, right? Fresh out of the academy? He said, placing his hands on his hips. I wouldn't go making a spectacle of yourselves. Just cool it, he added, introducing himself as Yukushi Kabuto. He mentioned that this was the 7th time he had taken the exams and that he was an expert, offering to share information with the cards he had. Naruto narrowed his eyes, finding the sudden approach and offer suspicious. He closed his eyes to enter his mindscape and opened them again to see Kurama sleeping. Do you have any tips for the exams, Kurama? He asked. Kurama opened one eye to look at him and then closed it again. Try not to die, he replied nonchalantly, causing Naruto to slump. Thanks, I guess? Naruto said, sweating slightly. He crossed his arms and tilted his head. How many teams are there again? He asked. Kurama's ears perked up to listen to Kabuto. Suna 30, Aim 21, Kusa 15, Tei 12, Konoha 72, and Odo 3, Kurama said. Naruto thanked him as he returned to sleep. Back in reality, Kabuto provided them with information about Hyuga Niji and Gaara, noting that Gaara had completed every mission without a scratch, which surprised them. Naruto nodded, thinking, Gaara's a Jinchūriki, so that should be expected. Kabuto sighed. The participants this year are quite a handful, as the rookie 9 glanced at the other teams, feeling their stares. Naruto smirked for a moment, shaking with suppressed laughter, which Sakura noticed and misunderstood. Okay, so we're rookies and most of them are older and more experienced. No big deal, I can handle it. But it'd be a whole lot easier if I didn't have to watch Naruto fall apart in front of me. He's not usually like this, I'll try to cheer him up, she thought, smiling positively. Don't worry, Naruto, we'll be fine, she assured, but noticed Naruto clenching his fists. He suddenly screamed, turning to the other teams and pointing at them with a grin. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm gonna beat every one of you, believe it, he yelled, causing the rookie 9 to sweat drop. Ino told Sakura to shut him up, leading to an argument. Naruto inhaled, smiling widely with his hands behind his head. That's much better, he said, while Kurama chuckled, expecting this from his host. You had to do that, he said. It was funny at first, and I felt like this could break the tension between them. And make enemies. Yep. Kankuro huffed, narrowing his eyes. It's that brat we met, he said. He yips like a little dog, Temari added, while Gaara sighed at the blonde Jinchūriki, sending a glare at Kankuro and Temari, making them sweat drop. Ten face-bombed. He's done it, Lee said, holding both fists. He has passion, he exclaimed. It looks like you didn't intimidate them enough, Lee, Niji said, crossing his arms. Suddenly, smoke erupted in front of them, catching the attention of all the genin. Alright you degenerates. Pipe down and listen up, a voice yelled. The smoke cleared, revealing a man with a large, imposing figure, a rugged head, and a face covered with old scars, along with his forehead protector. He was accompanied by about 10 or 12 Chunin shinobi. I'm Marino Ibiki, your proctor. And from this moment on, your worst enemy. It's time to begin, he said, smirking as everyone gasped, somewhat afraid of the proctor. He informed them that there would be no combat between candidates without the proctor's permission. We'll proceed to the first part of the exams, he said as everyone submitted their papers and received a number. After that, they sat at their assigned numbers with paper and pencils provided, while the Chunin shinobi sat to the side holding clipboards and pens. Naruto groaned, closing his eyes and smiling a little. A written exam. The others are probably laughing, thinking I'm going to fail this, he thought as Kurama smirked. Naruto-kun, a shy voice said. Naruto turned to his right to see Hinata. Oh, Hinata, didn't see you there, he said. Hinata played with her fingers, blushing and hesitating. I wanted to say good luck, she said shyly. Naruto smiled. Thanks. Ibiki began explaining the rules for the exam. Upon stating the second rule, Sakura became worried, believing Naruto might not be able to answer all the questions, which wasn't true at all. You have 1 hour, he announced, and as the clock ticked for a few seconds, Ibiki shouted, begin. With that, they started answering the test. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Naruto, you better answer at least one question right. Sakura thought. Naruto shuddered, feeling the glares of his teammates, but brushed the feeling away as he looked at his test paper. Let's see, he thought, reading the first question and answering it swiftly. After about 15 minutes, he put the pencil down and reread his answers, sighing. These questions are advanced. Not many genin would be able to answer this, except for Sakura-chan, though. Naruto thought, staring at his paper. Sasuke read through the questions and chuckled quietly. I don't understand. Not even one question, he thought. Sakura held her head, reading the questions. It's like they're tempting us to. I can't do that, she thought. Sasuke furrowed his brows, trying to understand the first part of the exam until it hit him, realizing that the true purpose of the written exam was to test their information-gathering ability. Most of the genin in the room figured it out and proceeded to cheat in their own ways, while some were caught and failed directly. Bored, Naruto decided to communicate with Gaara. Oi, Gaara, he called as Gaara just finished his test. Naruto? He responded. Are you finished? He asked. Yeah. That's great. I was worried for a moment and considered helping you. Right. Gaara paused, contemplating whether to ask or not. You do know the true purpose, right? Gaara inquired. Naruto blinked a few times. True purpose. Gaara sighed at the Jinchūriki's response. Information gathering. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh, I didn't know. Hee. Kurama face-bombed. Are you serious, kid? What? I mean, I know the answers, so I don't really need to cheat. And even if I didn't know the answers, I wouldn't know how to cheat. Right? Kurama said, rolling his eyes as Naruto grinned sheepishly. Gaara could only sigh as he listened to the conversation. With only 15 minutes left, it was time for Ibiki to present the last question. Alright, listen up. Here's the 10th and final question, he announced, causing a few genin to tense up nervously. But before that, there's a rule you need to know. These rules are unique to the 10th question, so pay attention and try not to let them frighten you, he continued, walking a few steps and glancing at the genin. He explained the rule, and some genin began protesting about whether to take the 10th question or not. Both choices were risky, making the genin shake and grit their teeth as they sweated, except for a few of them. After a few seconds, some genin started raising their hands and failed, while others were under pressure from the decision. Naruto looked down for a moment and slowly raised his hand, causing Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Gaara to widen their eyes. What do you think you're doing? Kurama asked, furious. Then Naruto slammed his hand on the desk. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down. You can act tough and try to scare me off, but no way. Even if I were a genin my whole life, I'll eventually become Hokage, he shouted, sitting back down and crossing his arms as Hinata smiled at him. He's clueless, but he's got guts. I'll give him that, Sasuke thought, closing his eyes. Way to go, you idiot, Sakura thought, smiling. This decision could change your life. Now's your last chance, Ibiki said. I never go back on my word. That is my ninja way, Naruto replied, smirking. Gaara seemed to calm down as Kurama hummed. You're smart, but sometimes you're an idiot. A smart idiot. Ibiki smirked as he noticed that the genin had regained their composure thanks to Naruto's little stunt. For all of you who stayed, there's one last thing you need to do. And that's for me to tell you. Ibiki began, and a few genin gulped and clenched their fists. That all of you have passed the first exam. Then Sakura asked about the 10th question, only to be told that there wasn't such a question. Staying or not was the question. A few questions arose, prompting Ibiki to explain the true purpose of the exam. After all the explanations, the first part was officially over, and he wished all of them good luck. Naruto cheered, shouting a and woo, which made Ibiki chuckle. Suddenly, something broke through the window. Ends of a dark cloth were tied to a kunai, sticking to the ceiling of the room. A new face appeared, a young woman with a slender frame, light brown pupilless eyes, and purple hair styled in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. Alright boys and girls, no time for celebrating. I'm your next proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Teams left 26. You ready for the second test? Good, then follow me. Anko shouted, raising her fist in the air. A few genin sweat dropped at her attitude. She's like you, kid. Seriously, Kurama? I'm not a loudmouth who acts without thinking like her. I think of plans too, you know. Kurama rolled his eyes, knowing that Naruto often acted that way. Ibiki peeked out from behind the cloth. You're early, he said, and Anko's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. She regained her composure and looked at the remaining genin. This many? You let them all pass? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Your test was too easy. You're getting soft, Ibiki, she said, narrowing her eyes at him. Or it could be that the candidates this year are stronger, he replied with a smirk. Anko hummed, placing her hands on her hips. They sure don't look like it. Before I'm done with them more. Then half will be eliminated, she said with a smirk, causing the genin to widen their eyes at the thought of more than half being eliminated. This is going to be fun. You maggots have had it easy so far, but things will be different first thing in the morning. Your Jonin sensei will inform you where to meet. Dismissed. The next day, the genin looked at the place in awe. It was a large forest with gigantic trees and a steel fence surrounding it, complete with a chain and lock, and a sign that read, Keep Out. This is where you'll take the second exam, training field number 44, but we call it the Forest of Death. You'll soon realize why, Anko said, chuckling. Some of them shuddered while others gulped. Naruto could only hold a fist containing his excitement. This forest is said to be dangerous. I can't wait, he thought. Before we start, you'll have to sign this consent form, Anko said, holding up enough papers for all the genin. She gestured the stack to Naruto, who walked over, took the papers, and began passing them to the other genin. As he did that, Anko started explaining the second exam, beginning with the terrain and the scrolls they needed to pass, including the duration of the exam, which was 120 hours simply 5 days. You'll exchange your consent form for a scroll in that hut over there. After that, pick your entrance, and the gates will open simultaneously, she sighed before adding, a word of advice. Don't die, she exclaimed, causing the genin to sweat drop. Naruto slumped a bit. Don't die, huh? What did I tell you? Kurama said, smirking. After a while, the teams exchanged their consent forms for a scroll. With a Chunin guide, they were led to a gate of their choice and waited for 30 minutes to officially start the exam. Alright, we won't lose. We're going to take them down and get a scroll. Naruto shouted, throwing a few punches. Sakura nodded, thinking, Shinaro, as her inner self cheered. Sasuke could only smile at his teammates before turning serious. 30 minutes later, the Chunin guides unlocked the padlocks of the gate and waited for the signal to open them. The second part of the Chunin exams. Start! Anko yelled as the gates opened simultaneously, and the genin rushed inside. 5 minutes passed, and Team 8 managed to trap another team, who were screaming due to leeches on their bodies. Anko smirked at the sound from outside. Looks like they've started. Team 7 turned toward the source of the screams. Was that someone screaming just now? Sakura asked nervously. Sasuke and Naruto wore serious expressions until Naruto suddenly stiffened. I gotta pee, he exclaimed, rushing toward a bush. Sakura twitched as she turned to him. You idiot! What do you think you're doing in front of a girl? Go over there, she exclaimed, giving him a light whack on the head and pointing to a bush farther away. Naruto sweat dropped but obeyed and moved to the other bush. After that, they encountered a shinobi from AIM who had disguised himself as Naruto. Luckily, Sasuke was able to see through the deception, and Naruto emerged unharmed. Team 7 huddled together closely, agreeing on a password to identify each other. Just as they stood up, something struck Naruto's right cheek, causing a trickle of blood to fall. He touched the blood and looked in the direction it came from just as a strong gust of wind hit them. Sasuke hid under a bush with a kunai in hand. He sensed someone else nearby and turned to see Sakura. Sakura? Sasuke-kun, she said, relief in her eyes. Sasuke held out the kunai. Stop, the password. Ninja song, ninja chants, he said, and Sakura paused, nodding. After Sakura finished reciting the password, Sasuke lowered his kunai and nodded. A grunt was heard as Sasuke and Sakura cautiously turned their heads to see Naruto running toward them. You okay, guys? Stop, Naruto, the password, Sakura said, and Naruto stopped, grinning. Sakura sighed, holding her chest, while Sasuke smirked and threw his kunai at Naruto, who dodged and fell to the ground. What the hell? He exclaimed as Sasuke clicked his tongue. What's wrong? He said the password. That's the problem. You think he can remember a password that long? Sakura gasped in realization as Naruto clicked his tongue. Show your true self, Sasuke demanded. Naruto smirked and chuckled, transforming into a girl from Kyūbi. You don't let your guard down, huh? How fun, she said, liking her lips. Sakura narrowed her eyes, feeling uneasy. Where is Naruto? Meanwhile, Naruto had been blown far away by the strong wind, hitting the trunk of a tree with his back. He sat up, rubbing his back and groaning. "It. I let my guard down," he muttered. "Don't worry, Kit, you'll heal up in no time," Kurama said, crossing his arms. Naruto stood up, dusting off his pants and jacket. "I was busy ranting in my mind about how lame the password is, and here I am. Far from my teammates with a strong opponent. What else could go wrong?" he yelled, just as a tail wrapped around him, immobilizing him. Looking up, he saw a giant snake and was swallowed whole. As he slid through the snake's belly, he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. Kurama face-bombed. "You had to ask. And here I am, inside a snake's belly. Great," he yelled sarcastically. Kurama could only sigh. "Get out of here, Kit. You don't want to be killed by being eaten and digested by a snake summon." Naruto widened his eyes as he started slipping, the insides holding him tightly. He groaned and formed a hand sign. "Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he yelled in frustration as he multiplied. He successfully escaped from the snake, defeating it in the process. Disgusted with himself, he dispelled his clones and used his sensory jutsu to locate his teammates. Found them, he thought, rushing toward them. But then he sensed another team and smirked, taking a detour. The kunoichi from the other team took out an earth scroll, making Sasuke and Sakura gasp. She laughed. "You want this, don't you?" she asked, holding the scroll near her mouth and letting her tongue flicker around it before swallowing it. Sakura gasped in disgust as the kunoichi consumed the scroll. "Let's begin. Shall we?" she said, staring at them. Sasuke and Sakura gasped as they felt multiple weapons strike their bodies, culminating in a final blow as a kunai grazed their heads. Sakura's knees buckled, and Sasuke panted, thinking, "Genjutsu?" He felt something in his mouth and fell to all fours, retching from the eerie sensation that overtook him. He tried to stand but faltered. "No, it's not. It's bloodthirst." "What the?" he thought. Sakura," he called quietly, only to see her trembling, tears streaming down her face. "It's no good. We have to run," he thought. The kunoichi laughed at their predicament. "Can't move?" she taunted. Sasuke trembled, urging himself to act. He grabbed a kunai and stood up. "Don't worry. This won't take long," she said, slowly approaching them with two kunais in hand, throwing them with ease. "Move!" Sasuke shouted in his mind as he stabbed his thigh, grunting but activating his Sharingan. He took Sakura with him and jumped far away. They rested against a tree trunk, Sasuke panting as he tried to catch his breath and removed the kunai from his thigh. Sakura gasped, reaching for a bandage. "You're wound," she started, but Sasuke covered her mouth with his hand, glancing behind them. His thoughts raced with questions about whether to run. Sakura looked at him with concern. Just then, a snake summon approached them. Sakura tried to warn Sasuke, but he seemed too distracted. She grabbed his hand away from her mouth. "Sasuke, snake?" she exclaimed. Sasuke jerked his head toward the snake, and before it could bite, they jumped away. The snake pursued Sasuke, opening its mouth, reminding him of the Kusa kunoichi. Shaken with fear, he grabbed shurikens and kunais, throwing them into the snake's mouth, defeating it. He landed on a branch, panting, just as the Kusa kunoichi emerged from the snake. "Never let your guard down for a moment. A prey should always flee from a predator," she exclaimed, liking her lips as her legs elongated, slithering towards Sasuke with a predatory grace. Sasuke yelled in alarm as the kunoichi's journey was abruptly halted by a barrage of kunais and shurikens. Sakura gasped and looked up to see their blonde teammate. "Sorry, Sasuke," Naruto called out, crossing his arms. Sasuke turned to him in surprise, and the Kusa kunoichi slowly raised her gaze toward Naruto. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed in relief. Naruto stared at the scene, trying to comprehend what had happened, almost forgetting to speak. "I forgot the password," he admitted sheepishly. The Kusa kunoichi glared at him. "Naruto, I know you're trying to be cool, but you need to run. She's on a different level," he warned. Naruto frowned, thinking, "I already know that." The Kusa kunoichi chuckled. "It seems you've brought down the snake, Naruto-kun." Naruto furrowed his brows and huffed. "Now that I'm here, everything is going to be all right," he declared, causing Sasuke to click his tongue in annoyance. For the sake of his teammates, Sasuke offered to hand over their scroll, which made Naruto angry. He deactivated his Sharingan, and just as he tossed the scroll, Naruto jumped in and snatched it away. "Don't interfere, Naruto." Sasuke began to yell, but Naruto punched him, sending him crashing into another tree. Sasuke managed to grab onto a branch and land safely. Don't you understand the situation? He shouted. Naruto was panting, trying to calm down. Are you the real Sasuke? He asked, leaving Sakura wide-eyed in confusion at the unfolding events. You idiot, I am the real me. Sasuke shouted back, and Naruto clicked his tongue in response. This coward is not the Sasuke I know. Even if we hand over the scroll, how can we be sure she will let us go? You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Naruto yelled, and Sasuke grunted in frustration. The Kunoichi laughed, capturing Team 7's attention. Correct, Naruto-kun, she said with a sinister smile, liking her lips. She rolled up her left sleeve, revealing a strange pattern, then bit her thumb and drew a line over it. Recognizing her intent, Naruto quickly drew a kunai and charged at her. Naruto, run! Sasuke shouted as the Kunoichi began forming hand signs. Summoning technique, she declared calmly, and Naruto cursed for being slow. A giant snake appeared, lunging toward him. Naruto! Sakura cried out in worry as the snake struck a tree branch, sending debris flying and forcing Naruto to shield his eyes as he landed on another branch. The Kunoichi chuckled at him. How cute, she remarked as the snake's tail smacked the branch from below, sending Naruto soaring into the air. Naruto! Sakura and Sasuke shouted in fear for their teammate. Naruto hit several branches, slowing his descent until he finally landed, hitting his back against a branch and coughing. Kit! Kurama yelled in concern. Naruto was strong, but he was still just a 12-year-old. Anything could affect him in battle. Kurama felt a surge of fury seeing his host hurt, not realizing his chakra was flowing to Naruto. As Naruto fell limp, the snake prepared to strike, but he suddenly opened his crimson eyes, now with black slit-like pupils instead of his usual blue. Sasuke's heart raced in fear of what would happen next. Just then, Naruto landed an axe kick on the snake, surprising the Kunoichi. He continued to strike at the creature as his teammates watched in awe. Naruto's lost it. But how is he so strong? Sakura wondered to herself. Noticing his eyes, the Kunoichi smirked as Naruto charged for a final blow. She unleashed a ball of fire, catching him off guard. He fell onto the branch from the impact, and her smirk widened. Now it's your turn, Sasuke-kun, she said as the snake approached him. Sasuke was frozen, still grappling with the chaos around him. The snake opened its mouth to bite, but Naruto leaped in front and stabbed it. Panting, Naruto tried to catch his breath. Are you hurt? Team? He asked, looking up at Sasuke. Just a glance into his eyes made Sasuke tremble. This coward is not the Sasuke I know, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a tongue wrapped around Naruto, lifting him up, causing Sakura to gasp. The tongue belonged to the Kunoichi. Naruto struggled to break free. Demon it. Let go, he shouted, but the Kunoichi ignored him, drawing him closer. It is the nine-tailed brat, she thought, forming a sign as purple chakra appeared on her fingers. She lifted Naruto's jacket slightly, revealing the seal on his belly, then drew her arm back for momentum. 5 elements seal, she shouted, striking Naruto's seal. He grunted in pain as his crimson eyes slowly returned to blue, and he lost consciousness. Sasuke-kun, help him. Sakura pleaded. The Kunoichi reached into Naruto's pouch, retrieving the heaven scroll, then tossed him aside. He's going to fall. Sakura thought. Naruto, she yelled, throwing a kunai that pinned his jacket to the tree before turning to Sasuke. What's wrong? Sasuke-kun? She called, but he remained still. Clenching her fists, tears threatened to spill. Naruto's different from you, he's a klutz, but at least he's not a coward. Isn't that right? She yelled, trying to snap him back to reality. Sasuke trembled, recalling his brother's words. Foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then resent me, hate me, and continue to live your ugly life. Run. Run and cling to your life. No! Sasuke shouted in his mind as he activated his Sharingan, regaining his composure and allowing Sakura to smile in relief. The Kunoichi smirked, dispelling her summon and standing on a tree branch. I was foolish, I have to live to kill him. Naruto. Sakura. How can someone who can't put his life on the line possibly defeat him? He thought, drawing a kunai and biting it before charging at the Kunoichi. Sakura ran to Sasuke's side to support him as he caught his breath. The Kunoichi broke free from the threads and formed another sign. Sasuke and Sakura felt weak, recognizing the paralysis technique. You can use your Sharingan so much at a young age. You really are an Uchiha. I truly want you, she said, her voice shifting midway to a man's tone. Her face twisted, revealing a green snake-like eye and the forehead protector of Otogakure. Sasuke groaned, struggling against the technique. You really are his brother. Your eyes hold more ability than Itachi's, she taunted. Sasuke gasped at the mention of his older brother's name, furrowing his brows. Who are you? He demanded. I am Orochimaru. If you want to meet me again, then pass this test, he said, holding up the heaven scroll and igniting it, causing Sakura's eyes to widen in shock. We don't want to see you ever again, she shouted. That won't do, Orochimaru replied, performing a hand sign. His neck elongated towards Sasuke, biting the back of his neck. When his head returned to its normal position, a mark appeared on Sasuke's neck, causing him to groan in pain and clutch at it. What did you do to him? Sakura yelled. A gift. He will seek me out for power. Orochimaru laughed as he vanished into the trees. As the sun set, Sasuke continued to cry out in pain, collapsing onto all fours. Sasuke-kun, hang in there. Sakura urged, rushing to his side and placing her hand on his back to comfort him. He paused for a moment, panting heavily, and she helped him to his feet, but the pain surged again, causing him to cry out and grip her hand tightly. Sasuke-kun, she called as he lost consciousness. She held him close, tears welling in her eyes. I have to help them, she thought, gently laying Sasuke down to tend to Naruto. They rested in a clearing beneath a tree, with Naruto and Sasuke lying down while Sakura cared for them both. At dawn, Sakura awoke to the sound of chirping birds and light filtering through the leaves. She looked over at her teammates, who were still asleep. Naruto stirred slightly, prompting Sakura to rush to his side. Naruto, she called softly. He sat up, rubbing his head. Sakura-chan. Are you okay? She asked, concern lacing her voice. He nodded in response, then turned to Sasuke. Is he okay? He inquired. Yeah, he has a fever, but he's doing better now, Sakura reassured him, standing up to remove the damp towel from Sasuke's forehead. I'll get some water first, she said before leaving. Naruto sighed, wincing from the pain in his back. He closed his eyes to connect with Kurama. What happened, Kurama? He asked, noticing the fox's serious expression. My chakra flared up again, Kurama explained. As time passes, our chakra is becoming more intertwined. Be careful, Kit. Alright, but first, I need to remove the seal, Naruto replied, and Kurama nodded in agreement. Returning to reality, Naruto stood and examined the seal on his belly. After a brief inspection, he performed a series of hand signs, summoning blue chakra to each finger of his right hand. 5 elements unseal, he declared, striking the seal. He grunted from the pain, but it quickly faded, and he felt the chakra flow more freely. Turning to Sasuke, he noticed something unusual about him and approached, observing the strange pattern on his neck. What the? He muttered, crossing his arms in thought. He got that from Orochimaru, Kurama said, catching Naruto's attention. He then recounted what had happened while Naruto was unconscious. Naruto bit his lip, deep in thought, until Sakura interrupted. You need to rest, Naruto, she insisted, squeezing the towel to let water drip onto Sasuke's forehead. I'm fine, he replied, trying to mask his worry and confusion. He stepped away as Sakura stood up. Where are you going? She asked. Oh, I just want to move around. He replied, but Sakura's expression showed her concern. I'll be fine, focus on taking care of team. I'll be right back, he assured her before leaving. He activated his sensory jutsu to locate other teams. What are you planning to do? Kurama asked. We had a heaven scroll, and now we don't have either scroll. I just need to find an earth scroll and a heaven scroll, Naruto explained. Sakura nearly dozed off when she heard a voice. Feeling sleepy? A voice asked, and she turned to see a team from Otogakure. Wake Sasuke-kun. We want to fight him, the hunchbacked ninja stated. Sakura furrowed her brows, questioning them about their intentions, and they mentioned the curse mark. Team Oto charged forward, successfully navigating the traps set up around them. Just as they approached, a voice rang out. Leaf Hurricane. Team Oto was struck in the face as Lee landed protectively in front of Sakura. Who are you? One of them asked. I'm the beautiful blue beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, he declared. Why are you here? I'm your enemy now, Sakura said quietly. I said before that I'll protect you with my whole life, he replied. Sakura quietly thanked him as Lee held a fist to his chest, tears of pride welling in his eyes. And so the battle began, including Sakura's fight and Team 10's involvement. Suddenly, an overwhelming chakra surged through Sasuke as he awoke, slowly rising to his feet. A fiery pattern spread across the left side of his face and down his left arm, activating his Sharingan and surprising everyone present. The source of the pattern was the curse mark. Sakura turned to him, smiling. Sasuke-kun. But her smile faded as she sensed the bloodthirst radiating from him. He took a few steps forward, asking, Sakura, who hurt you? Sakura stared at him, unsure of how to respond. Who? He repeated. And she nervously inquired about his condition, but he dismissed her worries, speaking of his quest for vengeance. Tell me, Sakura, who hurt you? He pressed again, impatience creeping into his voice. I did. Zaka boasted, grinning at Sasuke. Sasuke turned to him, a menacing aura surrounding him. Team 10 hid behind the bushes as Sasuke gritted his teeth, the pattern spreading further across his face and down his leg, turning black. Realizing they were in danger, he warned Zaku not to provoke him, but Zaku ignored him and unleashed his jutsu. With both palms directed at Sasuke, a powerful vibration surged through the area, affecting everyone slightly. Zaku smirked triumphantly. Hey, he's finished. Who is? Sasuke asked, suddenly appearing behind Zaku and delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. He quickly performed a series of hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix flower technique. He shouted, unleashing a barrage of fireballs towards Zaku. Zaku attempted to blow the flames away with his jutsu, only to reveal hidden shurikens that scratched him. Sasuke seized the opportunity, grabbing Zaku's arms and forcing him to his knees. Sakura gasped as a wild smile appeared on his face. You seem to be proud of your arms, he stated, pushing his back and pulling his arms. Zaku turned to him, fear evident in his eyes. Stop it, he pleaded, but Sasuke ignored him completely. Zaku cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, and Dosu trembled as Sasuke slowly turned to face him. Your left. Make it more fun, will you? He said with a manic grin as he approached Dosu. Tears formed in Sakura's eyes as she thought, This isn't like Sasuke-kun. Stop, she yelled, her tears finally spilling over as she stood and ran to Sasuke. Please. Stop, she pleaded, hugging him from behind in a desperate attempt to halt his actions. Sasuke turned to her, glaring, and Sakura's eyes widened as she looked down at her feet. After a moment, the marks on Sasuke's skin turned a fiery color and retreated back to the curse mark. He grunted in pain and fell weakly to the ground, with Sakura supporting him. You're strong, Dosu said, catching their attention. He placed an earth scroll on the ground. We can't defeat you. This is our fee. Please let us withdraw. He grabbed his teammates and left, but Sakura stopped him with a question. Why Sasuke-kun? What does Orochimaru want? I don't know. We're only given orders to attack, he replied before leaving. Sasuke looked at his shaking hand with wide eyes. What am I? He asked himself, and Sakura could only give him a worried look. Team 10 helped them. Ino was fixing Sakura's hair while 10-10 helped Lee. Shikamaru and Choji approached team. Where's Naruto? Shikamaru asked, looking around. Sakura glanced at the ground. He went somewhere. But he'll be back. Meanwhile, Naruto knocked out a fellow Konoha shinobi and felt an overwhelming chakra coming from the direction of his teammates. He furrowed his brows, looking toward them. What's with this chakra? He asked. I don't know, but it feels bad, Kurama replied. Really bad. Naruto rummaged through the pouches of the Konoha team and found a heaven scroll, frowning. Another heaven scroll again, he muttered, putting it back. Forget about getting an earth scroll for a moment. Your team might be in trouble, Kurama urged. Naruto sighed. Right? He said, quickly heading toward his team. He arrived at the scene just after Team 10 and Team Guy had left. He saw his two teammates sitting on the ground. But I'm back, he greeted, and both Sasuke and Sakura turned to him. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of Sakura looking beaten up and Sasuke awake. Whoa, Sakura-kun, he exclaimed, rushing to her. Your hair. It bothers me a bit, so I cut it short, she admitted, a bit embarrassed. It looks great on you. Thanks, she smiled, making Naruto blush. He then turned to Sasuke. You're awake. That's good. Ichen. Naruto squatted down, grinning. So what happened? He asked, noticing that both of his teammates seemed uncomfortable with the question. A team came and attacked us. I tried to fight them but somehow failed. Then Sasuke-kun woke up and beat them. Sakura said, forcing a smile as Sasuke looked down. And we got a scroll, Sasuke added, pulling out an earth scroll, causing Naruto's eyes to light up. That's cool, he exclaimed. Anyways, what did you do while you were away? Sakura asked. Naruto blinked a few times. Well, he started, taking out a heaven scroll and grinning. I happened to pass by a team and took their scroll, he said proudly, surprising both Sakura and Sasuke. How? Sakura asked. Kage Bunshin, he answered, making Sakura giggle while Sasuke smiled, both of them familiar with Naruto's frequently used jutsu. The three of them stood up, looking at each other. We have both scrolls, so let's head to the tower, Sasuke said, and Naruto and Sakura nodded. Before they walked off, Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Oi, Sasuke, can we talk? He asked seriously. Sasuke sighed and joined Naruto, leaving Sakura behind. They went behind a tree where Sakura couldn't see them. What do you Sasuke began, but Naruto cut him off by putting him under a genjutsu, making him think he spaced out. Naruto examined the curse mark and quickly sketched it in a scroll. He then carried Sasuke a bit farther away, letting him sit in the center as he began writing something from the mark to the ground. Once finished, he stood behind Sasuke and sighed. Sorry, it'll only take a while. he said, performing a few hand signs. Evil sealing method, he declared, placing a hand over the mark. The markings began to retreat back into the mark. Sasuke grunted in discomfort, but Naruto ensured they were far enough away that Sakura couldn't hear him. As the writing surrounded the mark, it was finally sealed. He then put his shirt back on and carried Sasuke back to where he had knocked him out. After thinking of an excuse for a moment, he removed the genjutsu. "Oi, Sasuke," he called, and Sasuke returned to reality, looking at him. "What? I've been calling you for a while, and you just spaced out," Naruto said, pointing a finger at him, crossing his arms and huffing. "Anyway, as I was saying, Sakura-chan is really cute, right?" Sasuke only showed annoyance and began to walk away. "Oi, Sasuke," Naruto called, following him. Sakura turned to her two teammates as they approached her. "What were you talking about?" she asked. "Well." Before Naruto could continue, Sasuke kicked his shin, making Naruto grunt in pain. "It's nothing. Let's go," Sasuke said, and Sakura nodded as they left. "But wait," Naruto called, trailing behind them. "So what are you going to do, kid?" Kurama asked. "I don't know. Let's just hope he doesn't use the mark willingly." "I think we should open both scrolls," Sakura suggested as she studied the inscriptions on the wall. Naruto handed her the Heaven Scroll, and Team 7 exchanged determined glances. Together, Sakura and Naruto unfurled the scroll, while Sasuke observed closely. They gasped at the sight of a complex formula. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, while Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Sasuke's expression shifted, and he pulled his teammates back. "It's a summoning." "Naruto, Sakura, let go of the scroll," Sasuke urged, prompting Naruto and Sakura to drop the scrolls. A figure began to materialize as the smoke cleared. Naruto squinted, then blinked in disbelief. He exclaimed, mirroring the astonishment of Sakura and Sasuke. As the smoke dissipated, their homeroom teacher, Yumino Irika, came into view. "It's been a while," he greeted them with a smile. "What are you doing here, sensei?" Sakura inquired. Irika crossed his arms and chuckled. "We Chunin have the task of welcoming back the Genin. I also came as a messenger," he explained, stepping closer. "Congratulations on surviving the second exam. I would like to treat you to some Ichiraka ramen." "All right." Naruto interrupted, throwing his arms around Irika in excitement. "Oi, Naruto, let me finish." "Ramen. Ramen. Believe it." Naruto cheered, his enthusiasm infectious. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, feeling momentarily drained by his energy. Once Naruto settled down, Irika elaborated on the meaning of the inscriptions on the wall. "That's all for my messenger duties," Irika said with a smile. Team 7 fell silent, but Naruto saluted and grinned. "Got it." Irika couldn't help but worry about Naruto's exuberance, which the blonde noticed. "Irika-sensei, you don't have to worry. The moment you gave me this headband means I'm a full-fledged ninja, right?" Naruto asserted, earning a warm smile from Irika. "Anyway, we're getting ramen, right?" Naruto asked, prompting Irika to slump slightly. As Irika departed, Naruto flopped onto the ground. "What are we going to do now that we're here?" "There are still 3 days until the third exam," he lamented, resting his head on his hands. "All we can do now is rest. We'll need a lot of stamina and chakra for the third exam," Sasuke replied, beginning to relax. Sakura watched the two boys and soon joined them. "What about food?" she asked. "Over there," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he rushed to the food and began eating, while both Sakura and Sasuke sighed in resignation. All the genin who passed the second exam gathered in one place. "Congratulations on passing the second exam," Anko announced, beaming at the remaining genin. Naruto spotted Gaara and decided to approach him. "Gaara." "Naruto. Looks like you passed, congrats. When did you arrive?" "An hour and 37 minutes after the test started." Naruto was momentarily speechless, then his expression turned incredulous. Really? You just broke the highest record in Chunin exams, you know. That's so cool." Gaara smiled slightly at Naruto's enthusiasm, while Baki looked on in confusion. "It feels like everyone is here," Sakura noted. "Now we'll have the third exam explained by Hoka-sama. Pay attention, everyone," Anko instructed, allowing Hiruzen to take over. Hiruzen began to outline the true purpose of the exam, explaining that it would not only determine who would become Chunin but also assess the power levels of each village. Just as he was about to elaborate on the third exam, a Jonin stepped forward and bowed. "Hoka-sama, please allow me, Gecko Heiate, the judge, to speak first." Hiruzen nodded, and Heiate turned to face the genin. "Nice to meet you. There's something you need to know before the third exam," Heiate said, his voice slightly hoarse. He coughed a few times, causing the genin to exchange worried glances. "That is the preliminary to the third exam, with participation in the finals on the line," he continued, his tone steady despite the interruptions. A few protests and questions arose from the crowd. We need to narrow down the participants since we have limited time and want to keep the audience engaged, he explained calmly. Those who... His coughing fit returned, prompting more concerned looks from the genin. After a moment, he continued, those who wish to drop out, please speak up now. The preliminary will begin immediately after. By the way, it will be an individual battle from now on. A few genin groaned or quietly complained about the procedure. Sasuke felt the familiar pain of the curse mark and gripped his shoulder, which caught the attention of both Sakura and Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Sakura called out softly, concern lacing her voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the mark. Sakura suggested that Sasuke should drop out since he clearly wasn't feeling well. You have to quit, she urged. Be quiet, Sasuke replied quietly, and Naruto watched in silence, hoping the seal would not worsen. Kabuto raised his hand to withdraw, stepping out of the area, which brought a sigh of relief from Naruto. Sakura attempted to raise her hand, but Sasuke held it down. Don't say anything, he insisted, tears welling in Sakura's eyes as she looked down. I don't want to see you suffering like this. To me you are, she started, but he cut her off. It's none of your business, he snapped, releasing her hand as he calmed down, the pain subsiding. I've said it before. I'm an avenger, Sasuke continued, his voice steady as Sakura and Naruto listened intently. Naruto, Sasuke called, and Naruto turned to him. Sasuke smirked. I want to fight you too. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at Sasuke's words, but he quickly grinned and faced forward again. We will start the preliminaries. There are 20 participants, so we will conduct 10 battles. There are no rules fight until one collapses or admits defeat. If I see that the match is over, I will intervene, Hayate explained as a section of the wall opened up, revealing a large screen. 2 names will be picked randomly, and then you will come to the front and fight. Let's get started, Hayate announced as names began to appear on the screen. Naruto gasped as the names displayed. Akado Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke. Genin, interested in fighting the Uchiha, glanced at him. Now then, those who will fight, step forward. Everyone else, please proceed to the upper area, Hayate instructed as the 2 combatants stepped forward. The other genin moved to the upper area with their Jonin sensei. Kakashi paused behind Sasuke. Sasuke, don't use your Sharingan. If the curse mark goes out of control, your life may be in danger, Kakashi cautioned before joining Naruto and Sakura in the upper area. First battle, Akado Yoroi and Uchiha Sasuke. Please begin, Hayate said as he stepped back. Yoroi formed the tiger sign to gather chakra in his right hand, while Sasuke pulled out a kunai. Yoroi threw several shurikens, and as Sasuke deflected them, he felt a surge of pain from the curse mark. Then it, he thought, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yoroi moved behind him and attempted to strike, but Sasuke rolled away, using the kunai to brace himself as he kicked out to trip Yoroi. With a smirk, Yoroi touched Sasuke's chest with his chakra-infused hand, draining his strength before escaping. He then pressed his hand to Sasuke's head, fully depleting his energy. Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura thought, worry etched on their faces. With the last of his strength, Sasuke clenched his fist and kicked Yoroi in the stomach. He sat up weakly, panting, that was close. Don't worry, I'll end this right away, Yoroi declared, charging at Sasuke with his chakra-filled hand. Sasuke dodged, but a stray lock of hair brushed against Yoroi, weakening him further. He attempted to kick Yoroi, but the latter jumped back. Gaara crossed his arms, observing the fight. Is that all you've got? Naruto glanced at Lee, who looked concerned, then at Sakura, who shared the same sentiment. Frustrated, he gripped the railing. Sasuke, you call yourself an Uchiha? Naruto shouted, catching Sasuke's attention. He didn't want Sasuke to resort to the curse mark, but he also didn't want him to lose. You look so lame now. Give it your all, Sasuke, he urged. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and suddenly got an idea. Pay attention. I'll finish this right away. Yoroi yelled, charging at Sasuke again. Sasuke continued to dodge until he smirked and vanished. Lee's eyes widened as Sasuke reappeared below Yoroi, delivering a powerful kick that sent him reeling. Sasuke's movements mirrored Lee's, reminiscent of the dancing leaf shadow technique. As Yoroi soared through the air, Sasuke jumped up and positioned himself behind him. This is my original move. It's over, Sasuke declared, holding 2 fingers to Yoroi's back. He summoned a bit of chakra, triggering the mark, which spread across half his face. Memories flooded back of when Sakura stopped him during his fight with Dosu and when Naruto urged him not to look weak. To think they'd be worried about me. I won't let this take me over. No way, he resolved as the markings retreated. Sasuke smirked and kicked Yoroi's side, but it was blocked. Just as Yoroi taunted him, Sasuke struck his chest downwards, followed by another hit, finishing with a decisive kick to his chest as they landed. Shurshur Rindan. Yoroi coughed, and both fighters fell to the ground, exhausted. Sasuke slowly stood, panting and wiping the blood from his mouth. He glanced at Yoroi for a moment before announcing, "The match won't go any further. The winner of the first battle, Uchiha Sasuke." He gestured to Sasuke, who was met with cheers from Naruto and Sakura. Just as Sasuke was about to collapse from exhaustion, Kakashi appeared behind him with his book, and Sasuke leaned against him. "Good job," Kakashi said, to which Sasuke responded with a simple, "Chin." "Sasuke, you won in a lame way, you know? Look at you all battered up." Naruto exclaimed, and Sasuke shot him a look. "Chin, use your Atanki," he replied with a smirk. Gaara felt the lingering bloodlust from the fight, causing Kankuro to step aside slightly. Orochimaru, disguised as an Oto Jonin, liked his lips, intrigued by the battle. Kakashi contemplated sealing the mark, but it seemed someone else had already done so. As the two walked to the upper area, they were greeted by the grinning blonde and the smiling pink-haired girl. Sasuke suddenly felt overwhelming exhaustion and fainted, but both Naruto and Sakura caught him just in time. Kakashi carried Sasuke to the infirmary and returned moments later. For the second match. The second match commenced with Abumizaka facing Aburame Shino, followed by Tsurugi Misumi against Kankuro, then Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino, resulting in a double knockout. Next was Tenten against Temari, and finally, Nara Shikamaru faced Tsuchikin. Naruto kept murmuring about wanting to be next. After watching the battles, he was more pumped than ever. Then, the names on the screen flashed. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto's face lit up with excitement. "Alright. Finally," he cheered, but his expression faltered at his opponent's name. "Good. If it's him, then we'll win for sure, Akamaru," Kiba declared, and Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto glared at Kiba, thinking, "Just wait until I beat him." "Do your best, Naruto," Sakura encouraged, and Naruto grinned. "Leave it to me," he replied, jumping down to the arena. Naruto and Kiba faced each other as Hayate announced. The seventh battle, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto studied Kiba, trying to gauge him. "Don't go all out, Naruto," Kurama cautioned, resting his head on his arms. But looks can be deceiving. He might actually be strong," Naruto thought back, hearing Kurama roll his eyes. "He doesn't look like it," Kurama muttered, making Naruto want to laugh, but he held it in. Gaara hesitated before wishing Naruto luck. After a moment, he decided to speak up. "Naruto!" Gaara called, catching Naruto's attention. "Yeah. Good luck," Gaara said, and Naruto smiled brightly. "Yeah. Thanks," he replied, which made Gaara smile faintly, causing Temari and Kankuro to shiver. The two opponents stared each other down for a few seconds. "Finally, it's my time to shine, believe it," Naruto declared, making Kiba's eyebrow twitch. "What? That's my line. We're gonna win this, right, Akamaru?" Kiba shouted back, and Akamaru barked in agreement. "You're not gonna beat me." Naruto and Kiba continued to bicker, causing the Rookie Nine and their senseis to sweat drop. Kiba reminisced about their academy days, recalling Naruto's abilities, and expected a straightforward win. "Doing you a favor, I'll take you down in one blow," Kiba boasted, clenching his fist. "Pisach, you're not gonna beat me," Naruto replied, crossing his arms defiantly. "Stop acting tough," Kiba shot back, and they both glared at each other. Then, "Please begin," Hayate said as he stepped back. Kiba took a stance and formed a hand sign. Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours technique. Chakra surged through Kiba's body as he dropped to all fours, his nails extending and sharpening. "Here I go," Kiba shouted, charging at Naruto and delivering a solid elbow to his stomach, sending him sprawling. Naruto lay on the ground, and Kiba smirked as he turned to face the proctor. "He won't get up for a while, Proctor," he said with a grin. The Rookie Nine murmured among themselves, predicting the outcome and commenting on Naruto's perceived weakness. Gaara frowned. He knew Naruto was the host of the Kyūbi and couldn't be weak. Despite the others' doubts, Sakura and Kakashi exchanged knowing smiles, confident in their blonde teammates' resilience. Just as Kiba turned away, Naruto surprised everyone by standing up, prompting a look of relief from Gaara. "Don't underestimate me," Naruto declared, smirking at Kiba, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The crowd was taken aback, some impressed by Naruto's determination. "Go, Naruto!" Sakura cheered. "What are you doing bleeding like that? I told you to stop acting tough," Kiba yelled back, but Naruto only smirked. I was just gauging your strength first. You should quit acting tough and use your dog." Naruto shot back, provoking Kiba further. "You're going to regret this," Kiba warned. "Will I?" Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow as Kiba's frustration grew. "Let's go, Akamaru!" Kiba shouted, and Akamaru barked in response. They charged at Naruto, and Kiba threw two purple smoke bombs. The smoke enveloped Naruto, obscuring his vision as punches rained down on him. As he tried to escape, Akamaru bit his hand, causing him to stumble back into the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was on the ground, while Akamaru sat beside him, wagging his tail. "We did it!" Kiba cheered, but his joy was cut short when Akamaru jumped and bit his arm. The crowd gasped. It was unusual for an Inuzuka's dog to turn on its owner. "Why? Akamaru?" Kiba stammered, clearly shocked. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Akamaru spoke in a sing-song voice. "You took the bait." Kiba's eyes widened as Akamaru transformed into Naruto. "Henge no jutsu?" Kiba exclaimed, swatting at the clone. Naruto spat out, a disgusted look on his face. "Ugh, you smell like a dog," he complained. "Where's Akamaru?" Kiba asked, looking around. "Here," another Naruto said, holding Akamaru, who whimpered softly. Kiba cursed, realizing what had happened. "That's Naruto?" Ino asked, surprised. "Combining shadow clone technique with transformation technique, huh? That's quite clever," Shikamaru commented. "His timing with the jutsu is impressive," Temari added. "What? He seems better than I thought," Kankuro remarked, while Gaara smiled at his fellow Jinchūriki. "Nicely done, Kit," Kurama said, and Naruto mentally agreed, narrowing his eyes at Kiba. He thought, he should go all out by now. Kiba closed his eyes and exhaled, making Naruto tilt his head in curiosity. Kiba opened his eyes and declared, "Naruto, I'm taking Akamaru back." He tossed a food pill to Akamaru, who eagerly swallowed it. Akamaru's teeth sharpened further, and his fur took on a reddish hue. He kicked the Naruto clone, making it vanish, and returned to Kiba's side, who was also consuming a food pill. Naruto prepared himself, using his sensory jutsu. This better be good, he thought as he sensed Kiba's chakra rising. Kiba smirked. "Let's go, Akamaru," he yelled, taking a stance and forming another sign. Ninja art of beast mimicry, man-beast clones. Kiba transformed into the same form as before, with Akamaru mirroring him. "Here it is," Naruto thought as he braced himself. The two Kibas charged at him, leaping to gain momentum for their attack. Naruto executed a backflip to dodge them, but they continued their assault, forcing him to evade. As he jumped into the air, Kiba saw an opening. Fong over Fong. Kiba and Akamaru spun like tornadoes, crashing into Naruto as he landed. "Damn it," he cursed as the impact sent him flying, landing hard on his back. He lay there, feeling the sting of blood trickling from his head. Hinata looked away, distressed, while Sakura called out in concern. Gaara's expression darkened, sensing the rising tension. Kiba stood tall, a proud look on his face. "This is the difference in our powers," he declared, but then Naruto's hand twitched. "I can't lose here. I'm going to become Hokage. And there are people I have to protect," Naruto said, determination shining in his eyes. Gaara's expression softened. "Hokage? When you're weaker than me, I'll become Hokage for you." Kiba scoffed, laughing at the thought. Naruto gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't believe that hurt. I have to believe. So am I supposed to believe it or not?" he thought, frustration boiling inside him. "Damn it, Kurama. You know deep down that you can't become Hokage. So quit acting tough." Kiba continued to taunt, laughter echoing in the air. But Naruto recalled the glares and hatred he had faced, promising himself to prove his worth. Slowly he stood up, surprising Kiba. "Stand up, Naruto!" Sakura shouted, her voice cutting through the tension. The spectators watched in astonishment. Despite the blow he had taken, he was still on his feet. "If we were to battle for the title of Hokage, then you will be the loser," Naruto said, a confident smile on his face. Same thing, you're really pesky," Kiba retorted, pointing a finger at him. Naruto laughed. "Fine. Then I'll just make sure you won't stand up again," Kiba declared as he and Akamaru charged once more. "Heh, you think you can get me with the same technique?" Naruto said confidently as they executed their move. He jumped up to evade them, landing in the middle as they descended. Naruto focused, identifying which Kiba was which. One of them pulled out smoke bombs and detonated them, enveloping the area in purple smoke once again. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Is that all you've got?" "I've still got plenty left," Kiba shouted, but Naruto had already figured out their plan. As they charged again, the smoke surrounded him once more, and they executed their technique. Naruto smirked, ready to counter. Sakura held her fist proudly and smiled. "Good move, Naruto." Kiba looked at the two Kibas and smirked. "Henge isn't going to work." "Again, Naruto," he shouted as he punched one Kiba, who rolled away. "Don't mess with our sense of smell," he declared proudly. Just as he was about to claim his victory, the Kiba he punched transformed into Akamaru. What's going on?" Kiba thought. He then remembered the other Kiba and punched him. "Then you must be Naruto." The Kiba rolled away and transformed into Akamaru. What? Kiba shouted. Kakashi chuckled to himself, remembering the days when Chunin were assigned to find Naruto and get him to clean the great stone faces and a few buildings he had vandalized as a child. Naruto believed his pranks were also training, despite Kurama's initial disagreement. The first Akamaru, who had been punched, stood up and transformed into Naruto. He quickly ran to Kiba, who turned around too late and received a kick to the chin. Kiba looked at Akamaru with worry and cursed as Naruto laughed cheekily. You little. Think hard about your jutsu before you use them. Because they'll be used against you, baka, he mocked Kiba. Kiba bit his hand to calm down and stood up, pulling out a few shuriken. So you're finally getting serious, Kiba? Then I'll end this with my new technique. Naruto said as he made a sign. Sakura and Lee widened their eyes at the mention of a new technique, while Kiba scoffed. That's just a bluff. Then why don't you test it out? Naruto said with a smirk, triggering Kiba and Kurama. Like it? What are you doing? Shush, Kurama. Shush. Let's go. Naruto yelled as Kiba charged and threw the shuriken, surprising Naruto. Regardless, he dodged them but made the mistake of jumping up. Kiba used his all-four technique and landed a punch against Naruto, sending him crashing into the wall. I knew that's as far as he could go, Kankuro said, which caught Gaara's attention. He looked at Kankuro and emitted a hint of killing intent. What did you say? He asked, causing Kankuro to flinch and back away slowly. And nothing. Naruto stood up and dodged a punch. Kiba jumped up to gain speed, extending his nails to hit Naruto. Naruto took the hit with his right arm, then grabbed Kiba with his left hand and threw him to the other side. Kiba stood up and charged again, only for Naruto to elbow him in the gut and kick him in the stomach. Time to turn the tide, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he shouted as 4 more Narutos appeared and surrounded Kiba. One moved forward and punched Kiba, while another used him as a stepping stone to backflip above. The other 3 went below and each delivered a kick. Zu. Ki. Kiba was sent flying upward, and just as he was about to land, he widened his eyes to see the Naruto above him grinning before landing an axe kick on his head, causing him to hit the ground. Naruto Rindan. Naruto shouted, panting as his clones dispelled. Heiei approached Kiba to check on him. Kiba coughed a few times and stood up. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, he announced, gesturing to Naruto. Wah! Lee cheered. Shinaro! Sakura exclaimed. Wow, that Naruto beat Kiba. Shikamaru said, wide-eyed and smiling. That's cool, Choji commented. Yeah, Ino agreed. Hinata cheered in her mind, while Gaara smiled, pleased with Naruto's win and mentally congratulated him. Naruto started to catch his breath and exhaled, feeling tired. I'm exhausted, he thought as he mentally slumped. Kurama chuckled. You've done well, Kit. I'll heal you so get some rest, he said with a smile. Naruto nodded and walked to the upper area with his hands behind his head to join his team. Hinata turned red as she held an ointment, and as Naruto passed by, she quietly called out to him. Naruto-kun. Naruto heard her and turned. Did you say something, Hinata? He asked. Hinata fiddled with her fingers as Naruto waited for her to speak. She stammered, trying to think of what to say, gulped, and then held out the ointment with her eyes closed and a flushed face. This is? Naruto asked, looking at the ointment. It's an ointment, Kurenai replied for Hinata. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Why me? He asked. Hinata remained silent as Kurenai smiled. Take it, Naruto. Naruto turned to her, saying then nodded. Okay. Thanks, you're really nice, Hinata, he thanked her, taking the ointment as Hinata nodded. A pair of pale lavender eyes watched the two, narrowing at them. Naruto walked back to his team with a wide grin. Yo, he greeted. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi said with an eye smile as Sakura held up her fist. That was awesome. That technique was a total ripoff, though, she said, holding in a laugh. Naruto laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. I should thank Sasuke when he's back. But hey, wasn't his a ripoff too? Naruto said, looking at Lee. The 3 of them laughed together. What about your wounds, Naruto? Sakura asked, glancing at his injuries. Naruto stayed silent for a moment, then thought of an excuse. Oh, I already put on the ointment that Hinata gave me. You should use some, he said, opening the ointment and offering it to Sakura. Thanks, she said. With that, they continued watching the other battles. Naruto cheered on Hinata as her battle was next. She was badly hurt and mocked by Neji, which angered Naruto. He didn't like it when people failed to recognize someone's effort. With Hinata's blood on the floor, he clenched his fist, promising to defeat Neji if they ever fought. Then it was Gaara's turn. Naruto cheered for Lee and mentally wished Gaara good luck. The battle stirred Gaara's bloodlust, which made Naruto worried. Fortunately, Guy intervened before things escalated too far. Gaara won, and as he went to his siblings, Naruto ran to Lee, passing by Gaara. He noticed Naruto looking at him with a shocked expression, and a painful feeling washed over Gaara. He didn't want the blonde Jinchūriki to see him like this. He was afraid of what Naruto might say. Naruto felt sad as he overheard Lee's condition and began asking questions, letting his emotions take over, but Kakashi stopped him before he could do anything else. He felt terrible for Lee and sensed he needed to talk to Gaara. He looked over at Gaara, who was staring down, and gulped. "Gaara," Naruto called, making Gaara widen his eyes, but he remained silent. "Want to hang out after this?" Naruto asked. Gaara had a feeling that Naruto was going to discuss the fight, so he simply nodded. The winners of each match gathered at the center, and Hay-8 congratulated them. Kakashi decided to check on Sasuke, so he left. Hiruzen proceeded to explain that the finals would be held 1 month later. Kurama informed Naruto that he would be training, and Naruto agreed excitedly. They were asked to draw a slip of paper from a box to determine the battles. After that, they were dismissed with a month to prepare for the finals. Remaining candidates. Chapter End. Third person's POV. Naruto stood with Gaara over the great stone faces. They were discussing the Chunin exams and the upcoming finals. It was quiet for a moment until Naruto broke the silence. "Are you alright, Gaara?" Gaara was taken aback. He hadn't expected that question from Naruto. "During your fight with bushy brows. It was like you were different," Naruto said, noticing Gaara's heart racing with apprehension about what Naruto might say next. Gaara tried to respond but struggled to find the words. Naruto softened his expression and placed a reassuring hand on Gaara's shoulder. "You don't have to tell me, but know that I'm here for you," Naruto said with a grin, then looked over the village and crossed his arms. "And I'm sure Bushy Brows will be okay. He's strong. He'll surely recover," Naruto exclaimed. Gaara could only look down at his feet. Naruto gently lifted Gaara's chin, making him meet his gaze. "Good luck in the finals," Naruto said with a smile. Gaara managed a small smile in return before looking down again. "You too." After their conversation, they parted ways, with Gaara heading back to his lodging and Naruto sneaking into the hospital. He arrived behind the hospital and used chakra to walk up the walls. He paused outside a room guarded by Anbu, suppressing his chakra as he peered through the window to see Sasuke sleeping peacefully. "Well, looks like he's okay," Naruto murmured, then moved to another room. He looked through the window and saw Lee sleeping. A worried expression crossed his face as he muttered, "You better recover, Bushy Brows." He then left the hospital building. Weeks passed, and the finals were approaching. Although he wanted Kakashi to train him, Naruto understood that Kakashi would have to focus on Sasuke. After all, Sasuke had the Sharingan and needed proper guidance. Naruto was fine training alone, with Kurama's help, of course. Lost in thought, he wandered near the bathhouse, inhaling the fresh air from the nearby water to calm his senses. Suddenly, he heard a man giggling. He looked over to see a tall man with long spiky white hair peeking into the bathhouse with a mischievous expression. Naruto felt a tick mark form on his forehead but grinned as he approached the man and cleared his throat. "Kaya! There's a pervert peeking!" Naruto shouted, mimicking a girl's voice. The man flinched as a crowd of women rushed out of the bathhouse, leaving him twitching. He glared at Naruto. "What do you think you're doing, brat?" "You ruined my research," the man exclaimed. Naruto feigned shock. "Huh? You call that research? You were just peeking at women, you know." Naruto retorted, tilting his head curiously. "Anyway, who are you?" The man smirked and took a few steps back, striking a pose. "I am the great toad sage of Mount Mayabo, Jiraiya-sama," he declared. Naruto's sweat dropped and slumped. "Sannin?" he asked, and Jiraiya nodded proudly. Then Naruto's eyes lit up. "Then, Ero-sennin. If you're so great, why don't you train me?" he asked eagerly. Jiraiya slumped at the nickname but placed a hand on his cheek, pretending to consider it. "Should I?" he muttered, and Naruto looked at him with hopeful eyes. Jiraiya glanced away, then sighed. "You ruined my research, so no," he stated, causing Naruto's jaw to drop. Jiraiya turned to leave, but Naruto quickly stepped in front of him. "You leave me no choice," Naruto said, forming a hand sign. Kurama sighed. "Kit, don't tell me you're going to use that jutsu," Kurama warned, but it was too late. "Oiroke no jutsu," Naruto shouted, transforming into a girl with her sensitive parts covered by steam. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and blood rushed to his face as he let out a perverted smile, pulling out a sign that read 1,000,000 points. Naruto fluttered his eyes, looking at Jiraiya with a sweet smile. "Will you train me now?" he asked innocently, his hopeful eyes shining. Without hesitation, Jiraiya gave a thumbs up. "Yes," he replied, and Naruto giggled, making Jiraiya blush even more. But can you do this? And this?" he asked, striking poses. Naruto's expression shifted to one of disgust as he transformed back into his original self. "No way," he said firmly, causing Jiraiya to slump in disappointment. Kurama curled up, muttering, I can't believe this brat is my host. Smart but idiotic and embarrassing. Naruto shot a tick mark at Kurama and began throwing playful insults. Jiraiya and Naruto made their way to the stream near the bathhouse. Naruto stood up straight, excitement bubbling within him. So what should I do first, Ero-sennin? He asked eagerly. You know the tree climbing exercise, right? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Then do the same thing but on water, Jiraiya instructed, pointing to the stream behind Naruto. Naruto let chakra flow to the soles of his feet and confidently stepped onto the water. As he walked, he suddenly felt his chakra slip out of control and fell into the water. What the heck? Naruto mumbled as Kurama rested his head on his arms, trying to suppress a laugh. Oh, my mistake, Kurama said, barely holding back his amusement as Naruto glared at him. This isn't funny, Kurama, he yelled. Jiraiya chuckled at Naruto's misfortune, prompting him to pout as he swam back to shore. This time for sure, Naruto declared, channeling chakra to his feet again but stopping midway. Oh wait, I need to let this dry, he said, removing his jacket and pants, leaving him in his green shorts. Jiraiya watched him with a smirk. You know, kid, you look pretty good like that, Jiraiya commented, causing Naruto to lose his focus and shudder in annoyance. Shut up. I lost my concentration because of you, Naruto retorted, pointing an accusing finger at him. He then focused again, letting chakra flow back to his feet. As the chakra flowed, the seal on Naruto's belly became visible. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at it. It's getting weak, he thought as Naruto walked onto the water successfully. He grinned and began to jump in excitement. Yes, I did it, he yelled. Jiraiya smiled and crossed his arms. Alright kid, come back here, he instructed. Naruto nodded and walked back to land. Okay, kid, I'm going to teach you something really cool, Jiraiya said, making Naruto's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Really? What is it? He asked eagerly. It's called the summoning technique, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto's eyes widened even more. So, I'm going to have my own summon? He exclaimed. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know the summoning technique? He asked, and Naruto nodded. I read about it once, he replied, and Jiraiya grinned. He pulled out a large scroll from behind his back and opened it. Then you already know what to do, he said, and Naruto smiled with determination. He bit his thumb, letting a drop of blood fall, and wrote his name on a blank column before marking a print under it. Jiraiya kept the scroll and looked at Naruto. So, these are the signs, he said, biting his thumb and performing a few hand signs before placing his hand on the ground. A toad larger than Jiraiya appeared, and he stood atop its head. Naruto stared in awe as Jiraiya dispelled the toad. Now you try. Okay, Naruto said, biting his thumb and mimicking the hand signs. He placed his hand on the ground and shouted, summoning technique, confident he would succeed on his first attempt. His face fell when a tiny tadpole appeared. Kurama and Jiraiya burst into laughter, and Naruto stared at the tadpole in disbelief. I don't understand. I'm a lower A-rank ninja, and I can't summon a toad on my first try, he thought. Kurama calmed down and looked at Naruto. This is your first time, kid. You can't master a technique perfectly on your first try, you need to practice. You know that well, Kurama said, reminding Naruto of his earlier days of hard training. He sighed and attempted to summon a toad again. A few summons later, only tadpoles. Naruto was feeling more defeated with each attempt. Jiraiya approached him with a sigh. It's getting late, kid. Why don't you call it a day? Jiraiya suggested, but Naruto frowned. I can still keep going, he insisted. Jiraiya shook his head. We can continue this tomorrow, same time, same place, Jiraiya said, making Naruto's eyes widen. Really? But I'll see you tomorrow then, Ero-sennin. Naruto yelled as he dashed home. He stopped midway and turned back to Jiraiya. By the way, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Don't forget it, he shouted before continuing on his way. Jiraiya smirked, turning to find a place to stay. I know. Naruto lay on his bed with his hands behind his head. Why do you insist on letting him train you, kid? Kurama asked. Naruto blinked, pondering the question. Well, he's Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, right? Though I'm starting to doubt it now, I still want him to train me. Plus, you told me he was my father's sensei, right? He replied, and Kurama nodded. Then, when I get the chance, I'll ask him about Two-chan, Naruto said as he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Naruto continued to summon. They weren't tadpoles, but they weren't toads either, so he was making progress. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was hiding behind a bush, watching three women in bikinis playing in the waterfall, his face flushed red. Ero-sennin. Naruto called, catching Jiraiya off guard. What? Can't you see I'm doing research? He asked, but Naruto gave him a deadpan stare. Shaking his head, he continued, anyways, check out my progress. He bit his thumb and performed a few signs. Summoning technique. he yelled as a small toad appeared. Jiraiya slumped in disappointment. You call that a toad? I'm making progress, you know. Naruto defended himself. Jiraiya put a hand on his chin, deep in thought. Then he crouched down to Naruto's height, adopting a serious expression. Naruto, you know what's inside you, right? He asked. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and he nodded. Jiraiya sighed before continuing. Then why don't you try using the Kyūbi's chakra? He suggested. Naruto looked down at his belly, feeling uncertain. He recalled the 2 times Kurama's chakra had taken over him. He wasn't able to control it yet. With a nervous smile, he looked back up at Jiraiya. How do I do that? He asked. Just like drawing your chakra, draw the Kyūbi's chakra. Your chakra is becoming one, so you should be able to access it. You just have to practice, Jiraiya explained with encouragement. Naruto smiled and tried to tap into Kurama's chakra. Kurama gulped, hoping nothing would go wrong. A few tries later, Naruto panted, having attempted to summon toads using Kurama's chakra, but the results remained the same. He turned to Jiraiya with a troubled look. It's not working, Ero-sennin, he exclaimed. Jiraiya squinted, thinking hard. Then he had an idea. If you can't draw his chakra out, you should be able to if you're in a dire situation. Dire situation? Naruto echoed as Jiraiya turned and walked away. Come with me, he said, and Naruto followed. They climbed a hill, and Jiraiya suddenly stopped, gesturing for Naruto to look over. Naruto obeyed, peering over the edge to see a deep cliff with what looked like spikes at the bottom. He gulped nervously, glancing back at Jiraiya. Ero-sennin. What is? He was cut off when Jiraiya gave his forehead a light push. Naruto widened his eyes as he lost his balance and fell off the cliff. As he fell, he yelled, "Hey! That Ero-sennin." Frustration surged through him as Kurama's eyes widened, a hint of chakra leaking from him. Suddenly, Naruto remembered the urgency of the situation. This is it, he thought as he bit his thumb and performed the hand signs. Kuchios no jutsu, he shouted, and a giant toad appeared below him, using its arms and legs to catch him and halt his fall. He landed awkwardly but managed to get up, grinning at the toad. All right, I did it, you know, he cheered, jumping with excitement. The toad raised an eyebrow and glanced up. What do you want, brat? It asked, causing Naruto to stop cheering and look down. I need to get up, he replied. The toad clicked its tongue and jumped, pushing Naruto flat against its head. Finally, the toad leaped out of the cliff and landed safely on solid ground. Noticing the white-haired man, it glared. Jiraiya, it growled. Jiraiya sweat dropped, thinking, it had to be him. Oh hey, Gamabunta, he greeted nervously, rubbing the back of his head. What did you need to summon me for? Gamabunta asked. He summoned you, not me, Jiraiya said, pointing at the blonde on top of the toad's head. Naruto stood proudly, grinning. Yeah, I summoned you. We're going to work together soon, he announced. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes. What, this kid? I'm the great chief toad of Mount Mayabo. I don't work with kids. Gamabunta said, rolling his eyes. Oh come on. I summoned you. Me, Uzumaki Naruto. I can work with you if we share a drink. But I'm underage. Then no. Now get off my head, kid. Gamabunta said, shaking his head to try to dislodge Naruto, who held on tightly. Not until you agree to work with me. Naruto insisted. Gamabunta sighed. Fine. I'll jump around to shake you off. If you're still on my head by dusk, then I'll consider it. Gamabunta shouted as he jumped. Naruto clung to his head, doing his best not to fall off. Good luck, kid. Kurama cheered, and Naruto grew a tick mark. Jumps later. Finally it was dusk. Gamabunta stopped jumping and panted a bit. Expecting that the blonde wasn't still on his head, he was surprised to find Naruto standing proudly up there. Jiraiya smirked at the scene. I'm still on your head, Naruto exclaimed. Gamabunta sighed. Fine, I'll consider it, he said as Jiraiya walked over. Bye, he waved and Gamabunta huffed before disappearing. Naruto ran to Jiraiya, beaming. I did it, Ero-sennin, he cheered. Jiraiya laughed and ruffled Naruto's hair. Good job, kid. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly as he grinned, happy to receive the sage's praise. Well, I guess that's all, Jiraiya said, turning to leave. Wait. Naruto called, grabbing Jiraiya's hair, causing him to grunt in pain and rub his scalp. Please watch me. I'm in the finals of the Chunin exams, and I want you to be there. Naruto pleaded. Jiraiya smiled. No can do, I still have things to do. Like peeking on women? Ero-sennin, you sure are a pervert, Naruto teased, and Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Brat, I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert. Jiraiya exclaimed, emphasizing, super. Naruto deadpanned, sweat dropping. Jiraiya patted his head. I can't come to watch, but I'll be rooting for you. Jiraiya reassured him. Naruto's eyes widened, and he grinned widely. Okay, I'll do my best, he said. They bid each other goodbye as they went their separate ways. In his room, Naruto practiced throwing shuriken and kunai at a target on the wall, humming to himself. Kurama smirked at his host. Are you excited, kid? Kurama asked as Naruto hit a bullseye with a kunai. Yeah. I feel like I got stronger thanks to Arrow Sennin, he exclaimed. Kurama chuckled. Go to sleep, kid. You'll need the rest. Somewhere in another time, the Uchiha gathered chakra to his palm, forming a ball of lightning that crackled like 1,000 birds. He dashed toward the boulder in front of him and struck it with the jutsu in his left hand. Seeing the blast it caused, Kakashi gave a thumbs up. Good work, Sasuke, he said. Sasuke stood straight, closing his eyes. HN. In the middle of the night, one of the contestants, Dosu, met his end at the hands of Suna's secret weapon. Overcome by bloodlust under the full moon's light, the redhead smiled wildly, proving his existence once again. It was finally the day of the finals of the Chunin exams. Konoha's arena was filled with villagers, daimyos, and officials from different villages. Everyone was excited for the fights and picked battles that piqued their interest. All of the contestants were present, except for a certain Uchiha. Where is he? Naruto complained for the umpteenth time. Shikamaru sighed. Calm down. He's probably late or something, he said lazily, hands in his pockets. If he's late, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Naruto declared, clenching his fist. I'm fighting Dosu, but he's not here either, Shikamaru noted, looking at the spot where Dosu was supposed to be. Hey, you two, stand up straight and present yourselves properly to the spectators, Shiranui Genma, the proctor of the finals, instructed, gesturing to the audience. Hiruzen welcomed the audience to the finals. Genma then pulled out a paper listing the order of battles, and all participants noticed that Dosu's name was missing. If a participant isn't here when their name is called, they forfeit, Genma announced as Naruto flinched, glancing at the entrance, hoping the Uchiha would arrive, but there was no sign of him. Listen up, the terrain is different, but the rules are the same as the preliminaries. The match continues unless one acknowledges defeat, and if I determine the match is over, I will step in as I see fit. No arguments permitted, Genma explained as the participants prepared themselves. These are the opponents for the first match, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Those two will stay while the rest of you will go to the waiting area, Genma announced as the participants made their way to the waiting area. Gaara glanced at Naruto nervously, which Naruto noticed. Gaara gulped before mentally saying, Good luck, Naruto. Naruto grinned at his fellow Jinchūriki and replied, Just watch me. Naruto and Neji took their positions, glaring at each other. Neji wore a confident expression, while Naruto wished to wipe that smirk off his face. You got anything to say to me? Neji asked. Naruto held out his right fist and declared, I will win. Neji activated his Byakugan, analyzing Naruto's current state. He's calmer now and more sure of himself, he thought, chuckling as he went into a fighting stance. I see. I can't wait to see the look of despair on your face when you learn that your foolish promise is impossible to keep, Neji said with a smirk. Are we just gonna stand here all day? Naruto said in frustration as a strong wind gusted around them. Show me what you got, he yelled. Now, let the first match begin, Genma announced, and the crowd cheered. The two opponents remained still, waiting for the other to make a move. Neji made small movements while Naruto stood still. Just as sweat dripped down his brow, he took out a few kunai and threw them at Neji. Neji swiftly deflected the others and charged at Naruto, attempting to land a punch. Neji threw a kunai at him, which Naruto dodged as he pressed forward. Neji guarded against Naruto's fist, guiding it to the ground. Naruto used his hand for support and attempted a kick, but Neji dodged. Naruto then jumped, turning in the air before landing back on the ground. He charged at Neji with a flurry of punches, which Neji blocked. Naruto kicked again, but Neji evaded, smirking as he moved forward and struck a chakra point on Naruto's shoulder. Oh no! Naruto thought as he rolled backward from the hit, panting. He held onto his shoulder, catching his breath. Then I almost blew it. If I get hit again, my chakra will go out of control. Do you understand now? You can't beat me, Neji said, but... Naruto smirked back. Heh, I was just checking you out, that's all, he replied, raising Neji's brow. Standing up with a smile, Naruto added, now that we're warmed up, we can get started. He made a hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 Narutos appeared, each brandishing a kunai. Neji furrowed his brows for a moment but then smirked. No matter, you won't hide for long. We'll see about that. All the Narutos said in unison. They charged at Neji, attempting to land a hit, but Neji dodged them all. As they charged again, Neji attacked, dispelling all the shadow clones. Naruto gritted his teeth, realizing, of course. Byakugan has 360 degrees vision. You just realized? Kurama scoffed. Shut it, Kurama. Neji turned to Naruto after eliminating the last clone. You think you can be Hokage? That's absurd, he mocked. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling anger rise within him. My eyes can see everything. Only a fool wastes his time trying to become something he can never be, Neji said. A fool? Not this again. Who are you to judge what a person can or can't be? Naruto retorted. Neji spoke about how those who became Hokage were chosen by destiny and how everyone shares one destiny, which is death. So what? Think that way if you want. People tell me I don't know how to give up. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, creating another set of shadow clones. They attacked Neji, who quickly dispelled them. He then focused on a specific Naruto and charged to hit a chakra point on his chest. Naruto coughed slightly as the clones began to disappear. It's pointless, Neji said, standing tall. Naruto laughed defiantly. Oh yeah, he said, smirking at Neji. Neji's eyes widened as that Naruto vanished. He turned around to see two Narutos in the air, ready to punch him. In the audience, Kiba cheered. You think I'm too scared to attack you myself? Naruto said, believing he had landed a punch. Neji smirked, turning quickly as chakra formed around him, deflecting the two Narutos. Afterward, he stopped, and a crater formed from his jutsu. In the crowd, Hyuga Hayashi widened his eyes at the display. What the heck was that? Naruto asked. Kurama sighed, crossing his arms. You see, in the Hyuga clan, it's called 8 trigrams palm rotation, Kurama explained as Naruto listened intently. After the explanation, Naruto nodded and stood up, making more clones. Kit, what are you? I want to see that again, so I'm attacking. Naruto replied with a laugh as he charged at Neji. Neji used the Kaiten again to push away the Narutos. In the waiting area, Gaara looked at Naruto, worry etched on his face, as he felt a surge of intensity from Neji's move. Naruto grunted in pain, wiping off some dirt. It's over, Neji said, catching Naruto's attention. You're already in my range. Neji took a stance and declared, Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He charged at Naruto with a smirk. 2 palms, he said, striking a few chakra points. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji announced as he finished hitting the chakra points. Naruto fell to the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Neji exhaled, deactivating his Byakugan. Naruto struggled to get on all fours, feeling the pain. What was that? He thought. You see, in the Hyuga clan. Kurama began explaining as Naruto tried to focus. I've struck 64 of your chakra points. You're lucky you're still breathing, Neji said, smirking as Naruto cursed under his breath. Must be frustrating to realize how utterly hopeless your dream is, Neji continued, speaking about illusions and how hard work isn't enough. Naruto groaned, slowly standing up, surprising the proctor and several spectators. Even Neji was taken aback. Impossible, he said, while Naruto smiled through the pain. I told you, I don't know how to give up, he said as Neji furrowed his brows. Stop this madness. You'll just get more of the same. I have nothing against you personally, Neji said. Heh, that's touching. I have plenty against you, Naruto replied. I don't know what you mean. You don't. Naruto began to express his frustration about how Neji belittled Hinata, who had worked so hard. Neji dismissed it, saying it was none of his concern. Naruto insisted that Neji had no right to label anyone a failure. In response, Neji spoke about the Hyuga clan's legacy of resentment and the burden of the curse mark. It's your destiny to lose to me, that's it, Neji stated, causing Naruto to grit his teeth. We won't know that until you beat me, will we? Naruto retorted, panting slightly. Neji tied his forehead protector back on and activated his Byakugan, charging at Naruto and striking him in the chest, sending him tumbling backward. Neji huffed. It's over, he said, turning away but glancing back at Naruto one last time. You're a failure, he added before walking off. Don't walk away from me, Naruto called out as he stood up. Neji turned to him, brows furrowed. I'm not done yet. I don't quit, and I don't go back on my word. That is my ninja way, he declared, holding his side in pain. If you believe in this destiny nonsense, then why are you the one walking away? He challenged. You insolent brat, why waste my breath explaining? We're given a destiny at birth, and it's pointless to fight against it, Neji replied, recalling his father's teachings. You don't know what it's like to be marked in a way that sets you apart, a mark that can never be erased, he shouted, pointing a finger at Naruto. Naruto panted, reflecting on his past experiences of being ostracized by the villagers, with only Kurama, Tsuchi, Ayame, and Hiruzen by his side. Yeah, I know what that's like, Naruto said, forcing a smile. In the waiting area, Gaara clenched his arm as he watched. Who cares? You little. Neji began, activating his Byakugan again. Huh? You think you've got troubles? You're not the only one who's special here, Naruto shot back. He then recounted how Hinata had worked tirelessly to earn Niji's respect, despite the fact that he had nearly harmed her. He spoke about the destiny Niji mentioned, stating that he was destined to protect the main household, not to harm it. Niji argued that one cannot fight destiny, implying that his own actions contradicted that belief. Naruto coughed, clutching his side, and Niji smirked. I've struck all 64 of your chakra points. You shouldn't be able to mold chakra. I see why you sympathize with Hinata, because you'll share her fate, Niji taunted. Naruto gritted his teeth, growing increasingly annoyed by Niji's attitude. You think you can see everything with that Byakugan of yours? He yelled. Yes. But if you wish to prove me wrong, then be my guest, Niji replied, activating his Byakugan once more. Sure. I'll show you that you're wrong about a lot of things, Naruto said, preparing himself. Feeling his chakra waning, he recalled his training with Jiraiya. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and closed his eyes, causing Niji to deactivate his Byakugan in confusion. Naruto found himself in his mindscape, opening his eyes to see his Biju, Kurama. Hey Kurama, I'm going to need to use your chakra for a bit, Naruto said. Kurama narrowed his eyes at him. Kit, you know what happens if you use my chakra, Kurama warned. Yeah, but remember Ero-sennin's training? I think I can handle it, Naruto replied, sensing Kurama's doubt. Trust me, he insisted. Kurama sighed, looking at his host. Just be careful, Kit. Yeah. Niji scoffed, glancing at the proctor. This has gone on long enough. I suggest you stop this. I won't be responsible for whatever happens to him, Niji warned. Genma was about to intervene when Naruto scoffed, catching Niji's attention. He performed a hand sign and shouted, but Niji smirked. It's pointless. You can't mold chakra, Niji said confidently, yet Naruto persisted, trying to draw on Kurama's chakra. Why fight a hopeless battle to defy your destiny? Niji asked. Naruto grunted, opening his eyes. Because people call me a failure and weak. And I'll prove them wrong, he declared as Niji activated his Byakugan. Naruto growled, and small rocks around him began to float as red chakra spiraled around him, rapidly healing his wounds. Niji couldn't believe his eyes. It can't be. Where is he getting that chakra? He thought, watching the red energy fill Naruto's chakra network. He noticed a fox shape forming from the chakra, which startled him. The other genin were clearly confused, except for Gaara, who looked surprised but pleased to see Naruto getting a chance. The elder shinobi recognized the chakra's origin. After gathering enough chakra, Naruto looked at Niji. Here it goes, he said, and Niji shielded his eyes from the debris. The red chakra enveloped Naruto completely, empowering him. Kurama smiled, relieved to see Naruto unharmed. Naruto moved swiftly, and Niji struggled to track him, spotting him in the air behind him, holding shuriken. Naruto threw them, but Niji used Kaiten to deflect them. Utilizing the stadium walls as leverage, Naruto propelled himself toward Niji. Niji took out a few shuriken, catching some of Naruto's and returning them, but Naruto dodged with agility. They exchanged punches, each narrowly avoiding the other's strikes. As they jumped back, they threw their kunai at each other, which collided and altered their trajectories before they landed on the ground. I hear you like close combat, Naruto said confidently, charging at Niji. Niji prepared to counter. It may be the Hyuga way to succumb to destiny, but it's not mine. If you think it's futile to fight, then just stand there and take it. Naruto shouted as he rushed toward him. Niji narrowed his eyes, attempting to use Kaiten quickly. I'll change the way of the Hyuga clan when I become Hokage. He finally yelled as their kunais clashed, and the resulting clash of chakra enveloped them in smoke. As the smoke cleared, 2 craters were left in the arena. Everyone watched intently as Niji emerged from one crater, coughing. He panted and walked over to the other crater, finding a passed-out Naruto. This is reality. You're a failure. The match is over, he said, but before he could finish, a rumbling sound echoed around them. He gasped as a fist emerged from beneath him, delivering a swift uppercut. It was Naruto, who had come out of hiding, his hands stained. The Naruto that had passed out vanished, revealing it was a shadow clone, and a hole was visible where he had been. Naruto had cleverly dug a hole and used a shadow clone to trick Niji into thinking he was defeated. He approached Niji, who lay on the ground. I should have guessed you'd use shadow clone technique. It's your specialty after all. I was careless, Niji grunted in pain. I once felt weak and powerless, but I trained hard every day to improve, Naruto began. Don't come whining to me with this destiny nonsense. You can change who you are, just like I did, he continued. Genma smiled. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, he declared. His genin comrades cheered, but he expected the crowd to celebrate as well. Instead, they murmured among themselves. He won, huh? That kid beat a Hyuga. If he gets any stronger, who knows what he'll do to the village? He's a monster. Naruto overheard their whispers, and Kurama growled as Naruto clenched his fists, walking back to the waiting area. Shikamaru and Shino congratulated him, and he thanked them. He leaned against the railing and sighed. Gaara looked at him with a sad expression. Naruto understood Gaara's struggles. Both were burdened by the weight of their pasts and the rising urge to retaliate against those who had wronged them. "Gaara," he said, and Gaara met his gaze, though Naruto only smiled. "It's fine. I'm okay." Gaara wanted to argue but knew Naruto cared for his village, despite the villagers' disdain for him. Genma cleared his throat to announce the next match. With Sasuke absent, they decided to save his battle for last. The subsequent matches continued. Kankuro forfeited, granting Shino victory. Temari and Shikamaru fought fiercely, but Shikamaru ultimately surrendered, allowing Temari to win. Finally, at the last moment, Sasuke appeared with Kakashi. Naruto cheered and playfully taunted Sasuke as he arrived, to which Sasuke merely responded with a dismissive "Vijin." Naruto wished Gaara good luck as he stepped into the arena. Their fight captivated everyone, especially since Sasuke had a new jutsu to showcase. He landed a hit on Gaara, causing a trickle of blood, which only fueled Gaara's bloodlust, worrying Naruto. He sensed Gaara's struggle with Shikaku's influence rising within him. Before Naruto could intervene, Kankuro and Temari acted swiftly, but an explosion interrupted them. Using his sensory jutsu, Naruto detected Suna and Oto shinobi infiltrating the village. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara away, and Sasuke followed. "Hey, Sasuke," he called, but Sasuke was already gone. Frustrated, Naruto clicked his tongue and set off to find Kakashi. As he navigated through the chaos, he gasped at the sight of the crowd, many of whom were asleep due to a genjutsu. Most Jonin and Chunin had dispelled it and were engaged in combat with the invading Oto and Suna shinobi. He searched for the Sandaime and noticed a purple barrier on the roof. Using his sensory jutsu again, he sensed Hiruzen's chakra, along with another dark, sinister presence. "Gigi's okay. But who is this?" he wondered. "Orochimaru," Kurama replied, and Naruto's eyes widened slightly. "The one who gave Sasuke the curse mark?" Naruto asked, and Kurama nodded. "Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, a student of the Sandaime. It seems he's behind this," Kurama added. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the barrier, grunting. "You better be okay, Gigi," he thought as he rushed to find Kakashi. On his way, a few Oto shinobi revealed themselves, disguised as villagers, and charged at him with kunai. Naruto dodged, swiftly striking them on the nape to render them unconscious. Two more appeared on either side, and using one of the fallen ninjas as leverage, he kicked the other two away. 4 more ninjas emerged, engaging Naruto in a taijutsu battle. A 5th ninja attempted to trap him in a genjutsu, but Naruto anticipated their move and dispelled the jutsu. One of the 4 ninjas lunged at him with a kunai, but Naruto sidestepped, kicking the weapon from his grasp. He leaped, catching the kunai midair and throwing it at the 5th ninja, hitting him in the shoulder. Landing gracefully, he swept his leg, knocking all 4 ninjas to the ground. Gathering them together, he tied them up. As he continued running, another Oto shinobi pursued him. Naruto quickly performed a series of hand signs, then jumped, placing his hand on the ground as a sealing formula appeared. He landed on the ceiling, and the Oto ninja stepped onto the formula, becoming immobilized. With a smirk, Naruto dropped down and knocked the ninja out, tying him up against a pillar. "I'm so cool," he exclaimed. "Praise yourself later and focus, kid." Kurama scolded, causing Naruto to slump slightly before shaking it off and heading toward Kakashi. Using his sensory jutsu, he located Kakashi and Guy battling several Oto ninjas, while Sakura attempted to follow Kakashi's instructions. Naruto felt relieved to see her safe and mentally praised her, earning a scoff from Kurama. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto called, catching both Kakashi and Sakura's attention. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed as he made his way to them. Just then, 5 Oto shinobi charged at him. Kakashi's eyes widened as one of them positioned himself behind Naruto, ready to strike with a kunai. "Naruto," he shouted in concern, but Naruto crouched to dodge, then kicked the attacker in the jaw, following up with another kick to send him flying away. 2 kunai flew toward Naruto, who skillfully dodged them. He quickly grabbed the 2 kunai and hurled them back at the 2 ninjas who had thrown them, striking them in the arms. Naruto approached them, swiftly incapacitating them with a precise strike to their necks before tossing them toward the remaining Oto ninjas. Kakashi, engaged in combat with several infiltrators, kept an eye on Naruto. After dispatching a few enemies, he turned to Naruto with a smile. Naruto grinned back, but his expression changed as he pulled out a kunai and threw it. It narrowly missed Kakashi, hitting the Oto ninja behind him in the chest, causing them to collapse. Kakashi glanced back at Naruto, who raised his arms in a defensive gesture, sweat trickling down his forehead. "I didn't hit a vital point. I swear," Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi sighed, and Naruto rubbed the back of his head, laughing nervously. Sakura watched in astonishment as Naruto easily fought off the Oto ninjas, who appeared to be Jonin. Naruto caught her gaze and grinned, prompting a nervous smile from Sakura in return. "Naruto, there's something you need to do," Kakashi said, drawing Naruto's attention. "Yeah. This will be your first A-rank mission since the Land of Waves," Kakashi explained. "Really?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, but listen carefully," Kakashi instructed, detailing their first task, to follow Sasuke, who was currently pursuing the Sand siblings. Kakashi summoned Pakken to join them, who would track Sasuke by scent. He also instructed them to wake Shikamaru to join their mission. Naruto and Sakura nodded and headed off to find a sleeping Shikamaru while Kakashi continued to battle the Oto and Suna shinobi. They found Shikamaru in an elevated area. Sakura knelt beside him, while Naruto stared at Shikamaru. Sakura noticed Shikamaru's eyes twitching, and her expression fell. "Shikamaru, you were awake this whole time?" Sakura exclaimed, clenching her fist. Pakken approached Shikamaru and playfully nipped at his leg. Shikamaru shot up, whining and trying to shake Pakken off as Sakura questioned why he had been sleeping. Naruto sighed at the scene. An Oto ninja attempted to sneak up on him but was intercepted by Guy, who punched the ninja into a wall, creating an opening. Kakashi stepped in front of them to reiterate the mission. They needed to track down Sasuke and ensure his safety before finding a secure location. They nodded in agreement before setting off, with Pakken playfully biting Shikamaru's hand as they departed. Pakken led the way, sniffing out Sasuke's scent. Shikamaru complained about being part of the mission, while Sakura expressed her concern for Sasuke, and Naruto felt a particular worry for both Sasuke and Gaara. Sensing a few Oto shinobi trailing them, Pakken noticed as well, prompting Shikamaru to decide to stay behind and hold them off while Pakken, Sakura, and Naruto continued their pursuit of Sasuke. Fortunately, Asuma arrived to assist Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Sasuke was still in pursuit of the Sand siblings. He caught up to them, but Temari chose to stay behind while Kankuro carried Gaara to safety. They engaged in battle, but Sasuke ultimately emerged victorious and continued after Gaara. He caught up to Gaara and Kankuro once more, with Temari rejoining them. This time, Kankuro opted to confront Sasuke to allow Temari and Gaara to escape. Just as they were about to clash, Shino intervened, suggesting that Sasuke pursue Gaara while he took care of Kankuro, as their battle had yet to begin. Gaara groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, realizing Temari was carrying him as they moved. "What happened? Where's Naruto?" he wondered. He glanced at Temari and said, "Temari, put me down." Temari gasped, surprised that her little brother had awakened in the midst of their escape. "Are you sure, Gaara?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. They paused on a branch, and as Temari released him, Gaara groaned in pain, holding his head. Worried, Temari took out a bottle of ointment to treat his wound. Suddenly, Gaara sensed another chakra approaching. "Temari, go away," he warned, glancing back. "Huh." Temari was confused, but Gaara stood up slowly, turning to face the new threat. "You're nothing but a nuisance." "I don't need you," he shouted, raising his voice as he punched Temari, sending her crashing into a tree. Panting, he felt his bloodlust rising as he glared at the approaching ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened as he stopped on a branch, glancing down at his feet, prompting Sakura and Pakken to halt as well. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Sakura asked. He remained silent, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead as he thought, "This chakra. Kurama, this is no mistake. It's Shikaku's chakra," Kurama replied, causing Naruto to gulp. He clenched his fists and leaped forward. "Naruto, wait. Don't be reckless." Sakura shouted, hurrying to catch up with him. "We have to hurry. He's in trouble." Naruto yelled, urgency in his voice. Sakura and Pakken's eyes widened in alarm, and they quickened their pace to keep up with him. Sakura furrowed her brows, hoping Sasuke was alright, while Naruto's focus was on Gaara. He recalled Gaara's behavior during the Chunin exams and how close he had come to losing control to Shikaku. He had to do something to save him from the bloodlust. Sasuke, struggling with the curse mark that spread across half his body, lay on a branch, coughing and unable to move due to the pain. A half-transformed Gaara prepared to attack him with his transformed arm but was suddenly kicked in the face. He crashed into a branch and landed on another, using his transformed arm to brace himself against the impact. The ninja who had intervened landed gracefully on a branch just in front of Sasuke. A kunoichi and a ninja hound rushed to Sasuke's side to assist him. "Sasuke-kun," the kunoichi called out, worry lacing her voice. Gaara panted heavily as he looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized the ninja who had stopped him from reaching Sasuke Naruto. He stammered, "Naruto." "Gaara." Naruto panted as he looked at Gaara, his expression shifting to one of concern for his fellow Jinchūriki. "Gaara," he murmured. "He's half-transformed," Kurama pointed out, narrowing his eyes. Gaara looked down, his breath shaky and his eyes wide. "No. I didn't want him to see me like this, he muttered to himself. Just as he began to calm down, his gaze fell on Sasuke, and his bloodlust surged again. Naruto gasped as he felt the overwhelming killing intent and turned to his teammates. You guys, hurry up and, he shouted, but stopped when Gaara rushed past him, aiming his transformed hand at Sasuke. Sakura gasped as she saw Gaara charging towards them. Die, Uchiha Sasuke, he shouted, preparing to strike. In a moment of bravery, Sakura stepped in, kunai in hand, trying to protect Sasuke. Sakura-chan! Naruto yelled in panic. Gaara's eyes widened as he remembered Yashimaru, the person he trusted most, defending a child he was about to harm. With a grunt, he swung his transformed arm, pushing Sakura aside and slamming her against a tree, rendering her unconscious. He panted heavily, suddenly overwhelmed by pain, clutching his head as he cried out. Naruto quickly grabbed Sasuke and moved him to another branch, laying him down with a worried expression. Demon it, he used the curse mark, he thought, glancing back at Sakura and Gaara. After a moment, Gaara seemed to regain some composure and looked up at Naruto. Who are these two? Who are they to you? He asked. Naruto stood tall, determination in his voice. They're my precious comrades. And you are precious to me too, he declared, causing both Gaara and Sasuke to widen their eyes in surprise. What? Sasuke thought, glancing at Naruto. Gaara, calm down, Naruto urged, taking a step forward. But Gaara tightened his grip on Sakura, causing her to groan in pain. Don't come near me, Gaara warned, but Naruto pressed on. Gaara, I said don't come near me, Gaara shouted, swinging his transformed tail at Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto landed safely on a nearby branch, panting as he held his side. Gaara exhaled, his voice low. Weak. Huh. You're weak because you fight for others. Unless you fight for yourself, you will never reach this level, he said, his gaze piercing. Naruto's eyes widened. Gaara, what are you? You can't beat me. You won't, Gaara interrupted, his glare unwavering. That's because you don't have enough hate towards them. You fight for others. You can't beat me even with him inside you. Gaara yelled, and Naruto's eyes widened in realization. He understood Gaara's words all too well, while Sasuke could only wonder, hate? What is he talking about? Naruto clenched his fists, frustration rising. Snap out of it. This isn't right. Then what is? I'm a monster who isn't supposed to exist. I can only prove my existence by defeating stronger opponents. Gaara shot back, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Naruto felt empathy but sensed that Gaara didn't fully understand him. Unlike Gaara, who harbored hatred for the villagers of his home, Naruto chose to protect the people of his village. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then looked back up at Gaara. Gaara, please stop. We can talk about this, Naruto said, taking a cautious step closer. But Gaara narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on Sakura, who groaned in pain. No, Sakura-chan. Naruto shouted, but Gaara's smile turned sinister. What are you going to do? I've hurt your precious comrades. Are you going to kill me? Gaara asked, his voice calm yet unsettling, causing Naruto to sweat. I don't want to fight you. Heh, you think you can talk your way out of this? Your comrades are hurt, they might even die because of me. Are you going to kill me? Aren't I one of your precious comrades? Gaara's voice rose, and Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. What should I do? He thought. Gaara laughed, taunting him. What are you going to do, Naruto? Naruto looked down, contemplating. If I can't talk this out with him, then I have no choice but to fight. He steeled himself, looking at Gaara with determination. You leave me no choice, Gaara, he said, and Gaara's sinister smile widened. Naruto bit his thumb, performing a series of hand signs before slamming his hand onto a branch. Summoning jutsu, he exclaimed, and smoke erupted from the spot. Instead of the chief toad, a small orange toad with purple markings appeared. What do you want, kid? The toad asked, blinking at Naruto. Naruto was taken aback, thinking, what the heck? Where's the chief toad? Who are you? He asked, bewildered. I'm Gamakichi, the toad replied, and Kurama facepalmed. It must be the anxiety. Yeah, it's gotta be, Kurama said, holding back laughter. This isn't funny, Kurama. Naruto thought, clenching his fist. I have to do what I can, I'm the only one who can stop this. Gaara chuckled, his form shifting. Which will it be? My strength from fighting for myself or your strength from fighting for others? Which will win? He yelled, his body transforming further, detaching his transformed arm from Sakura, leaving only a hand. He crossed his arms and then opened them wide. Sand shuriken. A flurry of shuriken made of sand shot toward Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto grabbed Gamakichi and leaped back, hitting a tree before landing on another branch. Gamakichi looked at Gaara and then back at Naruto. So, who's the freak? He asked, referring to Gaara. Naruto panted for a moment before responding, He's a friend. A friend who needs saving. Gamakichi's eyes widened in surprise. What? That's your friend? He asked, clearly amused. Naruto nodded as he looked into Gaara's eyes. He saw the loneliness and pain reflected there, a familiar expression he once wore as a child. But then he met Kurama, Iruka, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. They helped fill the emptiness in his heart, while Gaara seemed to have no one. Naruto was determined to change that. He wanted to help others like Gaara so they wouldn't feel the same isolation and suffering. Saving Gaara was just the first step. He heard Sakura groan as the sand hand gripping her tightened. Realizing the sand hardened over time, Naruto knew he had to act quickly. What's wrong? Are you trying to save your friends? Forget them. The strongest only fights for themselves. Gaara taunted, and Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. Show me your strength, Naruto. Or I'll take her and the Uchiha down. Gaara shouted, prompting Naruto to leap forward, forming a hand sign. Tajuake Bunshin no Jutsu. He called out, summoning numerous clones. Futon, Mugen Sajin de Tapa. Gaara inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful storm of sand, obliterating the clones in an instant. Naruto landed on a branch, feeling the impact of the attack, but he slowly got back on his feet. Gaara crossed his arms and unleashed a barrage of sand shuriken, which tore through the trees and struck Naruto, sending him crashing into another trunk. Each time he tried to rise, Gaara would strike him down again, yet Naruto continued to stand, surprising Temari and Pakin who were watching. Why do you hesitate? Show me your strength. Gaara shouted. Naruto stood again, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, furrowing his brows. Kit, you need to take this seriously, Kurama urged. I know, I have a plan. I'm going to use that move, Naruto replied, causing Kurama to raise an eyebrow. You're not talking about the Oiroke, are you? Kurama asked, and Naruto stumbled in surprise. Why no way? Who would use that in a battle? You. No way. Naruto huffed in frustration. As Gaara continued to taunt him, Naruto pulled a kunai from his holster and wrapped a paper bomb around its handle. This shouldn't do much damage. I don't want him to be seriously hurt, he thought, forming another sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. For more Narutos appeared, leaping toward Gaara. Gaara smirked and reached out, but 3 clones took the hit, allowing the 4th Naruto to grab the original's collar and propel him toward Gaara. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Another clone appeared, intercepting Gaara's attack. Now positioned behind Gaara, Naruto created another clone to use as a stepping stone, launching himself into the air. Be prepared, he shouted, pulling out the kunai and aiming for Gaara. Kakashi-sensei's 8,000 years of death, he declared, causing Gamakichi, Temari, and Pakin to slump in disbelief. Gaara, however, simply swatted Naruto away with his tail. As he was knocked aside, Naruto smirked. Boom, he murmured as the paper bomb detonated. Instead of hitting the tree, Sasuke, using the last of his strength, caught Naruto but ended up taking the brunt of the explosion himself. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. As the smoke cleared, they saw that part of Gaara's transformation had turned to sand. Sasuke sighed. All that work for just one hit? Sasuke scoffed. Shut up. I'm the one fighting here, Naruto retorted, wiping the blood from his mouth. Nice work, Kit, Kurama commented. Yeah. I figured the base of the tail has the weakest defense. It is the butt, after all, Naruto replied, earning an exasperated sigh from Kurama. Naruto, you have to save Sakura no matter what. Once you've got her, find a safe place, Sasuke urged, struggling to stand despite the pain. Huh. Sasuke slowly rose, trying to ignore the throbbing mark on his body. I lost everything once. I can't bear to see my precious comrades fall before me, he stated, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Sasuke. Naruto murmured, reaching out to pull him up. Sasuke grunted in pain as he stumbled back down. What do you think you're doing? Sasuke asked, groaning. Naruto sighed. And here I thought you weren't an idiot. Well, I guess it's fine, Naruto shrugged. What? I mean, we're all idiots. It's just a matter of when we choose to show it, Naruto explained, causing Sasuke to click his tongue. Not that. I'm telling you to save Sakura and run away. I'll hold him off until you two are safe. Sasuke insisted, but Naruto sighed again. I know. It was supposed to be a touching moment, but you're clearly not in fighting shape. Naruto said, placing his hands on Sasuke's shoulders and looking into his eyes. With how you are right now, you can't fight at your best, and you might get hurt even more. I don't want that. Leave this to me, Sasuke, he reassured him. Letting go, Naruto turned to face Gaara. Sasuke could only watch, feeling weaker by the second. He looked at his hands in frustration, disappointed in his current state. You know, Naruto said, catching Sasuke's attention. It's okay to rely on others. Don't carry the burden alone, he stated, glancing back with a grin. So leave it to me. He then turned to Gaara, who met his gaze. He's no different from me. Experienced the same sadness and loneliness I have. He fought only for himself, and for a time, I thought that was true strength. But no, that's not what true strength is. If you never fight for anyone but yourself, you'll never be strong, no matter what you do. Naruto recalled Haku's words, feeling a surge of determination. He looked at Gaara with resolve, forming the ram hand sign as Sasuke gasped. Naruto called forth his chakra, blue energy enveloping him as Sasuke shielded himself from the force. He was astonished at how easily Naruto was releasing his chakra. I'll protect you. I'll save you, he vowed, then formed another hand sign, summoning about 2,000 clones. Gaara, Temari, Pakken, and Sasuke widened their eyes in shock. The shadow clone jutsu was a forbidden technique that could be deadly, and an average jonin could only summon 5 at most. With this many clones, the caster should have been exhausted. Gamakichi smirked, not bad. Sorry to keep you waiting. I want to show you a move I just thought of, Naruto announced. Gaara looked around in confusion but realized why Naruto could do this. He had an immense amount of chakra. Nice one, kid. You're showing a lot of promise. Gamakichi exclaimed. How did you do this? Sasuke asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Sasuke, just relax. I'll handle things here, okay? Naruto said with a smile, though Sasuke was still stunned by Naruto's sudden strength. Kurama smirked internally thinking, you're living up to your family name. Naruto mentally replied, of course. The Uzumaki clan is known for their longevity and vast chakra reserves. Alright, let's go, everyone. Naruto yelled, punching the air. They charged toward Gaara, and several clones threw shuriken at him, hitting his arm as he tried to defend himself. More clones emerged from below, each delivering a swift kick. Yu. Zu. Ma. Ki. Uzumaki Naruto barrage. They shouted, delivering a flurry of punches that began to break through Gaara's sand defense. His transformation started to falter. 2 clones then delivered an uppercut, sending Gaara crashing to the ground and creating a small crater. As the dust settled, Gaara thought, where did that strength come from? He had always believed Naruto was only strong because of Kurama, but now he was starting to doubt that. No, there's no way I'll lose to someone like you. Gaara yelled as he prepared for his final transformation. A massive wave of sand rose, sweeping away the clones, while the original Naruto was pushed back against a tree. What the? He exclaimed, squinting through the smoke to see a large figure emerging. It's Shikaku, Kurama said, narrowing his eyes. Shikaku? How did he manage to transform? Naruto asked the fox within him. He didn't escape. There's a technique exclusive to Jinchūriki called the tailed beast transformation. It allows them to transform into the Biju within them and control it, Kurama explained, and Naruto looked at Shikaku in awe. That's so cool. I can't even do that yet, he exclaimed, while Kurama sighed. Gaara raised an arm, and sand began to envelop Naruto. He gasped and struggled to escape but found himself trapped. Naruto! Sasuke yelled in worry, trying to reach him, but his body felt heavy. Naruto closed his eyes, then had a vision of Gaara, Sakura, and Sasuke. He opened his eyes again, determined. No, I can't give up. I have to save them. He wiped the blood from his mouth and performed the necessary hand signs, becoming fully engulfed in sand. Just as Gaara was about to use sand burial, Naruto shouted, summoning jutsu. He finally summoned Gamabunta, the chief toad. I'll save you. Sakura-chan. Sasuke. Gaara, he mumbled to himself, looking at Gaara in Shikaku's form. Gaara chuckled, finding Naruto's unexpected actions amusing, while Sasuke watched in awe. Naruto panted, feeling relief at Gamabunta's arrival. The giant toad raised an eyebrow. Not you again. What is it this time? He asked, noticing the formidable opponent before him. Look at that, Shikaku the sand spirit, he said as Shikaku moved his tail. Come on, Chief Toad, will you fight alongside me? Naruto pleaded. Gamabunta exhaled smoke. No, he replied, leaving Naruto shocked and wide-eyed. There's no way I'd mess around with him. I'm not an idiot. Oh come on. I thought you said you'd work with me. It's only natural for a boss to help his henchmen, right? Don't you have any sense of duty? Naruto protested, sitting cross-legged and playfully tapping Gamabunta's head, which had no effect. I did say I'd work with you, but we didn't seal the deal over a cup of sake yet, Gamabunta replied calmly. Oh come on. I'm not even 21 years old yet. Naruto exclaimed, holding his head in frustration. Just then, Gamakichi hopped onto Naruto's head. Come on, Pops, why don't you settle down and hear him out? Pops? Naruto asked in disbelief, while Gamabunta glanced up. What are you doing here, Gamakichi? He asked, slightly annoyed. I had nothing to do, so I came to hang out, Gamakichi replied. Wait, your father and son? Naruto asked, but neither toad responded. By the way, Pops, that big ugly lug over there picked on me, Gamakichi said, pointing at Shikaku. What? Gamabunta narrowed his eyes at Shikaku. Yeah. And when he did, this kid protected me. He went head to head with that guy. I'm telling you, Pops, this kid is interesting, Gamakichi said with a cheeky smile. Is that so? Gamabunta said, engaging in a brief glare with Shikaku. He then gripped his dagger. Okay, kid, you're hereby accepted as my henchman. Sit tight, Gamabunta said as he prepared to charge at Shikaku, with Naruto holding on for dear life. He stabbed Shikaku's arm, but the beast retaliated, throwing him aside. Amazing! Naruto thought as Kurama rolled his eyes. The spectators below clung to the trees to avoid being blown away. Gaara breathed heavily, staring at Gamabunta. By the way, Chief, don't go over there. Sasuke and Sakura are in that direction, so lead him this way. Naruto shouted, pointing to where his teammates were. Gamabunta asked who they were, and Naruto explained they were his friends. Interesting. How interesting. Not bad, Uzumaki Naruto, he called out. Gaara appeared on Shikaku's head, showing the upper half of his body. To thank you for entertaining me, I'll show you the true power of the manifestation of the sand, he declared, looking at Naruto with a wild grin. Gamabunta began explaining Gaara's situation as Shikaku's host, detailing how insomnia was affecting him and how his personality was slowly fading. Gaara performed a hand sign and closed his eyes. Play possum technique, he declared, and his body went limp as he fell asleep. With Shikaku's eyes regaining their color, he shouted with glee, I'm finally free. He then pointed at Naruto and Gamabunta. I hope you're ready to face your end, he yelled. Kurama scoffed at the Ichibi, muttering, annoying Tanuki. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Shikaku exclaimed, smacking his stomach and unleashing a bullet of wind. Gamabunta leaped to dodge and quickly formed hand signs. Water release, liquid bullet. He countered, launching a water bullet that collided with Shikaku's attack, creating a rain-like effect for the spectators. As Gamabunta jumped away, Shikaku fired more air bullets, which Gamabunta countered with his own water bullets. Suddenly, one more air bullet struck Gamabunta, and Shikaku squealed in delight. I did it. I defeated him. But Gamabunta emerged, visibly angry. That really hurt. You used a lot of chakra on me, he shouted. Naruto gulped, looking down. What should we do? He murmured to himself. Kurama opened and closed his eyes, then said, wake him up. Shikaku's host. Realization dawned on Naruto. We need to wake him up. We have to wake Gaara, he yelled to Gamabunta. Good thinking, kid, Gamabunta replied. How should I wake him? Naruto asked, anxious. Just give him a good punch. Shikaku fired another air bullet, which Gamabunta dodged before launching his own water bullet. Shikaku narrowly avoided it by stepping back. Gamabunta struggled to hold onto Shikaku. Now's your chance, he shouted, but with a swift move, Shikaku broke free. He jumped away as Naruto urged, you need to hold on to him. I'm a toad. I don't have claws or fangs to grip him with. We'll need to use transformation jutsu. Gamabunta suggested, facing Shikaku. I'm not great at transformations, so I'll leave it to you. Huh. Naruto responded, confused. Combine transformation. Think of something with fangs and claws. Without giving Naruto time to think, Gamabunta charged at Shikaku. Here we go. Hold on. Naruto racked his brain for a suitable transformation. Just as they closed in, he remembered the day he first met Kurama, the Nine Tails. Transformation jutsu. Smoke enveloped them, and when it cleared, Kurama appeared. Surprised that Naruto thought of him first, Kurama felt a surge of happiness. He charged at Shikaku, growling. Shikaku muttered, annoying fox, as he inhaled and smacked his stomach to shoot another air bullet. Gamabunta, now in Kurama's form, easily dodged it. He got closer, but Shikaku swung his tail, pushing him back. Gamabunta ran at Shikaku, attempting to grab him, but Shikaku dodged again and shot another air bullet as Gamabunta leaped to evade. His power is increasing, Gamabunta noted. Come on, Chief. We just need to get close enough to punch him awake. Naruto yelled. I know. Let's go. Gamabunta shouted, using one of his tails to grab 3 trees and dash toward Shikaku. They passed each other and turned to face one another. Gamabunta jumped as Shikaku fired an air bullet, but he threw the trees to block the attack. He landed in front of Shikaku and bit his chest, digging his claws into Shikaku's arms to hold him still, making Shikaku struggle to escape. Gamabunta smirked. Go for it. Leave it to me. Naruto replied as they detransformed. He jumped high into the air, preparing his fist as he closed in on Gaara. Wake up, Gaara, he shouted, landing a punch on Gaara's face. Gaara groaned slightly as his cheek began to swell. Naruto fell face down on Shikaku's head next to Gaara as Shikaku growled in frustration, I just got out here. His voice trailed off, and his eyes lost their color. Even though they ended the jutsu, Gaara still had some fight left. His eyes shot open just as Naruto slipped down to Shikaku's nose. Seeing Gaara awake, Naruto seized the opportunity to give him another smack. He stood up and ran toward Gaara, who glared back in anger. Using the last of his chakra, Gaara caused Naruto's feet to sink into Shikaku's surface, engulfing him in sand. "Sand coffin," he declared. "Help him, Pops." Gamakichi shouted in panic. "I got him." Gamabunta replied, using his tongue to wrap around Naruto and protect him from the sand. However, since Shikaku's body was made of sand, it began to rise around Naruto. With the pressure from Shikaku, Gamabunta had to retract his tongue. Naruto struggled to escape the sand as Gaara narrowed his eyes at him. "I've decided to end you. I will erase you from existence," he declared, and Naruto gritted his teeth. Kurama growled, furrowing his brows. "This kid." "Calm down, Kurama. Let me handle this," Naruto thought, glancing toward Sakura and noticing the sand hardening again. Remembering Sasuke's words, he looked back at Gaara, clenching his fists. "I promise. I'll protect you. I'll save you," he thought. "Believe me. I will kill you. I will not cease to exist," Gaara repeated. "Killing others won't help you. You need to snap out of it, Gaara. I'm running out of time," Naruto urged, whispering the last part. He closed his eyes and formed the ram hand sign. "Kurama, will you help me?" he asked, but Kurama hesitated. "Please. I promise I won't die, I won't lose. I still have things to do, people to save," Naruto pleaded. Kurama looked at him, exhaled to calm himself, and slowly nodded. Naruto smiled as he felt a surge of Kurama's chakra flow through him. He yelled as he molded the chakra, the red energy surrounding him and pushing away the sand holding his feet. His forehead protector flew off, and his jacket unzipped, revealing the black shirt underneath. He opened his eyes, determined. "I'll protect everyone. I'll save you, Gaara. Get ready, Gaara," he shouted as Gaara formed a hand sign, his anger palpable. "Die!" he yelled, and Naruto leaped toward him, ready to strike. But as he got closer, the sand ensnared his arms and legs, immobilizing him. Frustration mounted as he struggled against the grip. I've had it with you," he shouted, colliding his forehead against Gaara's. A trickle of blood marked their clash, and Shikaku's form began to crack, disintegrating into grains of sand. Gamabunta, sensing the end was near, decided to retreat with Gamakichi. The smoke from their departure sent both Gaara and Naruto tumbling into different treetops. They sat up, panting and locking eyes. "I can't go any further, I've used up all my chakra. And from the looks of it, so have you," Naruto pointed out, observing their exhausted states. "We're both alike. We're Jinchūriki who were ostracized by our own villages. We really shouldn't be doing this," Naruto said as he slowly rose to his feet. Gaara followed suit, and they engaged in a silent contest of wills. They both shifted, then jumped, fists aimed at each other. In the end, Naruto landed a hit first, both collapsing to the ground, Gaara on his back, Naruto on his stomach, a fair distance apart. Gaara groaned and turned his head to see Naruto. The sand that had held Sakura captive finally crumbled away, and she fell, but Sasuke was there to catch her. He gently laid her down near Pakin. "I'll leave her to you," Sasuke said before departing. Naruto panted, every muscle in his body aching, yet he summoned the last of his strength to crawl toward Gaara. "Naruto, you shouldn't move," Kurama warned, but Naruto pressed on. I have to talk to him," he replied, prompting a sigh from Kurama. "Take it easy, I'll start healing you," Kurama said, and as he did, Gaara watched, pondering, what makes him so strong? He thought, I won't disappear. I won't cease to exist. Memories of how the villagers had treated him flooded back. Naruto groaned as he continued to drag himself toward Gaara, recalling his own painful experiences with the villagers. Gaara opened his eyes in shock, seeing Naruto still struggling to reach him, his expression trembling. "No, stay away from me," he warned, but Naruto persisted. "I know. It's unbearable. The feeling of being all alone," he said, tears threatening to spill. "But now, there are people who mean a lot to me. My teammates, senseis, you, and the other Jinchūriki. I care more about them than I do myself, and I'll do anything to protect them," he declared weakly. "But why would you do this for anyone but yourself?" Gaara asked, confusion evident in his voice. "Because they saved me from myself, from my loneliness. They accepted me for who I am. They're my precious comrades. Friends," Naruto replied. Gaara looked up at the sky, recalling Yashimaru's words. "Love is the heart's desire to serve someone who's precious to you, to watch over them, like my sister did for you, Gaara-sama." Gaara blinked slowly, contemplating the meaning of love. Is that what makes him so strong? He wondered, reflecting on the moments he had witnessed parents protecting their children, friends standing by each other. He thought about why Naruto had fought to protect his teammates, even after being hurt by them. He remembered the letter Naruto had sent, expressing a desire to gather and help everyone, even after their conflicts. Did that mean Naruto loved him too? Did that mean Naruto wanted to protect him as well? Startled by a gentle touch on his shoulder, Gaara looked up to see Naruto kneeling beside him, smiling. I told you before, didn't I? You're not alone, Gaara. I'm here for you. Right now. And soon, all 9 of us will be together, Naruto said. Gaara envisioned 7 more silhouettes standing behind Naruto, all smiling at him. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he felt a wave of emotion. I'm sorry. Naruto, he said, his voice breaking as he began to cry. Naruto carefully sat him up and wrapped his arms around him. Although Gaara was still getting used to the embrace, he slowly returned it, weeping into Naruto's shoulder. I'm sorry. For everything. He apologized, and Naruto comforted him, rubbing his back, tears escaping his own eyes. This moment of vulnerability lasted for a while until Gaara finally calmed down. They talked, sharing bits of their past and their hopes for the future when they would be reunited with the other Jinchūriki. Both sensed a new chakra approaching, but Naruto reassured Gaara that it wasn't an enemy. It was Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback to see the 2 Jinchūriki, who had been fighting moments ago, now conversing peacefully. He cautiously approached, still on guard around Gaara. Naruto, let's leave. Sakura is all right, the sand crumbled away and she's free, Sasuke said. Naruto sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face. That's a relief, he replied. Just then, Temari and Kankuro arrived, wary of the 2 Konoha shinobi. That's enough, Gaara said, prompting his siblings to look at him in surprise. It's over, Gaara stated, his soft expression unusual for him, even shocking Sasuke. Naruto stood up, looking at Gaara with a smile. I think it's time we leave, he said, and Gaara nodded. He extended his fist toward Gaara. I'll come get you, so wait for me, okay? He said, and Gaara smiled in return. I will, he replied, returning the gesture. Naruto walked back to Sasuke, while Kankuro placed an arm around Gaara's shoulder. They exchanged one last smile before the Sand siblings departed. Once the confrontation was over, a wave of exhaustion washed over Naruto. He stumbled, and Sasuke caught him just in time. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled as he drifted into unconsciousness. Gaara's thoughts wandered, contemplating the possibility of finding people he could love and protect. Well, he already has someone in mind. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry, Gaara said sincerely. The 2 gasped, clearly surprised by the sudden apology from their younger brother. Not knowing how to respond, Kankuro replied, don't worry about it. After addressing matters in the village, Kakashi summoned another ninja hound to locate his students, hoping they were safe. He finally found them, a passed-out Sakura, a panting Sasuke, and a sleeping Naruto. The 3 lay near the trunk of a tree, and as Kakashi approached, Sasuke jerked his head up. Kakashi, he muttered as Kakashi walked toward them. Is everything all right? What happened? Kakashi asked with concern. Sasuke sighed. I'll tell you later. We need to get them treated, he said, attempting to stand. Kakashi moved to help him, but Sasuke insisted he was fine. He went to Sakura while Kakashi knelt beside Naruto. As he looked at Naruto, the boy unexpectedly grunted and slowly opened his eyes. After blinking a few times, he focused on Kakashi. Kakashi, sensei? Are you okay, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yeah, just a bit. Tired. Naruto replied. Kakashi sighed, then turned his back, helping Naruto wrap his arms around his neck while he supported his legs to carry him. Sasuke lifted Sakura in a bridal style, and they nodded to each other as they made their way to the Leaf Hospital. Naruto dozed off during the journey, waking to see Kakashi carrying him and Sasuke carrying Sakura ahead. Curiously he asked, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi hummed in response. Is everyone safe? Are they all okay? Naruto inquired. Kakashi hesitated before reluctantly answering, yes. Sensing something was off, Naruto pressed. Sensei, did something happen? Kakashi paused, weighing whether to share the truth. The Sandaime. He. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened. What? Gigi is gone. Naruto closed the door of his apartment, dressed in all black with his forehead protector tied around his neck, covering a bandage on his forehead and patches on both cheeks. He sighed as he stepped outside. On his way, he met up with Sasuke and Sakura, both also dressed in black. They nodded at each other as they headed toward the Hokage Tower. A funeral was held for the fallen ninja, especially since the Sandaime Hokage had passed away. Each of them brought a white flower and took turns placing it on the table in front of them. They stood in silence for a while. Konohamaru was crying, and Naruto patted his head in an attempt to comfort him, even as he felt down himself. Hiruzen had been one of the few who acknowledged him, making his loss deeply felt. He held back tears as he remembered the moments spent with the old man. Some time later, Naruto was in the forest training. After throwing a few more kunai at the dummies, he sat down to catch his breath. That's enough for now. Go eat some breakfast, Kurama said as Naruto calmed down. Alright, he replied, standing up and running out of the forest toward Ichiraka ramen. When his ramen was placed in front of him, he put his hands together in thanks and started to eat. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, the advisors were discussing Jiraiya becoming the Godame Hokage, but he turned it down, insisting he would bring Tsunade back and would take a certain ninja with him on his journey. At another location, Kakashi, along with Asuma and Kurenai, encountered two suspicious men wearing hats and black coats adorned with red clouds. Naruto happily ate, grateful that Tsuchi had given him another batch of noodles. Someone peeked into the shop, grinning at Naruto. I came to check, but it looks like you eat nothing but ramen, huh, pipsqueak? Jiraiya said. Ero Sennin. Naruto mumbled with his face stuffed with noodles. He quickly gulped it down and drank some water, turning to Jiraiya with an annoyed expression. Also, I eat other foods, you know. Like fruits and vegetables, he argued. Jiraiya laughed as he stepped inside. If you say so. But anyway, I have some business with you, kid, he said, and Naruto looked puzzled. Huh. A few minutes later, Naruto exclaimed, huh? Why do I have to accompany you on your research? As they walked through the town. Jiraiya chuckled. I assure you, kid, this isn't just another research trip. There's a woman I have to find someone very remarkable, he said with a wink. Then count me out. I don't have time to help you find a girlfriend. I have training to do. Naruto insisted, looking ahead. Jiraiya bent down slightly, raising an eyebrow. Training? I was hoping Kakashi-sensei would teach me a new jutsu, like how he taught Sasuke the Chidori, Naruto said with a scowl. I see. But you'd be wasting your time since Chidori isn't really your style, Jiraiya replied, watching Naruto's frown deepen. I know that. I just want him to teach me something. Naruto said, frustration evident in his voice. Jiraiya snickered. But kid, the woman we're looking for is really beautiful. Straight up gorgeous. Like I care. Ero Sennin, I'm not some dumb kid. I'm not going, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Jiraiya pouted, looking ahead. Oh, suit yourself then. And here I was thinking of teaching you a jutsu that makes the Chidori look like child's play, he said intentionally, which piqued Naruto's interest. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed in front of him, excitement bubbling over. Okay, when do we leave? I'll pack my bags, so stay right there, Ero Sennin. Don't move a muscle, he shouted, racing back to his apartment. Jiraiya watched him, dumbfounded, then smirked. Naruto packed his belongings, sealing some of them in scrolls for a lighter load. Kurama sighed from within. Are you sure about this, kid? He asked. I bet Ero Sennin knows a lot of cool and strong jutsus. That way. I'll be stronger, he exclaimed excitedly as Kurama smiled at him. And maybe Sakura-chan would notice me this way, he added, but Kurama's smile faded. Don't think about it, kid, he advised, and Naruto laughed as he packed the scrolls into his bag. But you know, I feel like I could learn something from him. No, I'm sure of it. You told me, right? That he was my dad's sensei. And dad ended up being a great shinobi. He even became the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto declared as he zipped up his bag. So don't worry, this will be worthwhile. And no need to be sad, I'll still train with you, he said, eliciting a scoff from Kurama that made Naruto chuckle. He then locked his apartment and headed toward Jiraiya. Using his sensory jutsu, he searched for him, thinking Jiraiya might have moved, but then he sensed something troubling. He stopped on a rooftop and looked in the direction of the disturbance. These two chakra. Naruto murmured, and Kurama growled in response. It's bad news, Kurama confirmed. Naruto tensed but relaxed when he felt 3 other chakra signatures. It's Kakashi-sensei with Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei. They should be fine, but I have a feeling they might not be, Naruto said, worry creeping into his voice. Kurama sighed. Hurry, kid. Someone is waiting for you, Kurama urged, prompting Naruto to remember. You're right, he said hesitantly, and Kurama sighed again. These 2 chakra belong to S-rank ninjas, but those 3 jonin can handle it. Really? No, but they'll manage. Get going, kid, Kurama said, and Naruto gulped before making his way to Jiraiya. He met up with Jiraiya at the gates of Konoha. After a few stretches, he punched the air and yelled, "Let's go!" During their journey, Naruto eagerly bombarded Jiraiya with questions about the new jutsu he was excited to learn. From a distance, atop a hill, 2 shinobi in black cloaks adorned with red clouds observed the Sannin and the blonde Jinchūriki. One of them, seated, opened his eyes to reveal the Sharingan. They stopped by a shrine to rest, discussing the Yondaime Hokage being Jiraiya's student and Jiraiya having the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen as his teacher. They reminisced about the bell test they had undergone and shared a few other stories before continuing on their way. Back in the village, Sasuke decided to visit Kakashi for training. He entered Kakashi's apartment to find him in bed with Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy. His eyes widened in surprise. Why is Kakashi asleep? And why are there so many jonin in this room? What is going on here? He asked, impatient for answers, only for Guy to shrug. Oh, it's nothing much, Guy replied just as loud footsteps approached, revealing a special jonin named Aoba. He stopped at the door, panic evident on his face. Hey, is it true that Itachi came? And that he's after Naruto? He asked. Guy let out an exasperated sigh and face-bombed. Sasuke turned to Aoba, realizing he had made a mistake. His expression turned grim as he dashed out of the room. His thoughts raced to Itachi, especially wondering why he was after Naruto. He knew Naruto wouldn't be safe. As he arrived at Naruto's apartment, he found Sakura holding a wrapped bento. Sasuke-kun. Where's Naruto? He asked. I don't know, I don't think he's home. Sakura replied, and Sasuke clicked his tongue in frustration before leaving. He headed to Ichiraka Ramen and asked Teuchi if he knew where Naruto had gone. Teuchi informed him that Naruto had left with Jiraiya. After considering Jiraiya's appearance and the clues about their location, Sasuke headed out of the village to catch up. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at their destination village. Jiraiya decided they would rest at an inn, but Naruto insisted he could keep going. Jiraiya told him to listen since he was his disciple. Suddenly, a beautiful girl walked by the entrance, catching their attention. Jiraiya's face flushed red, and a perverted grin formed on his face, while Naruto also blushed at the girl's beauty, only for Kurama to smack away his thoughts. Jiraiya then handed Naruto their room key and told him to train and go to bed while he took care of his own business. Naruto sighed as he set his bag on the bed and sat cross-legged. He made a hand sign and pouted. That Ero Sennin and his obsession with pretty girls. He really is a big pervert, Naruto muttered as Kurama sighed. Will he be okay though? That girl seemed to be under a genjutsu, right? Will Ero Sennin be alright? He asked, concern lacing his voice. He'll be fine. He's part of the legendary Sannin, so he'll manage, Kurama replied. But he's a sucker for attractive girls, you know. Nothing we can do about it. You might as well use this time to improve your chakra control so you can use your techniques better, Kurama suggested. Alright, Naruto said as he focused, creating more clones to train until the room was nearly filled with them. Meanwhile, Sasuke was searching around while Jiraiya spent time with the girl. Naruto continued training his chakra until he sensed 2 types of chakra outside the door and instantly dispelled his clones. They knocked on the door, and a bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's forehead. These chakra. They're the ones from the village, Kurama finished. Naruto gulped as another knock echoed. He took a deep breath, put on his footwear, and tried to act like his usual self. So you already got dumped, huh? He said aloud as he approached the door. Another knock sounded, and Naruto sighed. Unlocking the door, he called out as he unlocked the door and opened it slowly. He was met with a shinobi in a black cloak with red clouds, who had black hair styled similarly to Sasuke's, stress lines on his face, and a scratched Konoha forehead protector with the Sharingan. Naruto's eyes widened at the look the shinobi gave him, along with the chakra he felt emanating from him. Another man came into view, a shinobi with shark-like features, also in a black cloak, carrying a large sword on his back. Hard to believe a child would carry the Kyūbi, the shark man said with a grin, causing both Naruto and Kurama to narrow their eyes slightly. Kurama, remember the time I stole a bingo book from an ANBU? Naruto thought, and Kurama nodded in acknowledgement. If I remember correctly, these 2 were in it. Yeah. S-rank criminals, these 2 are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto-kun, you're coming with us, the black-haired shinobi, Itachi, said calmly. Naruto continued to stare at him in silence, his lips slightly quivering. Why don't we take a walk? The shinobi suggested. Naruto hesitated but stepped out of the room to stand in front of them. Itachi-san, it would be a pain if this kid tries to run. Maybe I should take a leg just in case, the sharkman Kisame suggested, gripping the hilt of his sword. Naruto grunted as Kurama growled softly. Receiving no response from Itachi, Kisame began to walk slowly, while Naruto readied himself, thinking, I might need to fight them. No, you're not ready yet. I'm a lower A-rank shinobi, I should be able to handle them for a bit. You may be an A-rank shinobi, but you haven't even fought against an S-rank shinobi. But I have no choice. Naruto and Kurama bickered until an unexpected figure appeared. It's been a long time, Sasuke, Itachi said, causing Kisame to halt and turn back. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked past Itachi to see his teammate Sasuke, his expression furious and his Sharingan activated. Wow, they really are siblings. I can totally see the resemblance. Naruto thought, glancing between the brothers as Kurama face-bombed. That shouldn't be your reaction to this, Kit, Kurama sighed. Oh, the Sharingan. He looks just like you, Kisame remarked, and Naruto crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. My thoughts exactly. I totally agree. Naruto said, as Kisame relaxed his grip on his sword. Kurama sighed again. Why are you 2 in agreement? Kurama asked. Who is this kid? Kisame inquired. My younger brother, Itachi replied, turning his back. Kisame grinned. Strange, I heard that the whole Uchiha clan was wiped out by you. I hope you're prepared to face the consequences, Itachi, Sasuke declared, his voice filled with determination. I've harbored my hatred for you all this time. My life has one purpose, to end yours. He charged up a Chidori. Chidori, Itachi muttered, while Naruto closed his eyes, recalling that Itachi had been in the ANBU with Kakashi-sensei, so he must have seen the technique before. Now that I think about it, I think the bingo book I borrowed back then belonged to Kakashi-sensei. Kit, you shouldn't be thinking of that right now. I know, but this is bad. Sasuke is no match for him. Even if I try to stop him, this shark-headed Kisame would stop me. Sasuke wouldn't want me to interfere either. I will defeat you. Sasuke shouted as he charged at Itachi, Chidori crackling in his hand. Die! He yelled at the top of his lungs. But Itachi effortlessly caught Sasuke's wrist, halting the Chidori and causing a nearby wall to shatter. He tightened his grip, making Sasuke grunt in pain. Naruto's brows furrowed. Sasuke. He quickly formed a hand sign, drawing on a fraction of Kurama's chakra without thinking. This caught the attention of Itachi and Kisame. Sasuke struggled but couldn't break free. Enough. Itachi snapped Sasuke's wrist, forcing a cry of pain from him as he clutched his injury. Sasuke, diminish. Naruto cursed, preparing to form another hand sign, but Kisame swung his sword, absorbing the chakra Naruto had released. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Kisame rested his sword on his shoulder. Sorry kid, but my sword Samahata cuts through chakra and devours it, Kisame said with a grin, while Naruto felt a mix of admiration and frustration. We can't have him using any more jutsu. Forget the legs, maybe I should start with his arms, Kisame said, pointing his sword at Naruto. As he swung it, Naruto grabbed a kunai to block the attack, but smoke suddenly enveloped the area, and something else intercepted the blow. As the smoke cleared, a large toad in armor appeared, towering over Naruto. Smoke swirled behind him, accompanied by a familiar voice. You don't know me at all, huh? You should have done your research. Naruto felt a surge of joy, though he was still a bit frustrated that he couldn't fight the two S-rank criminals himself. Jiraiya, the toad sage, falls victim to no woman's charm. Rare beauty is dropped for me like blossoms in a storm. It isn't in my nature to be swayed by the wiles of women. When you reach the stature I have, the ladies kneel and worship at your awesomeness. Jiraiya introduced himself dramatically, holding the girl he was with over his shoulder. Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Kisame stared at Jiraiya, who began to sweat nervously. Don't give me that. One wink from a pretty girl, and you turned into a mountain of mush. You fell for it like a ton of bricks, Ero Sennin. Naruto exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at him. I really wish you wouldn't call me that in front of other people, Jiraiya said with a nervous smile, scratching the back of his head as Naruto trembled in frustration. Are you kidding me? We've got worse things to worry about than what these guys think of you. Ero Sennin, he said, gesturing to Itachi and Kisame. Didn't I just ask you not to call me that? Jiraiya lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Kisame chuckled at the scene. Whatever name you go by, Jiraiya-sama, I must say you're something of a disappointment. A lecherous old man with the disposition of a child. It's almost impossible to believe that you're one of the legendary Sannin, Kisame remarked, maintaining his mischievous grin. What kind of coward would cast a genjutsu on an innocent woman just to separate me from Naruto? Jiraiya said, gently placing the unconscious girl aside before glaring at the two criminals. I know that you're after Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto grunted, while Sasuke gasped. Itachi confirmed that they were indeed after Naruto and would not stop until they had him. The toad that had blocked Kisame's sword retreated as Jiraiya stood protectively behind Naruto. You're not getting Naruto. We'll see about that, Kisame replied. Jiraiya asserted that he could eliminate both of them, but Sasuke insisted on handling Itachi himself. He stood as tall as he could and declared that he would be the one to defeat Itachi. Of course, revenge, both Naruto and Jiraiya thought. Itachi claimed he wasn't interested, but when Sasuke attempted to punch him, Itachi countered with a swift kick that sent Sasuke crashing against the wall at the end of the hall. Naruto was about to intervene, but Sasuke urged him not to. He charged at Itachi again, but Itachi blocked his punch and elbowed him in the face, sending him back once more. Sasuke insisted he wasn't finished, and Itachi prepared to give him another chance, while Jiraiya moved to step in, only to be blocked by Kisame. Sasuke attempted to strike, but Itachi countered with a swift punch to his stomach. Naruto wanted to intervene, but Kurama advised him against it, leaving Naruto with no choice but to watch helplessly. Sasuke began to cough, feeling the weight of his past actions. Itachi seized the collar of his shirt and shoved him against the wall. You're still too weak. You lack the necessary hatred, he stated coldly. And you know something? You never will, he whispered, casting a genjutsu on Sasuke. The illusion forced him to relive the Uchiha massacre for what felt like an eternity. You're not even worth killing, Itachi taunted. Foolish little brother. If you wish to defeat me, then learn to resent me, to hate me. And continue living your miserable life. Cling to your life. Sasuke screamed in torment before collapsing. Fueled by anger, Naruto charged at Itachi, but Kisame moved to intercept him. Jiraiya quickly performed a series of hand signs. Ninja art, toad mouth bind. The hallway transformed into what resembled a massive gut, causing Sasuke to sink into it, forcing Itachi to release him, and even trapping Kisame's feet. You've both just been swallowed by the mountain toad. Welcome to the belly of the beast, Jiraiya said with a grin. He has a very sensitive digestive tract, so be careful not to upset him. Not the most glorious way to meet your end, huh? It must be comforting to know you've been reduced to toad bait, he chuckled. Naruto looked around, amazed by the technique. Stay still, Naruto. Remain calm and trust in my jutsu, Jiraiya reassured him, and Naruto gave a thumbs up. Itachi called out to Kisame, who struggled to escape the bind and rushed to join him. They sprinted to the right as a wall of flesh surged toward them. A sound echoed, and Jiraiya and Naruto followed, only to find a section of the gut scorched by black flames. Naruto approached the small remnants of fire. Black flames? He murmured. Stay away from it. Jiraiya warned, causing Naruto to quickly turn back. Jiraiya produced a scroll, brush, and ink, opening the scroll to write. Naruto recognized the technique, thinking, Erosenin knows sealing techniques, impressive. Jiraiya performed more hand signs and placed them beneath the scroll. Sealing technique, fire seal. Understanding the seal's purpose, Naruto moved behind Jiraiya as blue chakra emerged from the scroll, sealing away the flames. Afterward, Jiraiya closed the scroll and tucked it away. Sasuke was freed from the bind, and as Naruto rushed to check on him, he sensed another chakra. A kunai flew past them, and a familiar figure with bowl-cut hair and thick eyebrows rushed toward Jiraiya. Dynamic entry. Guy dash. Guy leaped and kicked Jiraiya, realizing too late the impact of his enthusiasm. A bruise formed on Jiraiya's cheek, and he held a tissue to his nose to stop the bleeding, his eye twitching as he glared at Guy, who was sweating nervously. I guess I was a little overzealous. I was trying to hurry and couldn't see clearly, he stammered, explaining that he had forgotten his hand mirror and used his forehead protector to look around, spotting two sinister figures. Jiraiya gave him a brief lecture about the situation as Naruto tended to Sasuke's arm, not wanting anyone to know about his medical ninjutsu abilities. Erosenin, Sasuke will be okay, right? He asked. Physically, yes. But I'm concerned about what might have happened to his mind, Jiraiya replied. Naruto clenched his fist, cursing himself for not helping Sasuke sooner, vowing to do better next time. Guy examined Sasuke and remarked, this is clearly the same type of jutsu that Kakashi experienced. We don't know when he'll recover. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, shocked and angry that even Kakashi had fallen victim to the same technique and adversary. Guy noted that they needed someone skilled in medical ninjutsu, prompting Jiraiya to reassure him that he and Naruto were searching for her. Another of the legendary Sen, the queen of slugs and elixirs. The gambling fool and mistress of healing arts, Princess Tsunade. Guy carried Sasuke as Naruto and Jiraiya prepared to leave. Guy urged Jiraiya to bring Tsunade back, and Naruto promised they would find her. Guy smiled, complimenting Naruto's bravery and handing him a green spandex outfit that he claimed would make him stronger, just like Lee. Jiraiya slumped at the sight of the clothing, while Naruto accepted it with a sweat drop. The two groups parted ways, with Guy heading back to Konoha while Jiraiya and Naruto set off for the next town. As they traveled, Naruto pondered Itachi and Kisame, members of the Akatsuki. He stopped and turned to Jiraiya. Hey, Erosenin, he called, prompting Jiraiya to turn and respond, Why are those guys after me? I have a few ideas, but you know the truth, right? He asked. Jiraiya hesitated but decided it was best for Naruto to know. They're not exactly after you, they're after what's inside you, he explained. Naruto's eyes widened as he placed a hand on his stomach, where the seal was. They're after Kurama? Why? He murmured, glancing at Kurama, who looked away. Why do they want him? Naruto pressed, and Jiraiya thought for a moment before answering. Honestly, I can't say for sure. But now that the Nine Tails is sealed inside you, they might want to control that power. Naruto's grip tightened at Jiraiya's words. Control? Kurama, he thought, frustration bubbling within him as Kurama simply opened his eyes, acknowledging the truth. Different shinobi sought to control their power for various reasons, which is why they sealed them into hosts, Kurama stated as Naruto clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. In his mindscape, he turned to see Kurama sitting cross-legged. This organization, Akatsuki, they're not just after me, right? There are 8 of us. They'll likely go after them too, right? He asked, and Kurama only closed his eyes. Maybe. That can't happen. I won't allow it. I won't let you and the other Biju be taken away just to be controlled. They'll just take advantage of you. Even Biju have feelings, you know, he ranted in frustration, a few tears falling as he thought about the other 8 Jinchūriki and Biju being controlled. Kurama's gaze softened as he looked at his host. After letting a few tears fall, Naruto wiped them away and looked at Kurama with determination. I'll get stronger. I'll train harder so I can protect you all, and when I'm ready, we'll gather everyone to work together and have each other's backs. I promise, Naruto said with a smile. Kurama smiled widely as he rubbed Naruto's head with one finger. Do your best, Kit. I will. Back in reality, Jiraiya reassured Naruto that he would protect him, but Naruto cut him off, insisting that he needed to train to get stronger. Pumping himself up, Naruto declared that they would find Tsunade and get her to heal Sasuke so he could train with him. Jiraiya smiled, glad to see Naruto motivated and not too upset. As they traveled, Naruto asked more about Tsunade, and Jiraiya answered based on what he recalled and the rumors he had heard. After telling Naruto he wasn't sure how long it would take to find her, Naruto slumped at the news, realizing he would have to wait a little longer for training with Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya reassured him that they would train as they traveled. Naruto leaped in joy, pulling out the green spandex that Guy had given him, causing both Jiraiya and Kurama's faces to fall. No. I told you that's definitely out. I won't be seen walking with someone dressed like that, Jiraiya said, trying to convince Naruto to reconsider. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Why? He asked, and Jiraiya slumped further. Kurama sighed. No, he told Naruto, who sighed in response. Fine, he said, folding the spandex and putting it away in his bag. Both Jiraiya and Kurama sighed in relief. Jiraiya informed Naruto that while he trained, he would gather information on Tsunade in the town they had just arrived at. The streets were bustling with people and food stands. Naruto looked around in amazement, as this was his first time seeing a town full of life. Wow. This is my first time experiencing something like this, he told Jiraiya. He had spent most of his time training and had never attended festivals back in Konoha, as the villagers wouldn't let him, so being in this town excited him. Seeing Naruto's excitement, Jiraiya smiled. Go have some fun before we start training. The festival should still be going on, and we'll stay here for a while. We'll train here too. With that, Naruto jumped for joy, pulling out his toad wallet. Jiraiya looked at the wallet in shock, noticing the toad seemed to look ill. Naruto explained that he had been saving a lot from his missions to buy things he wanted in the future. Just as he was about to head off, Jiraiya stopped him and took his wallet, giving Naruto 300 ryo. Naruto complained that his wallet and savings had been stolen, but Jiraiya reminded him of the shinobi's 3 taboos: alcohol, women, and money. Naruto had no worries about the first 2, but Jiraiya warned him that he might lose himself to money, as had happened with Tsunade. Naruto pointed out that Jiraiya was practically ruined by women, but Jiraiya brushed that thought aside. He let Naruto hold onto his bag while he went on an information-gathering mission. Naruto suspected something was off but chose not to question it. They then went their separate ways. Naruto wandered around the village, buying various foods that fit his budget. He then climbed a hill to enjoy his meal. Watching his host eat to his heart's content, Kurama sighed, resting his head on his arms. Don't eat too much, you'll get a stomach ache, Kurama warned. I know, Naruto replied, taking another bite of the okonomiyaki he had bought. After finishing everything, he burped and rubbed his bloated belly. He gazed over the busy streets of the town and smiled. You know, Kurama, I really enjoyed this, Naruto said, and Kurama's ears perked up. I easily bought food from the stalls and even interacted a bit with the vendors. It's really nice to see those smiling faces instead of the glares I get from the villagers. I don't even remember buying anything as myself, only as a henchback in Konoha. Naruto continued, but Kurama frowned. Say you're sorry again, and I'll seal you back in a cage, Naruto interrupted, and Kurama scoffed. It's not your fault, Kurama, you know that. I don't need to hear that explanation from you again. I already know, Kurama interrupted again, and Naruto smiled. Leaning back, he rested his head on his hands, crossed his legs, and looked up at the clear blue sky. I wonder how everyone is? Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura-chan. Naruto mumbled. And I wonder what the other Jinchūriki are doing. Do they train? Eat and then sleep it off? He asked, laughing before suddenly turning serious. I'm going to train hard every day and come back stronger. That way I can protect them better. And when I'm ready, I'll gather everyone and maybe create a safe place for us. Naruto declared, smiling with determination, which made Kurama smile as well. He then stood up and stretched. But, gotta do some workout first, he said, and by workout, he meant having fun. Naruto begged Kurama to let him play a few games, and after some convincing, Kurama relented. After buying a mask and accidentally tripping over a rock, Jiraiya's bankbook fell out. Being the curious boy he was, Naruto took a look and his jaw dropped at the many zeros in the bankbook. Sighing as he kept it, he bought 2 grilled squid for both of them and set off to look for Jiraiya. If he had that much money, then he should be treating me instead. He just had to take my money, he ranted. Kurama thought for a moment and said, Kit, don't you think he might have used your money for his questionable desires? Naruto shook his head. No way. He said he's on an information-gathering mission. There's no way Ero-sennin would. Naruto stopped when he heard a familiar loud laugh and decided to investigate. He entered a building to find Jiraiya lounging on a couch with 2 women beside him, his face flushed from the drinks he had consumed. Naruto's expression twitched as he noticed his wallet, Gamachan, lying open and flat on the table. He glared at Jiraiya. Repeat those 3 shinobi taboos again, he shouted. You're breaking all 3 at once. Ujirke, he yelled, raising 2 grilled squids as if ready to attack. The 2 women quickly left, sensing the tension. Naruto? Jiraiya stammered. I don't wait. You used all my hard-earned money. Take this and this and this. Naruto yelled, smacking Jiraiya's head. Naruto, stop. I'll pay it all back. I'm sorry, please. As they argued, 2 men entered the building. You made my Gamachan all flat. Naruto exclaimed, accidentally dropping one of the grilled squids, which landed on one of the men's suits, leaving a stain. Look what you did, one of the men shouted. Jiraiya looked at them in confusion while Naruto glared in annoyance. You stain my brother's designer suit. You'll have to pay for it, the bald guy added, his face twitching. So what if your suit is stained? Just wash it. Naruto retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. What did you say? The bald guy demanded, his face turning red with anger. I said wash it. Unless you can't. Naruto mocked, causing the bald guy to fume. You're paying for it. The suit costs 100,000 ryo, he declared, and Naruto rolled his eyes, while Jiraiya chuckled. That's a bit of a stretch to say a dorky suit like that costs 100,000 ryo, Jiraiya said with a grin. You better step down if you know what's good for you, the man in the stained suit warned. My brother was a Chunin from Iwagakure, the legendary dark ninja, feared by all, the bald guy boasted, but Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged amused glances. Come again? Legendary what? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow as the man in the stained coat's expression darkened. You seem to want to get hurt, he yelled, but Jiraiya just laughed and stood up. Sure. I just needed a sparring partner, Naruto said, but Jiraiya stopped him. Naruto, perfect timing. I'll show you a jutsu now. Watch very carefully. Jiraiya said, gathering chakra in his right hand, forming a visible blue ball. The man in the stained coat charged at Jiraiya, who struck him with the chakra ball, sending him flying into the other building. Naruto's eyes widened in awe. Amazing, he beamed. Jiraiya picked up a water balloon and walked over to the 2 men, with Naruto following closely behind. I was holding back quite a bit. You guys are so weak, the man in the stained coat grunted, glancing back at Jiraiya, his eyes widening as he stuttered. Wait, are the legendary? Jiraiya apologized to the vendor, and the man in the stained coat offered to pay, handing Jiraiya his wallet. Jiraiya then bought all the vendor's balloons and water balloons. Naruto inspected the man's wound briefly before they left to train. They headed to a hill not far from the village. Jiraiya set down the bag of water balloons and took one to demonstrate to Naruto. He explained the 3 stages of the technique and then showed the first stage. After that, Naruto decided to give it a try. He took a water balloon and attempted to pop it by compressing his chakra and rotating it inside. He failed, and the balloon popped in a way that was nothing like Jiraiya's demonstration. Undeterred, he tried again, but failed once more. Jiraiya smirked and mentioned he would do some information gathering again. Naruto was suspicious but let him go, confident that despite Jiraiya's antics, he still got the job done. Naruto spent the entire day training on the Rasengan while Kurama watched over him, and Jiraiya gathered information on Tsunade's whereabouts. 3 days passed, and Naruto was still struggling with the first stage. He lay on the grass, panting. In his mindscape, he looked at Kurama, who huffed and turned away. I'm not giving you any hints, he said. Naruto sighed. Figures, he replied, falling silent until a question popped into his mind. Hey, what was it like for Dad when he tried to make the Rasengan? He asked excitedly. Kurama crossed his arms and sighed. Kit, I was sealed inside your mom, not your dad, Kurama replied. I know, but surely Mom must have watched Dad during the process, right? Naruto pressed. Kurama thought for a moment and then nodded. He was dedicated, true to his title as the Yellow Flash and the Yondaime Hokage, Kurama said, and Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. But you're still not getting any hints, Kurama quickly added, causing Naruto to slump in defeat. Figured it out, huh? As expected of the strongest of all 9 Biju, Naruto said monotonously, making Kurama twitch. You'll be able to figure it out on your own, just keep trying, Kurama encouraged. Naruto sighed. Yeah, sure, he said, then opened his eyes back to reality. He sat up and sighed again. How am I supposed to do this? He asked, looking around. Suddenly, a cat appeared, playing with one of the water balloons. The cat rolled it from side to side until it popped, scaring it away. Watching the cat, an idea struck Naruto. I got it, he yelled in joy. As the sun began to set, Jiraiya decided to check on Naruto before they headed back to the inn. When Jiraiya arrived at Naruto's training spot, he found Naruto grinning widely. Ero Sennin. Naruto called, barely able to contain his excitement. Watch me. You better watch me, Ero Sennin. Watch real close, he urged, and Jiraiya raised a hand to calm him. Alright. Show me, he said, crossing his arms. Naruto nodded and held up a water balloon with his left hand. He let his chakra flow within it, compressing and rotating it, then used his right hand to assist the rotation. With a perfect image in his mind, the balloon popped just as he had envisioned. He looked at it happily, then back at Jiraiya, who smiled. Good. You accomplished the first stage, he praised, and Naruto cheered, jumping in excitement. Then it was interrupted by Jiraiya's demonstration of the second stage, which Naruto completed in 1 week, followed by the third stage, which he also finished in a week. Now he could form the Rasengan, but he needed more training to maintain it. After several days of intense practice, he collapsed. A sharp pain shot through his arm and body as he struggled to catch his breath. He attempted to raise his arm, but the pain intensified, forcing him to stop midway. Kurama urged him to rest for the day, so Naruto slowly made his way back to the inn, cleaned up, and bandaged his arm before going to sleep. Jiraiya returned shortly after he dozed off and noticed the bandages on Naruto's arm. He smiled proudly at the boy, glad to see his dedication. Before heading to bed, he worked on some progress for his next novel. When Naruto felt better, Jiraiya informed him that he had found some clues about Tsunade's whereabouts. The two hurried to the possible location of the Slug Princess. They arrived in town under the moonlight, and before checking into an inn, they decided to grab a bite to eat. As they entered a nearby restaurant, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock at the sight of a familiar face. Naruto followed his gaze and saw a blonde woman with a flushed face, drinking with a black-haired woman who was trying to get her to stop. The blonde looked their way as well. Naruto mentally asked, "Is that?" Kurama nodded in response. Yeah. One of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade pointed at each other with shocked and somewhat annoyed expressions, as Jiraiya had been searching for her and Tsunade clearly did not want to be found. Tsunade? Jiraiya? Jiraiya and Naruto joined Tsunade and her assistant Shizune at their table. As the two Sannin talked, Naruto propped his elbow on the table and rested his chin on his palm, taking a good look at Tsunade. To think she's actually around 50 years old, he thought as he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of his food. He sensed the conversation turning serious when Orochimaru's name was mentioned, so he decided to listen closely. Tsunade pulled out a deck of cards and began shuffling them before placing them on the table. "Why have you been looking for me?" she asked. Jiraiya took the deck and shuffled it himself. "I'll cut to the chase," he said, placing the deck back on the table. "Tsunade, the village has decided to name you as the Godame Hokage." Tsunade froze, Shizune's eyes widened, and Naruto nearly choked on his food. Even Tonton the pig looked surprised. Tsunade quickly grabbed the deck and dealt 5 cards to each of them, leaving the rest in the center. Naruto finally swallowed his food, contemplating, "Godame Hokage? I understand. The village needs a Hokage to restore order, and they thought of one of the legendary Sannin for the position. Orochimaru is out of the question, and Ero Sennin is too pervy, so Tsunade could be the right choice. But she's a gambler," he thought, while Kurama sighed in annoyance. "Will you be quiet?" Jiraiya asked if Tsunade knew what happened to the Sandaime Hokage, and she replied that Orochimaru had informed her himself. Angered by the news of Orochimaru's actions against Hiruzen, Naruto questioned why Orochimaru had done such a thing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at him. "Who's this brat with you?" she asked. Jiraiya chuckled. "This is Uzumaki Naruto," he replied. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the blonde. "This kid is the Kyūbi's." Her thoughts trailed off as Naruto's expression fell. "I bet she's thinking about me being your host, you know," he thought, while Kurama groaned. "Everyone in Konoha, except for your generation and younger, thinks of that when it comes to you," Kurama said, and Naruto mentally scoffed. He then returned to questioning Jiraiya about why Orochimaru was still at large. Jiraiya shot Naruto a stern look and told him to sit down and be quiet. Reluctantly, Naruto clenched his fists and complied. Jiraiya discarded 3 cards and drew 3 new ones from the deck. "I'll say it again. The village has decided to name you as the Godame Hokage," he repeated. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya from her cards. "So what's your answer? Do you accept, Tsunade?" he asked. Tsunade closed her eyes in thought. Jiraiya patiently waited for her response for about 20 seconds. Finally, she opened her eyes and set down her cards. Impossible. I decline, she stated, earning shocked expressions from everyone except Jiraiya. Naruto quietly groaned in frustration at the conversation as Jiraiya reassured him that Tsunade would eventually accept. She then commented on his apprentice being a fool with a big mouth who was also funny-looking, which triggered Naruto and made Kurama laugh. Jiraiya then began discussing how Naruto could measure up to the Yandame's standards, highlighting his talent, brilliance, popularity, and good looks. But all that didn't save him from dying young. Throwing his life away for the sake of the village, Tsunade said, causing Naruto to furrow his brows. What? Money's one thing but life is another. To risk your life against all odds is an idiot's bet, she added. Naruto gripped his chopsticks tightly, snapping them as he trembled with anger. She continued to mock the Hokages who had died protecting the village, noticing Naruto's angered state and scoffing. Leaning back, she said, Becoming Hokage? Count me out. Only a fool would do that. Finally, Naruto snapped. He slammed his hands on the table, standing up and preparing to confront Tsunade, but Jiraiya grabbed his collar. Stop. People are watching, Jiraiya warned, dragging Naruto back. Tsunade smirked as Naruto slammed his fist on the table. I'm not going to let her sit there and make fun of Gigi. I'll show her, he yelled. Tsunade stood up, a challenging smile on her face. Are you challenging me? Hey, you've got guts. Let's take this outside, kid, she said. Kid, you need to calm down, Kurama advised. Don't tell me to calm down, Kurama. I won't let her get away with insulting Gigi and my own father, he replied mentally. They all went outside, and Tsunade smiled as she pointed a finger. One finger. It's all I need to take you down, she said, gesturing for Naruto to come at her. What are you waiting for, boy? She asked slyly. Naruto growled, glaring at her as he charged forward, throwing a few shuriken, which she dodged effortlessly. He took out a kunai and attempted to strike her, but she deftly caught it with a single finger, using it to remove Naruto's forehead protector. Naruto stepped back in surprise, and just as he opened his eyes, Tsunade flicked his forehead, sending him rolling. However, he quickly regained his footing. The kunai and his forehead protector landed in front of him, and he clicked his tongue, thinking, she's good. As expected from a legendary Sannin. Hey kid, one question before you pass out, she yelled, catching Naruto's attention. Tell me, why are you so protective of the Hokage? She asked. Jiraiya and Shizune turned to Naruto, waiting for his answer. He took a deep breath, contemplating his response. Because, unlike you, that's my goal, he said, looking up at her with determination. Becoming Hokage is my dream, he declared. Tsunade widened her eyes, recalling her lover and little brother saying the same words. Emotion welled up within her as she looked down. Seizing the moment, Naruto began to form the Rasengan in his hand, prompting a smirk from Jiraiya. Tsunade regained her composure as she saw Naruto charging at her with the Rasengan. That jutsu, she thought, quickly using her finger to create a crack beneath Naruto, causing him to stumble and hit his Rasengan against the ground, tumbling backward. She flipped her hair and placed her left hand on her waist. Unbelievable. I never expected the Yandame's jutsu. It's not quite the real thing though, she mused, observing the small crater the Rasengan had made. Naruto found himself stuck in the crack, flailing his legs as he tried to escape, but Shizune came to his aid. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, did you teach him the Rasengan? She asked. Of course I did. I'm his teacher, aren't I? What of it? He replied. You and the Yandame are the only ones who can use that jutsu. What's the point of teaching it to someone who may never master it? You'll fool. Giving him false hopes, making him think he could actually become Hokage someday, she scoffed. Naruto clicked his tongue as he stood up. I'll show you who's foolish. Give me 3 days and I'll master that jutsu, he declared, and Kurama looked at the blonde. Oi, Naruto. Watch what you say, kid. I might just hold you to it, Tsunade said with a smirk. Naruto scoffed. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way, he asserted. Tsunade then proposed a bet. If Naruto mastered the jutsu in 1 week, she would admit she was wrong and that he was worthy of becoming Hokage, and she would give him her necklace. If he failed, he would have to admit she was right, and she would take all the money from Gamachan. With that, she left with Shizune while Naruto and Jiraiya went to an inn to rest. Alone in the room since Jiraiya had run off, Kurama seized the opportunity to lecture him. That's what happens when you let your emotions cloud your judgment in battle, Naruto. If it were a real fight, you could have been in serious trouble, Kurama said, and Naruto sighed. I get it already, he replied. A knock interrupted them, and Shizune entered to inform him about Tsunade and the necklace, explaining that anyone else who wore it would meet a grim fate. She also spoke of her younger brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. Naruto listened intently as Shizune explained, and after she finished, he clenched his fist, looking down at his feet. He then walked past her, put on his sandals and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" she asked. Naruto glanced back at her as he held the doorknob. "I need to start training," he replied before leaving. Naruto found a waterfall surrounded by withered trees, formed a Rasengan, and struck the trunk. Morning came, and Naruto continued training. Kurama argued with him for hours about the need to rest before training, but Naruto remained stubborn, insisting he had to keep going. Panting, he lay back on the ground, his hand aching. "Diamante. I have to try," Naruto said, struggling to form the words. "No, Naruto, go back to the inn and rest," Kurama insisted. Slowly, Naruto sat up, grunting. "Just one more," he said, but Kurama was firm. "Naruto, you can train early tomorrow. Just rest," Kurama urged, his voice rising at first but softening with concern. Finally considering the Biju's suggestion, Naruto sighed. "Alright, I'll go back," he said, standing up. Kurama smiled in relief, prompting Naruto to smirk and tease him, which made Kurama clear his throat, trying to get Naruto to quiet down. He rested for the night and returned to training the next morning. That was the only time he took a break. For the following days, he trained relentlessly without stopping to eat or sleep. Kurama could do nothing as Naruto threatened to seal him away again if he suggested resting, so Kurama quietly watched. On the night before the deadline, Tsunade observed Naruto struggling to master the Rasengan while recalling the offers made by Kabuto and Orochimaru. She then left as Naruto lay back down on the ground. After a moment he got back up, formed a Rasengan, and struck the tree again. It still left the same spiral crater. To prove he had mastered it, he needed to create a hole. Stepping back from the tree, he remembered Jiraiya's words and clicked his tongue. "I can picture it, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't focus all my chakra into a neat little ball," he thought, closing his eyes. Determined to succeed, he opened his eyes and formed another Rasengan, kneeling on one knee as fatigue weighed him down, compounded by his lack of rest. He recalled Tsunade's words about never mastering it and her claim that becoming Hokage was a foolish dream. Narrowing his eyes, he forced himself to stand and charged at the tree. Unsatisfied with his progress, he continued to strike the nearby trees. When he finally stopped, he surveyed the area. Instead of trees with spiral craters, they now had holes. A smile spread across his face. "That did it," he said, a wave of exhaustion washing over him as he collapsed to the ground. In his mindscape, Kurama looked over the blonde who lay still, walking over to wrap one of his tails around him. He then lay down, resting his head on his arms. "You've done well, kid," Kurama said. Shizen walked into the room and gasped at the sight before her. She rushed to Naruto's side. "Are you okay, Naruto-kun?" she asked, quickly heading back to the inn to treat him. Tsunade and Jiraiya were having a drink and discussing serious matters when she slowly climbed the stairs of the inn. Turning into the hallway, she saw Shizun by the door. "Tsunade-sama. How is he?" Shizen asked. "He collapsed from exhaustion, and his right hand is severely burned from concentrated chakra. He won't wake up until the day after tomorrow at the earliest," Tsunade explained after inspecting Naruto's condition. Shizen asked if Tsunade would really go to Orochimaru tomorrow. When Tsunade didn't answer, Shizen declared she would stop her by any means necessary, but Tsunade rendered her unconscious as she left the room. The next day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. After adjusting to the brightness, he groggily sat up and stretched. He noticed his right hand was bandaged. "What happened?" he asked. "That girl brought you here and treated you." "Tsunade also came by to check on you," Kurama replied. Naruto looked down to see Shizun sleeping on the floor. He got up easily and moved his arms, pleased to see they were functioning well. "Thanks for healing me, Kurama," Naruto said. Kurama scoffed and looked away. He walked over to Shizun and poked her. "Oi, wake up," he said, trying to rouse her. Shizun groaned as Naruto poked her again. "But get up," he said more loudly. Shizun slowly opened her eyes and saw Naruto. "Naruto-kun," she said, her eyes widening as she shot up. What time is it?" "No, what day is it?" she asked in a panic. "It's Monday." "Why?" he answered. Shizun stared at him, her eyes wide as she sat up properly. "Amazing. Are you feeling all right? You were supposed to be out for 2 days," she said. Naruto removed his bandage and flexed his hand, pleased to see it healed. "I'm feeling all right. But anyway, I still have to deal with that old lady Tsunade. I'm going to wipe that smirk off her face, you know," he beamed. "So you've mastered the jutsu?" "Yep." Shizun laughed at Naruto's enthusiasm but remembered she had to go to Tsunade. "Naruto-kun, stay here," she said as she ran to the window. Just then, a kunai flew past her. Sensing the familiar chakra, Naruto rushed to the window and saw Jiraiya. He informed them that Tsunade had spiked her drink, and Naruto teased him about how he kept boasting about being a great ninja but got distracted by Tsunade's beauty. Shizun handed him a glass of water, which he gulped down eagerly. Naruto sensed another chakra nearby and looked back, seeing only a building. Jiraiya also sensed it and set down the glass. Okay Shizune, it's time you tell us what your mistress and Orochimaru are up to. What kind of deal did they make? He asked seriously. Naruto turned his attention to Shizune, who suggested they come with her as she would explain along the way. She told them about Tsunade healing Orochimaru's hands in exchange for reviving her brother and lover. On Tsunade's side, she had turned down the offer and fought. As they arrived, Naruto scoffed upon seeing Kabuto, thinking, I knew he was no good. Tsunade trembled at the sight of the blood Kabuto had shown earlier. She looked at Shizune, panting on the ground with blood dripping from her mouth, and at Naruto, who lay on the ground. It reminded her of Nawaki and Dan's deaths. Her heartbeat raced as Kabuto approached her. He reached for her, but she smacked his hand away. Don't touch me, she yelled. Kabuto clicked his tongue and began to strike Tsunade. As he prepared to punch her, Naruto took the hit instead. Blood dripped from his forehead as he glared at Kabuto, forming a Rasengan in his hand. He attempted to hit Kabuto, but Kabuto dodged and struck the back of Naruto's thigh with chakra, causing him to drop to the ground, grunting in pain. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll heal it right away. Kurama said as he began to heal him. Sorry, Kurama. Naruto thought. It. I still have to use 2 hands. If he gets one of my arms, then it's over. Kabuto taunted Naruto, telling him to run away. As this happened, memories flooded back to Tsunade, including recent events like the bet. Kabuto continued to mock Naruto as he kicked him, but before another blow could land, Naruto caught Kabuto's foot and pushed him away. But, won't run away. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way, he shouted as he stood up. Kabuto infused chakra into his hand and raised it. You should have stayed out of this, he said, slapping Naruto toward Tsunade. Naruto slowly stood up, ignoring the pain. Why? She asked, still trembling. Finally, Naruto stood tall and performed a hand sign. Tsunade Obachan. Get ready to pay up our bet. That cursed necklace of yours is about to be mine, he declared, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he yelled, creating a single clone. Naruto. Trust me, Kurama. Trust me. Enough. You don't have to protect me, Naruto. Stop already, she shouted as Kabuto pulled out a kunai and charged at Naruto. Tsunade urged Naruto to run away, but he smirked. Don't worry, he said, using his left hand to grab Kabuto, despite the pain. He held on tightly and extended his right hand to his clone. Until I achieve my dreams, I'm not going to die, he yelled, memories of Hiruzen, Gaara, and silhouettes of others, including his father, flashing in his mind. Let's see you dodge this time, he said as his clone gathered chakra in its right hand, forming a ball of energy. He then pulled his hand back and moved it into Kabuto's stomach. Kabuto retaliated, hitting Naruto's chest with his chakra-infused hand. Rasengan. The jutsu sent Kabuto crashing into a boulder. Naruto panted as Tsunade watched in shock, her mouth agape. He actually mastered it in a week, she thought. Naruto spat out blood from the pain in his chest, and his vision began to blur until he collapsed. Naruto! Kurama called out in worry. Tsunade rushed to his side, placing her head on his chest. Her eyes widened as she sat up. His heart is failing, she said, unzipping his jacket and placing both hands on his chest. The muscles surrounding his heart were severely damaged. She focused her chakra into her index and middle fingers and carefully cut through his shirt. Stop shaking, she told herself. Then she placed her hands together, left over right, and began to heal him. Kabuto was startled and started rambling again as he struggled to get up, but Tsunade told him to be quiet. He stopped breathing, she thought in a panic. Kurama did his best to heal Naruto, but he felt his own strength waning. It's getting dark. My strength is fading. Naruto, don't die on me. Kurama shouted, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Suddenly, the mindscape brightened. Tears fell onto the seal on Naruto's stomach, coming from Tsunade. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die, she repeated in her mind. She gasped as Naruto lifted his hand to her necklace, holding it gently. He opened one eye and smiled. Don't forget our bet, he said. Tsunade stared at him in disbelief as he chuckled. I told you I'd win, he said, closing his eye as his hand fell. In his mindscape, he turned to Kurama. Naruto. Kurama said, relieved to see his host. Naruto laughed. Ah, were you about to cry, Kurama? He teased. Kurama stiffened and crossed his arms. Shut up. I was just worried that I'd disappear if my host did. I was just concerned for myself, he replied, trying to sound tough as Naruto continued to chuckle. After calming down, he smiled at the large fox. I said it before, I won't die until I achieve my dreams. Becoming Hokage and reaching out to the other Jinchūriki. They need me, you know, Naruto said, grinning while Kurama scoffed. In reality, Tsunade held onto Naruto's injured hand and focused on healing it. Becoming Hokage is your dream, huh? She said, memories of Nawaki and Dan flooding her mind as she removed her necklace. Just one more time for the last time. I want those words to be true, she said with a smile as she gently lifted Naruto's head and placed the necklace around his neck. Orochimaru attempted to attack Naruto, but Tsunade intervened, blocking him. He struck her again, but she quickly regained her composure. With determination, she kicked Orochimaru in the face and stood tall. I finally remembered something, Orochimaru said, wide-eyed as he stared at her. I've been chosen as the Godame Hokage of Konohagakure, she declared, the mark on her forehead beginning to glow as she formed a hand sign. Reserve seal, release. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Her wounds healed instantly, and Orochimaru, fascinated by her jutsu, watched in awe. The three Sannin then marked their left hands or arms and performed hand signs, with Kabuto assisting Orochimaru since his arms were incapacitated. They placed their hands on the ground, and a summoning formula appeared. Summoning jutsu, they shouted. A large purple snake appeared for Orochimaru, Manda, a blue and white slug for Tsunade, Katsuyu, and Gamabunta for Jiraiya. Tsunade instructed Katsuyu to take Naruto to Shizen, and a smaller Katsuyu formed to carry him away. The showdown among the Sannin began. The scene shifted to the next morning at the restaurant where they had first met. Naruto looked at Tsunade with excitement. The Godame Hokage? He asked, and she nodded with a smile. I see. Congrats, Tsunade, he exclaimed, putting his hands together in celebration. Tsunade twitched at being called Oba-chan. Now that we have you as our Hokage, everything will be all right, he continued, crossing his arms. But Gigi was wise and kind while you're... Well, you have a bit of a temper, he rambled, slowly getting on Tsunade's nerves. Shizen tried to intervene, but Tsunade listened until the end. With a frustrated slam of her fist on the table, she leaned in toward Naruto, a tick mark forming on her forehead. You want to take this outside, kid? She yelled, causing Naruto to sweat nervously. Jiraiya sighed as they all moved outside for the impending match. Naruto was eager for this fight, determined to get back at Tsunade for their previous encounter. Tsunade stood confidently, knowing she would win again. I'm not perfect, but I'm the Hokage now. I'm not supposed to get my hands dirty with a kid like you, but... She raised her index finger with a smile. One finger is all I need. Not this time. And stop calling me a kid. I may be young now, but I'll be Hokage someday, he declared, his words striking a chord with Tsunade. Inside, Kurama sighed, resting his head on his paw. Naruto, you're going to lose again, he said, yawning as inner Naruto turned to him. Well, I wasn't serious last time. This time I'm going to show her, Naruto exclaimed, while Kurama let out a resigned sigh. He charged toward Tsunade, fist extended. As he closed in, Tsunade anticipated a punch and dodged, but Naruto leaped and flipped behind her, attempting a kick. Tsunade sidestepped, and Naruto created a clone that aimed for an axe kick, only for Tsunade to disperse it into smoke with a flick. Naruto reappeared before her, ready to punch, but Tsunade ducked and, with a swift motion, flicked his forehead. The force sent Naruto stumbling back, and he winced at the sting. That actually hurt, he thought, feeling the pain radiate from his forehead to the back of his head. When he opened his eyes, he saw Tsunade poised to flick him again. Expecting another painful hit, he shut his eyes tightly. Instead, he felt her fingers gently holding his chin, followed by a soft press of her lips against his forehead. He opened his eyes in shock, realizing Tsunade had given him a kiss. She pulled away, lightly pushing him back with a grin and a hint of pink on her cheeks. You'll grow up to be a fine man, she said. Naruto stood there, still processing the moment, before breaking into a grin of his own, his cheeks flushing. You bet, Oba-chan, he replied, while Jiraiya and Shizune exchanged smiles, and Tonton oinked happily. Jiraiya placed a hand on his waist and announced, all right, let's fill our stomachs and head back to Konoha. Naruto cheered, his stomach rumbling in agreement. They enjoyed breakfast together before making their way back to the village. Jiraiya sulked at Naruto for receiving a kiss from Tsunade, and Naruto playfully stuck his tongue out in response. A few days later, they finally returned to Konoha. After a day of rest, Tsunade moved to the Hokage building for a meeting with the elders, while Naruto waited outside. Afterward, he reminded Tsunade about Kakashi, Sasuke, and Lee's conditions, and they headed to the village infirmary. In the room where Sasuke lay, Sakura was by his side, watching over him. When Tsunade entered with Shizen, Sakura silently admired her beauty. Naruto burst in with a huge grin. Sakura-chan, everything's going to be okay. Sasuke's going to be all right now, he declared, looking at the sleeping Sasuke. Tsunade approached Sasuke, and Sakura turned to her. Gai-sensei told me about you. Please save Sasuke-kun, she pleaded, bowing her head. Leave it to me, Tsunade replied with a reassuring smile as she focused on Sasuke. She placed her hand on his forehead, channeling chakra that emitted a soft, greenish-blue glow. Tears slipped down Sakura's cheeks as she prayed for Sasuke's recovery. After a moment, Tsunade ceased the flow of chakra, and Sasuke groaned slightly before slowly opening his eyes. Sasuke! Sasuke-kun! They both exclaimed in relief. Tsunade stepped back as Sasuke sat up, still looking drained from the genjutsu. Tears continued to fall from Sakura's eyes as she hugged him tightly. Sasuke-kun, she called again. You're finally awake, Sasuke, Naruto said with a grin. He noticed Sakura sobbing as she held Sasuke, and a pang of emotion hit him as he watched his crush embrace his rival and friend. Despite this, he maintained a smile and quietly left the room. Tsunade understood the dynamics between the three and smiled knowingly. Naruto led her to another room to heal Kakashi. Once Kakashi was awake, Tsunade playfully chastised him for losing to his students, to which Kakashi could only sigh and apologize. Meanwhile, Guy anxiously awaited news about Lee. Naruto and Guy guided Tsunade to Lee's room, where they found him on crutches. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she regarded Lee, a look that Naruto noticed but chose not to mention. Should you be dawdling around here? She asked him. Realizing he needed to meet with Irika, Naruto nodded and promised to leave things to her before heading out. As he walked, he slowed down, pondering, weird. What is? Kurama asked. Did you see the look she had when she saw bushy brows? Naruto replied, and Kurama nodded. That could be a problem. Could be. But anyway, after your little meet-up with the Scar-faced dolphin, we need to train. You have to master the Rasengan with one hand, no clones, Kurama instructed. Naruto slumped at the thought. Okay, he mumbled, then dashed off to Ichiraku to meet Irika, who was treating him to a meal. Afterward, Naruto went to his usual training ground to practice the Rasengan. He attempted to create it with one hand multiple times but failed, leaving his right hand sore. To give his hand a break, Kurama allowed him to train in taijutsu and use his kunai, providing scenarios to sharpen Naruto's battle strategies. Later, Naruto heard updates about Lee's condition. On his way to visit Lee, he unexpectedly ran into him. They chatted for a while, and Naruto made a point to visit Lee regularly as well as Sasuke. Time passed, and Tsunade officially took her position as Konoha's Godame Hokage. Although the final exam of the Chunin exams was suspended, Tsunade learned that the Sandaime had highly praised a particular shinobi's match, leading her to promote him to Chunin. The newly promoted Chunin, Shikamaru, could only sigh and complain about the increased responsibilities. News of Lee's surgery reached Naruto, prompting him to ensure he visited Lee beforehand. Every day, Sakura visited Sasuke, bringing fresh flowers and food. She tried to engage him in conversation, but he remained silent. Thank goodness your injury wasn't serious. Naruto was relieved too, Sakura said, placing a vase with a fresh flower on the table before stepping out to buy him food, promising to return soon. As Sasuke sat up, he reflected on the missions and events where Naruto had played a crucial role, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He lay back down, staring out the window as thoughts of his brother Itachi surfaced. He remembered him saying that he had no interest in him, and Jiraiya replied, "Your target is Naruto after all." He clicked his tongue and closed his eyes, trying to sleep off the thought. A few minutes later, he woke up as he heard footsteps approaching his hospital room. He recognized the silhouette outside to be Sakura when another voice called, "Hey, Sakura!" He recognized the voice as Naruto's and furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in anger as he glared at the door. Naruto, he thought angrily. In another place, a weakened Orochimaru was sweating profusely, feeling his body growing weaker and unable to move his bandaged arms after his fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen. For Shinobi stood before him as he spoke weakly, "It's time." He slowly looked up at his subordinates. "Head for Konohagakure right now," he ordered. Back in Konoha, the door opened as Sakura walked in carrying a paper bag. Sasuke remained sitting up, looking at his fist. "I got you some apples. You like them, right?" she said as she took a seat next to the bed and pulled out an apple. "Doesn't it look good?" she asked before putting down the paper bag and searching for a knife just as Naruto walked in. "It's right in front of you, you know," he pointed out, and Sakura realized it was sitting on the table. Naruto laughed. "Ha, you getting all scatterbrained in front of Sasuke is pretty lame, you know. I'd rather hear lame from anyone but you," Sakura retorted. Sasuke side-eyed Naruto with a glare, remembering how Naruto had fought Gaara and ultimately defeated him, while Sakura had thanked Naruto for saving her, not him. Anger trembled within him as he thought of this while Naruto and Sakura finished their friendly banter. Sakura peeled the apple and cut it into pieces while Sasuke recalled Itachi's words, "You are weak, you don't have enough hate." He gritted his teeth at the thought as Sakura used a toothpick to pick a piece of the apple and held it up for Sasuke to eat. "Here you go, Sasuke-kun," she said with a smile. Sasuke whipped his head toward her with angry eyes and knocked the plate of apples from her hands. Sakura looked back at him, worried. Sasuke-kun? Naruto looked at Sasuke as he stood by Sakura. Hey, what's the matter? He asked. Sasuke glared at him, and Naruto raised a brow in question. What? He asked, while Sakura looked between the two, concerned they might fight. Hey, Naruto. Sasuke said. What is it? Naruto asked impatiently. Fight me. Right now. Sasuke demanded, activating his two-tomo Sharingan to show he was serious. You think you saved me? I don't care if she's the Godame Hokage, she should have just minded her own business, he said. Naruto furrowed his brows, feeling offended by Sasuke's words about Tsunade. What? He said angrily. Sasuke got up from his hospital bed and stood face to face with Naruto. You said you wanted to fight me, right? I'm saying let's do it now. Or have you chickened out? He sneered, and Naruto gritted his teeth. Sasuke, hey, what's going on? Naruto, say something too. What's this all of a sudden? Sakura tried to get answers from her teammates. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at Sasuke. I do want to fight you, but not like this, he said calmly. Sasuke's eyes widened in offense as Naruto walked away. I haven't chickened out, Sasuke. I will fight you. Focus on recovering first, then we fight, Naruto said. Sasuke clenched his fists, glaring daggers at his blonde teammate. Excuses. Are you that afraid you'll lose to me? He said cockily, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks. No. I'm just afraid you'll lose to me. After all, you're still recovering, he replied nonchalantly, putting his hands behind his head. I want us to fight with all we've got, so I need you in full health for that. Before he could take another step, Sasuke formed the Chidori out of anger. Sakura gasped in shock, tears forming in her eyes as Sasuke charged at Naruto. No, she yelled, moving forward to stop him, but he was already closing in on Naruto. He outstretched his hand to strike when Naruto ducked to dodge. Quickly, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's wrist and redirected his Chidori toward the wall next to the door. After that, he twisted Sasuke's arm behind his back and pushed him to the floor. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, grunting as Naruto sighed, holding his grip on Sasuke to keep him from moving. You sure are stubborn, Sasuke. And just when I told you to rest, he sighed. Loud footsteps echoed as Kakashi arrived, his eyes widening at the sight of a teary-eyed Sakura on her knees and Sasuke being held down by Naruto. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who was still processing the scene. Oh, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto beamed, releasing Sasuke as if nothing had happened. Can you take Sasuke back to bed? I still need to visit Lee, so I have to hurry, Naruto said, walking up to Kakashi. And don't worry. I'll talk to Tsunade about the damages and work on fixing it, he added. Kakashi looked at Naruto, then to Sasuke and Sakura, and the damaged wall. Naruto snickered as he walked past Kakashi. Well, gotta go. I'm leaving Sasuke and Sakura to you, sensei, he said, dashing away to Lee's hospital room. Kakashi took another look at the room and his remaining students, then sighed, now understanding what had happened. He walked up to Sasuke, who was slowly getting up, still shocked by the events. Sasuke, Kakashi began, but Sasuke turned on his heel, opened the window and jumped out. Sasuke-kun, wait. Sakura called, but it was too late. Tears started to fall as she slowly turned to Kakashi. What do we do? I couldn't do anything. Kakashi patted her head. Don't worry, leave everything to me, he reassured her as she continued to cry. Sasuke didn't know where he was going. He just needed to be alone. He ended up at one of the training grounds he used to visit with Team leaning against a tree to catch his breath. He acknowledged that he wasn't fully recovered, but he didn't care. His frustration towards Naruto consumed him before he realized it. He unleashed a Chidori against a tree, creating a significant crater. Once he calmed down, he decided to take a walk to clear his mind. Despite his efforts, he struggled to accept that Naruto had triumphed in their previous battles, especially considering he had been weaker back at the academy. The realization that Naruto was actually stronger than him only fueled his anger. Coincidentally, he heard Naruto's voice in the distance. Come on. Hurry. Naruto called out. Curious about what he was up to, Sasuke decided to investigate. In an open area, he saw Naruto running excitedly before stopping to look back. Hurry up. Tsunade, he urged. Sasuke turned to see the newly appointed Hokage taking her time approaching Naruto. What is it, brat? I have to prepare for Lee's surgery this afternoon, she said, arms crossed. Naruto dashed towards her, grabbing her hand and pulling her along. That's why you gotta hurry. It won't take long, you know, he insisted. They finally stopped about 5 meters away from a tree, and Naruto released Tsunade's hand to face her. Tsunade shifted her weight to one leg and crossed her arms. So? What is it? She asked impatiently. Naruto chuckled for a moment before grinning widely. I mastered it, he declared. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Mastered what? Oh come on. You know, I know you know. Naruto pouted. Tsunade thought for a moment and then smirked. Oh, so you finally mastered it, she asked as Naruto nodded eagerly. Up. And I wanted to show it to you, he said, turning toward the tree and taking his position. He extended his right hand, concentrating his chakra into it as he had during training. Sasuke wondered what Naruto was referring to until he saw a ball of chakra forming in Naruto's hand. Naruto then sprinted toward the tree and moved his hand forward, striking the trunk with the jutsu. A circular gap appeared in the tree, leaving both Tsunade and Sasuke wide-eyed and speechless. Tsunade smirked and clapped her hands, and Naruto, hearing her applause, beamed with pride. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? He asked. Yeah, you did well, brat. Not bad, she replied, grinning from ear to ear. Naruto mirrored her grin and laughed. Even Ero Sennin was surprised, he exclaimed. The two continued to chat as they walked away, while Sasuke stepped forward to examine the impact Naruto's jutsu had made on the tree. He compared it to the impact of his Chidori and noticed a significant difference. Gritting his teeth, he began punching nearby trees to vent his frustration. After a few hits, he grew tired and sat against one of the trees, leaning his back against its trunk. What have I been doing up until now? He wondered. In the distance, four shinobi under Orochimaru observed him, one of them smirking as they turned away. We'll get him tonight, they said before disappearing. A shuriken attached to a wire zipped past Sasuke and wrapped around the tree, trapping him. He grunted as he felt the wire tighten and glared up to see Kakashi holding the other end. Sasuke struggled to free himself, but it was futile. What do you think you're doing? He asked. If I don't do this, you'll surely run away, right? After all, you're not the type to listen quietly to lectures, Kakashi replied. Sasuke clicked his tongue, looking to the side. Sasuke, forget about revenge, Kakashi urged. What? Sasuke snapped, turning his head sharply, as if the suggestion was absurd. In this business, I've seen guys like you. But the final days of those who seek revenge are never good. They're tragic, Kakashi explained. Sasuke gritted his teeth, prompting Kakashi to continue. You'll only hurt yourself and suffer more than you do now. Even if you succeed in revenge, all that will remain is emptiness. Shut up. What do you know? Don't talk to me as if you understand. Sasuke retorted. Easy now, calm down, Kakashi said. Sasuke sneered. If you like, should I go kill the most important person to you? That way, you'll realize just how misguided your words are. Kakashi remained unfazed, keeping his gaze steady on Sasuke. Well, I wouldn't mind if you did that. Unfortunately, I don't even have a person like that, he said, offering a close-eyed smile. They've already been killed, he added nonchalantly, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in shock. I've lived longer than you have, and the times were not good. I know all too well about the agony of losing something, Kakashi continued. Sasuke looked down, Kakashi's words lingering in his mind. Well, both you and I aren't the lucky ones. That's for sure. But we're not the worst either, Kakashi said, and Sasuke's eyes widened as if he were realizing something. You and I, we both have already found dear comrades, haven't we? Kakashi asked, and images of a smiling Sakura and Naruto appeared in Sasuke's mind. It's because I have lost that I understand, Kakashi said as he released the wire binding Sasuke. The Chidori is a power I gave to you because you now have something important. You should know that it's not a power to be used against your comrades or for revenge. I'm sure you know what it should be used for, Kakashi continued. Think hard about whether or not what I'm saying is wrong, he said before leaving. Sasuke was now alone on the training ground, silently contemplating Kakashi's words. Naruto sighed as he took a break from training, sipping some water. He recalled how Sasuke had wanted to fight him back in the hospital. Lying on the grass, he watched the birds fly by. That's Sasuke, he's so focused on revenge that he wants to get stronger. What about the rest of Team 7? The comrades he has now? Naruto mused aloud, waking the fox sleeping inside him. The Uchiha brat is clouded with hatred and revenge. With you showing your strength, he feels inferior and wants to fight you to prove he's strong enough to kill his brother. But if you two do fight, he has no chance. You're stronger than him, Kurama replied. Naruto turned to the large fox with wide eyes. Kurama noticed this and furrowed his brows. What? Just hearing you say that I'm stronger than him makes me happy, you know, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Kurama closed his eyes. I was only stating facts, he said. All right if you say so, Naruto shrugged. Back in reality, Naruto stood up and left the area. Where are you going? Kurama asked. To Tsunade Obachan. I'm going to ask her for some tips on medical ninjutsu. Just a few, Naruto replied as he leaped from building to building until he reached the Hokage Tower. At night, Sasuke remained where Kakashi had spoken to him, lost in thoughts of Sakura and Naruto, but then Itachi came to mind. Frustrated, he didn't know what to do until 4 shinobi appeared before him. They introduced themselves as the Sound Ninja 4 and charged at Sasuke. He managed to counter each of their attacks, but just when he thought he had them, he realized they were only logs. Turning around, he saw the ninjas unscathed, and the fight continued. In the end, Sasuke found himself held upside down by his ankle. The ninja told him he wouldn't get any stronger if he stayed in the village and invited him to join them, mentioning that Orochimaru could help him grow stronger. The ninja holding him then tossed him against the wall, which ignited Sasuke's anger, causing the curse mark to spread across half of his body. He attempted to retaliate but was easily pushed back. Noticing that the others bore curse marks as well, they explained that losing control would consume them. Sasuke began to calm down, allowing the extended marks to recede. They told him that accepting the mark meant giving up his freedom. In order to receive something, one must discard something, one of them stated. What is your objective? Are you and your comrades just going to comfort each other in this lukewarm village and forget about Uchiha Itachi? Another asked. Sasuke's eyes widened as he remembered his true purpose. They urged him that if he severed ties with the village, he could gain more power. Don't forget your objective, one yelled as the Sound 4 departed. Sasuke slowly raised his hand as a leaf landed on his palm, crushing it as his eyes filled with a wild urge for revenge and a growing hunger for power. Meanwhile, Sakura spoke to Naruto about Sasuke and the curse mark. Naruto nodded, already aware of the situation, and did his best to comfort her. As they parted ways, Naruto noticed something. Sakura-chan's worried about something. What could it be? He wondered. It's the Uchiha brat she's worried about, Kurama replied, and Naruto pondered. But it should be fine. It's not like Sasuke is going to do something reckless, Naruto said, while Kurama rolled his eyes. Sasuke was at home, packing his belongings and tidying up. He strapped his bag on and headed out. Before leaving, he took one last look at the picture of Team 7, then slowly turned the frame face down and left. With his hands in his pockets, he passed by the Ninja Academy and was nearing the main gate when Sakura appeared a few meters ahead, her expression sad as she noticed his bag. Tears began to fall. Sakura tried her best to convince him to stay, recalling moments they shared as Team 7, confessing her feelings, and even offering to help him with his revenge. But despite her efforts, it was in vain. Sasuke turned to her. You really are annoying, he said, resuming his path out of the village when Sakura shouted, Don't go. She ran toward him, desperate to make him stay. If you go, I'll scream and... Before she could finish, Sasuke quietly said from behind her, Sakura, thank you. She gasped, touched by his words, but then felt a sudden pain at her nape and called out his name before losing consciousness. Sasuke gently laid her on a nearby stone bench and successfully exited the village. He encountered the Sound 4 who knelt before him. We were waiting for you, Sasuke-sama, one said as he stopped before them. What's with you? He asked. It was decided that you would be our leader once you left the village. Please forgive our rudeness until now, another said, and all four bowed in apology. Sasuke regarded them for a moment before walking past. I don't care about any of that. The Sound 4 stood up and flanked their newly appointed leader. Let's go. Tsunade slept peacefully atop a pile of papers and documents she was supposed to work on. Her slumber was interrupted by a knock at the door. Kotetsu and Izumo entered, carrying a stack of documents. Tsunade sat up straight, extending a hand with a tired smile. Good work, she said, trying her best to sound awake. The two noticed the drool on her face, prompting Kotetsu to complain about her sleeping while they gathered documents for her. She laughed nervously in response. Izumo peeked over the pile he held so Tsunade could see him. More importantly, Hokage-sama, there's something we want to report, he said. Tsunade wiped her mouth and asked, What is it? Izumo explained what they had heard from Sakura, that Sasuke had left the village to go to Orochimaru. What? Is this true? She asked, standing up abruptly. Yes. According to Haruno Sakura, there's no mistake, Izumo confirmed. To think that they're already on the move, she thought, recalling Orochimaru's offer and condition, concluding that he wanted Sasuke for the Uchiha clan's powers. Tsunade sat back down, deep in thought, before looking up with a serious expression. Izumo! That's it. Bring Nara Shikamaru here, she ordered. Before long, Shikamaru arrived before Tsunade. She explained the details of the situation and assigned him his first mission as a newly appointed Chunin. With the Jonin and Chunin shinobi occupied on other missions, Shikamaru had no choice but to form a team with Genin. Within the next 30 minutes, I want you to gather all the Genin you consider the best and leave the village for the mission, she instructed. Shikamaru turned to leave but paused at the door. It's a drag, but I know the guy, so I can't just let this matter go, he said. Tsunade smirked at him. There's one person I want to recommend, she said with a smile. Shikamaru headed to Naruto's apartment, as he was the shinobi Tsunade had suggested. Naruto was just getting ready for his early morning training while Kurama was giving him a pep talk. Sensing a familiar chakra signature, he looked toward the door. It's the Nara brat, Kurama remarked as Naruto tightened his forehead protector and dashed to the door. Just as Shikamaru was about to knock, Naruto opened it. "Oh, morning, Shikamaru," he greeted enthusiastically. "Yeah." Shikamaru replied, surprised to see Naruto so ready for the day. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, and Shikamaru explained the situation. "What? You've got to be kidding me!" Naruto exclaimed, prompting Shikamaru to cover his ear with a finger. "You're such a drag early in the morning," he said. He wondered why Tsunade had recommended Naruto for the mission to bring Sasuke back. Naruto clenched his fist, thinking that he actually did something stupid. Kurama sighed, "You should really be careful with your words, Naruto." Naruto went back inside to grab a few extra scrolls for his weapons, stuffed them into his pouch, and returned to join Shikamaru in gathering the others. They headed to the Akimichi residence to find Choji, and coincidentally, Kiba was out walking Akamaru. Their first choice was Shino, but he was unavailable due to a special mission with his father, so Kiba joined instead. On their way to the village's main entrance, they encountered Niji and Lee. Shikamaru explained the situation and asked Niji to join them. Lee, who had just recovered from surgery, looked disappointed but encouraged Niji not to worry about him and cheered on the 5 shinobi. The 5 gathered at the main entrance, with Lee watching from a distance. Naruto clenched his fist, ready to spring into action. "Alright, let's go," he shouted as he started to run, but Kiba pulled him back. "Hey, what are you doing acting like you're the boss?" Kiba asked, and Naruto adjusted his jacket, mumbling under his breath. Niji turned to Shikamaru. "What's the plan?" he asked. Shikamaru explained their formation and what to do if they encountered enemy shinobi. As he spoke, Lee admired Shikamaru's ability to formulate a plan with the team he had just assembled. "Any questions?" "Not, I want to share the most important thing last," Shikamaru said, and the 4 shinobi listened intently. "Sasuke and I aren't close friends. In fact, I don't particularly like him," Shikamaru began. "However, he is also a shinobi belonging to Konohagakure. He is a comrade. Therefore, I will put my life on the line to help him. That's the way of Konoha." He continued, "In this case, I can't just sit back and be lazy. I am responsible for your lives." The others smiled at Shikamaru's determination as a chunin. They checked their ninja tools, and once prepared, they set off but were halted by a familiar voice. "Wait," the voice called, and they turned to see Sakura with tearful eyes. "Sakura-chan!" Naruto exclaimed upon seeing her. "Take you along on this mission," Shikamaru said gently. "Even you weren't able to convince Sasuke, right?" he added, noticing Naruto's widened eyes. "Sakura-chan tried to stop him," he thought. "All we can do now is use force to convince him." "Sakura, your role in this has ended," he said firmly. Naruto looked at Sakura as tears began to fall from her eyes, her head hanging low. "Naruto, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please bring Sasuke-kun back," she pleaded. "I couldn't do it. I wasn't able to stop Sasuke-kun. At this point, the only person who can bring him back is you, Naruto," she added. Naruto lowered his gaze and formed a sad smile, sensing how deeply Sakura wanted Sasuke to return. He closed his eyes, then replaced the sad smile with a determined grin as he looked at her. "You like Sasuke so much, don't you, Sakura-nan?" he asked, and she met his gaze. "I understand how painful this must be for you right now, Sakura-nan," Naruto said. Sakura recalled how she initially found Naruto annoying, and she held back her tears, trying to stay strong. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and a big smile, mimicking the nice guy pose. "I'll bring Sasuke back without fail. I promise that on my life. Believe it," he declared. Sakura continued to cry, reflecting on how Naruto had always understood and supported her. Meanwhile, Naruto struggled to hide his trembling hand, feeling the sting of knowing he might never have a chance with Sakura, given her strong feelings for Sasuke. In his mindscape, Kurama comforted him, patting his head and wrapping a tail around him. "Hey, Naruto, are you sure you're okay saying that kind of thing?" Kiba asked, and Naruto smirked back at him. I won't go back on my word. That's my way of the ninja," he said proudly, punching the air. "Alright, let's hurry up and go," Naruto urged. "We've lost a little time, let's hurry," Shikamaru said as the 5 set off to save the Uchiha. In Naruto's mindscape, Kurama asked, "Are you sure you can bring the Uchiha back?" "I know I can. I believe I'm strong enough to do that," Naruto replied confidently. "Please watch over me, Kurama," Naruto called back to the large fox, who responded with a knowing smirk. With Kiba and Akamaru's keen sense of smell, they set off in the direction Sasuke had taken. After a while, Naruto used a sensory jutsu and detected not only Sasuke's chakra but also 4 others nearby. Realizing they belonged to Orochimaru's subordinates, he felt a wave of concern for his comrade's safety, but he knew he had to trust them. The sound ninja 4 paused to rest, providing Naruto's team with an opportunity to ambush them. However, their plan was foiled by an unnoticed trap that revealed their presence. A brief ninjutsu contest ensued until Shikamaru's squad found themselves encased in an earth dome jutsu. Seizing the moment, the Sound Four continued their journey, while Jirobo chose to remain behind to recover his chakra and pursue them quickly. As the others moved on with the coffin, Jirobo began absorbing the chakra of the trapped squad. The squad felt their strength waning, but Shikamaru remained focused on his plan. Following his instructions, they confirmed a way out of the dome. Choji performed his jutsu, rolling to the far side of the dome and breaking free, revealing the squad with triumphant expressions. Time was running out as Sasuke was getting away. Choji bravely volunteered to stay behind and confront Jirobo, urging the others to continue. They all placed their faith in Choji, promising he would catch up with them. As they navigated through the forest of the Land of Fire, the squad drew closer to the coffin carried by the Sound Four. Each time they approached, one member would stay behind to hold off the enemy. This time, it was Kidamaru who faced Niji, leaving Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru to pursue Sasuke. Night fell, and Orochimaru's vessel had yet to arrive. In response, he decided to send someone to retrieve his new vessel. The following day, the remaining Sound Four continued their journey, stopping on a tree branch to spot the rest of the squad right behind them. Sakan leaped to attack, and Naruto threw a kunai, but it missed its mark. As Sakan closed in, Kiba and Shikamaru took the brunt of his punches while Naruto prepared a Rasengan. In a clever maneuver, Shikamaru and Kiba revealed themselves to be Naruto's clones, allowing him to withdraw chakra from his palm as Sakan caught it, mistakenly believing he had stopped Naruto. Kiba's Kitsuga came from behind, targeting Tayuya, but Sakan ducked just in time. Before Tayuya could react, a shadow stretched toward her, immobilizing her. Shikamaru, using his Kagame Jutsu, held her in place while Kiba swiftly grabbed the coffin. As Sakan jumped after it, Shikamaru released his jutsu, causing Sakan to collide with Tayuya. Kiba passed the coffin to Naruto, and the three made their way back to Konoha. Frustrated with the outcome, Tayuya and Sakan's cursed seals activated, fueling their pursuit of the squad. Naruto felt a surge of relief as he restrained himself from acting impulsively and followed Shikamaru's lead. He was internally celebrating when Sakan caught up to them. Kiba and Akamaru engaged Sakan in battle, but an explosive tag detonated, sending Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakan tumbling into a crack in the ground. Before they could check on their teammate, Tayuya caught up, prompting Shikamaru to confront her while Naruto pressed on to the village for help. Suddenly, they all halted as a new figure landed on the coffin and seized it. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration. Just when I thought things were going smoothly, he thought. That's why I told you to be prepared for the unexpected, Kurama began, but Naruto interrupted. Not now, Kurama, he gritted his teeth and charged at the newcomer, Kimimaro, who was making his way toward Orochimaru's lair. Shikamaru, after dealing with her, go find the others and get help from the village, he shouted. Huh. Shikamaru replied, surprised that Naruto was giving him orders instead of the other way around. Kimimaro was fast, but Naruto managed to keep up. They found themselves in an open field, far from the Land of Fire's border. Naruto threw a kunai at Kimimaro's shoulder, but he dodged and deflected it with his foot. The kunai narrowly missed Naruto's eyes, embedding itself in a tree behind him. They faced each other, the wind rustling the grass around them. Naruto glanced at the coffin containing Sasuke and then back at Kimimaro. Hey, what's your name again? Naruto stammered, prompting Kurama to facepalm. Kimimaro, Kurama supplied. Right? Naruto muttered, clearing his throat. Kimimaro. I need that coffin. I need it too, Kimimaro replied. Sasuke is coming back to the village, Naruto insisted. He is needed as Orochimaru-sama's vessel, Kimimaro countered, igniting Naruto's anger. Cracking his knuckles, Naruto charged at Kimimaro with a kunai drawn. He aimed for Kimimaro's torso, but his opponent blocked the attack with his arm, revealing a weapon made of his own bone. Naruto jumped back, realizing the danger he faced. Okay, what the heck is that? Naruto exclaimed as Kimimaro advanced. The two red spots on his forehead indicate he is part of the Kagaya clan, Kurama explained, detailing their unique ability to use their bones as weapons. Naruto found the ability both fascinating and perilous as he dodged Kimimaro's bone attacks and countered with his own. Stealing a glance at the coffin, Naruto noticed a dark smoke seeping from it. He attempted to approach but was blocked by Kimimaro. Thinking quickly, Naruto created shadow clones to distract Kimimaro while he made a move toward the coffin. But Kimimaro would ignore Naruto's attempts to fight him and instead focus on the Naruto near the coffin. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he continued to battle. Damn it. I can't get close to the coffin unless I deal with this guy, he thought. The fight lasted for a few minutes until he noticed the smoke thickening, the seals tearing apart as the coffin burst open. This forced both fighters to pause as debris scattered and the smoke slowly cleared to reveal Sasuke, looking unharmed. Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him, letting out a hearty laugh as he placed his hands on his hips. Sasuke, what are you doing with these guys? Come on, let's go home now. Naruto exclaimed, but Sasuke didn't respond. Instead, he chuckled to himself, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he dashed away toward the border of the Land of Fire. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, but Kimimaro quickly moved behind him, ready to strike. Naruto let his guard down for just a moment and instantly regretted it, but then Kimimaro was kicked away. He landed gracefully on the ground and looked up to see who had intervened. Who are you? Kimimaro asked, his eyes narrowing. Naruto's face lit up with joy as the newcomer struck a confident pose. Konoha's handsome devil, Rock Lee, he declared. Stars seemed to twinkle in Naruto's eyes before he shook it off, replacing his excitement with concern. What are you doing here? Didn't you just get out of surgery or something? Naruto asked anxiously. That's not important right now, Naruto-kun. You have to go after Sasuke-kun, Lee insisted. But bushy brows. Please leave this person to me, Lee said firmly. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto decided to trust Lee. Before he left, he warned Lee about Kimimaro's abilities and then took off after Sasuke. In one moment, Sasuke was in sight, and the next, he was gone. Naruto clicked his tongue in frustration as he propelled himself from a branch for a great leap. That's Sasuke. He's starting to annoy me. Naruto exclaimed angrily, boosting himself again, while Kurama sighed at his vessel's complaints. Tell me about it, he replied. Naruto gradually closed the distance to Sasuke, calling out to him several times, but the Uchiha ignored him as if he didn't exist. Naruto's patience began to wear thin, but Kurama advised him to stay calm, warning that an outburst could jeopardize their mission. Eventually, Naruto found himself outside the forest in a rocky area. He scanned the surroundings and spotted Sasuke climbing the rocks. With a huff, he followed in pursuit. They reached a waterfall between two large statues, and Naruto marveled at the sight but reminded himself to appreciate the scenery later. Finally, he reached the top of one statue while Sasuke stood atop the other. He took a deep breath and shouted, Sasuke! Sasuke stepped forward to continue his journey but paused when Naruto yelled, Are you going to run away from me? The young Uchiha turned to face Naruto, revealing the curse mark that covered half of his face, along with a different eye color. Jinchūriki, he greeted. It's just you, huh? I already told Sakura this, but don't mind me anymore, he said. Naruto glared at him, which made Sasuke laugh. What's with that look? He sneered. When Naruto asked why, Sasuke replied that he was done fooling around and told Naruto to go home. Naruto expressed how everyone cared about him and how some risked their lives for him, but Sasuke dismissed it, turning to leave. His attitude ignited Naruto's anger. He leaped towards Sasuke, who noticed his shadow and turned. Naruto landed on him and, without hesitation, threw a punch. He gripped Sasuke's shirt, his teeth clenched. How dare you say that about your own comrades? Naruto shouted, and Sasuke spat out blood. Comrades, you say? Did I become stronger by staying with those so-called comrades? Sasuke muttered. Naruto yelled that Orochimaru was using him as a vessel and that he might end up dead. But Sasuke didn't care. He wanted the power to defeat the man who had destroyed his clan, and the only way to achieve that was through Orochimaru. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar and lifted him, attempting to choke him. He released him and delivered a punch to Naruto's gut, causing a few ribs to crack. Naruto spat out blood as he fell toward the water below the waterfall. Sasuke felt a twinge of pain as the curse mark receded, but he laughed, reveling in his newfound power. Watching from within, Kurama's anger surged as he witnessed his Jinchūriki being hurt by the Uchiha. He growled as his chakra began to stir. Naruto slowly sank beneath the surface, the pain in his gut intensifying. Kurama, he thought but stopped himself. He didn't want to rely too much on him and believed Kurama was resting, so he placed a hand on his stomach and began to heal himself. I wish I had asked Tsunade-Oba-chan for more advice, he thought as he finished healing. He swam up and leaped out of the water, landing on its surface with chakra. Furrowing his brows, he jumped back to the top of the statue. Sasuke descended, preparing to kick. Naruto blocked the attack with his arms crossed and was sent down to the base of the waterfall. He landed on the water's surface, using chakra to stay afloat, while Sasuke dropped down, the curse mark no longer visible. Naruto clenched his fists, glaring at Sasuke. I'll take you back to the village even if I have to force you, Naruto declared. Sasuke merely smirked as he charged at Naruto. He threw a few shuriken, which Naruto dodged, but Sasuke had controlled them with wire, ensnaring Naruto's legs and restricting his movement. Sasuke pulled the wire, dragging Naruto toward him. Quick on his feet, Naruto grabbed a kunai and cut the wires to free himself. He jumped back and threw kunais and shuriken, which Sasuke deflected and dodged, some heading back toward Naruto. Finding a nearby log, Naruto seized it and used it as a shield. He tossed the log aside and widened his eyes as Sasuke appeared, aiming a kick that Naruto narrowly dodged. They exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks, dodging and blocking, their battle shifting between the shore and the water. With all their strength, their fists collided. The two jumped back and stood at the tip of a log, balancing with their chakra to keep it afloat. They glared at each other for a moment, taking a brief pause from their fight to prepare for the next move. A memory suddenly flashed through Sasuke's mind. "Naruto, you said you wanted to fight me, right?" he asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the unexpected question, considering they were already in the midst of battle, but he decided to answer. "I did," he replied. "So why aren't you taking it seriously?" Sasuke pressed, leaving Naruto confused. "Huh?" was all he could manage to say. "I noticed how you fought. You're not even going all out. Weren't you going to take me by force?" Sasuke pointed out, recalling their earlier exchanges. "I don't want to hurt you, Sasuke," Naruto said earnestly. "If you don't fight me seriously, then you have no chance of bringing me back," Sasuke declared, activating his two-tomo Sharingan and charging at Naruto. He lifted his leg for a kick, and Naruto blocked it, only to be sent splashing into the water. Sasuke leaped and aimed for an axe kick, but Naruto swiftly moved to the shore, channeling chakra to his feet and landing on the mountainside. Sasuke followed, and they exchanged blows, each landing hits on the other. Naruto questioned Sasuke's motives once more, only to receive the same answer: for power, for revenge against the brother who had destroyed his clan. "There must be another way. It can't be just revenge," he urged, but Sasuke was resolute. "You wouldn't understand. You were alone from the start while I had bonds until they were severed by him. Just to test his abilities." Sasuke argued. "That doesn't mean you have to leave the village," Naruto shouted, throwing a punch. "This is necessary. The longer I stay, the less progress I make. I must sever my bonds with all of you to grow stronger, to gain more power." Sasuke countered, defending himself as he kicked and parried. As their battle continued, a third tomo suddenly appeared in Sasuke's Sharingan, allowing him to anticipate Naruto's moves more clearly and land more hits. Naruto found himself on the defensive and finally noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes. "Crap," he cursed internally as Sasuke landed a punch to his face, then kicked him toward the water. Naruto managed to channel chakra to his body, preventing himself from falling in completely. Despite the pain, he forced himself back up, only to be met with an uppercut followed by another axe kick that sent him back toward the water. Panting, he considered Sasuke's words. It seemed he wasn't taking this seriously, either because he didn't want to hurt Naruto or he was growing overconfident in his abilities. Slowly, he rose as Sasuke watched him. "You're either holding back or you're actually weak. If it's the latter, then I shouldn't have worried about you in the first place," Sasuke commented, watching Naruto struggle to stand. "When I said I wanted to fight you, I meant in a sparring match. Not this," he said slowly, feeling the pain swell. He thought of Kurama, who had been silent throughout the fight. Sasuke performed a series of hand signs for the Chidori and aimed for Naruto's chest, unleashing his jutsu. Naruto coughed, feeling the impact, and stumbled back, holding the wound as his vision blurred. "Ichen, you're weak after all," Sasuke remarked. "Naruto," Kurama called, sensing the scene unfolding. He growled, his claws sharpening as he felt a surge of protective anger. "You Uchiha brat," he roared, his chakra beginning to spiral out of control. Sasuke turned to leave but felt an immense aura. He glanced back at Naruto, who stood still as the wound he had caused began to heal. Taking deep breaths, Naruto felt most of his injuries close up. Something heavy stirred within him, but he chose to ignore it. Clenching his fist, he glared at Sasuke. "You want me to be serious? Then I'll show you how I am when I'm serious," he declared. Sasuke stared for a moment before throwing his head back and laughing. He inhaled deeply, then fixed his gaze back on the blonde Jinchūriki. "Then amuse me," Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan and charging at Naruto. He drew a kunai and swiped at him. Naruto ducked, pulling out his own kunai and swinging it to disarm Sasuke. Sasuke quickly turned for a roundhouse kick, but Naruto jumped back, then leaped to throw his kunai at him. Sasuke flipped to the side and performed a few hand signs. "Fire release, great fireball technique," he shouted, releasing a massive fireball, taking advantage of Naruto's position in the air. Naruto quickly formed his own hand signs to counter. "Wind release, great breakthrough," he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that extinguished Sasuke's fireball as if it were a mere candle. Naruto landed back on the water and charged at Sasuke. Sasuke clicked his tongue, throwing another kunai with an explosive tag attached. Naruto sidestepped, redirecting the kunai back towards Sasuke. Sasuke parried it, but the explosion sent shockwaves around them. Naruto rushed in with a fist extended, but when he got close, he revealed a smoke bomb instead, releasing it and enveloping Sasuke in purple smoke. Sasuke coughed as he tried to see through the haze, only to be kicked from behind, stumbling out of the smoke and crashing against the hard surface near the great statue. Panting, Naruto stood on the other side of the water, feeling pain surge within him as he held his chest. He realized this was due to Kurama's chakra acting up, and he bent forward, struggling to breathe. Kurama, calm down, he pleaded, hoping the large fox would hear him. Kurama's chakra continued to overwhelm him, intensifying the pain, and Naruto felt his blue eyes slowly begin to shift to red with slit-like pupils, but he fought to maintain control. Kurama, he thought as he entered his mindscape. Kurama was on all fours, his pupils narrowing and his claws digging into the floor, chakra leaking from him. Naruto had to strengthen his body just to approach him. Kurama, he called out, but the fox was lost in his fury, growling as he glared at the Uchiha, still furious over the wound inflicted on his host. I'll make you suffer, he threatened, assuming the Uchiha could hear him. Naruto moved closer, looking up at the Biju. Kurama, Kurama, he called again, but the fox only roared loudly. Sensing a strong aura nearby, Naruto returned to reality and turned toward its source, the Uchiha. He heard sinister chuckles growing louder and saw something unsettling. Sasuke stood before him, his skin an ashen gray, eyes yellow, lips purple, nails long and sharp, and hair wild. Webbed hands served as wings on his back. I can feel it. The power of the curse mark, he reveled, and Naruto felt a wave of disgust at Sasuke's new appearance. Ew, that's really weird and ugly, he commented, earning a sneer from Sasuke. Without any hand signs, Sasuke formed a Chidori in his dominant hand. This is the end. You will lose, Sasuke declared confidently, but Naruto felt the pain inside him intensifying. He shook it off and scoffed. Watch me bring you down to your knees, he yelled, forming a Rasengan in his hand. Sasuke flew toward him, and Naruto leapt off the ground. Naruto! Sasuke! An explosion was expected when their jutsu collided, but it didn't happen. Instead, Naruto dispelled his jutsu and shined behind Sasuke, delivering an axe kick to the water. The Chidori struck the water, creating a massive splash. He quickly made a clone and sent it to shore, where it performed hand signs and placed its hand on the ground before disappearing. Naruto dropped into the water behind Sasuke, who panted as he regained his original appearance, the pattern of the curse mark slowly fading. Naruto walked toward him and kicked him to shore, right on top of the formula his clone had created. Naruto shined to Sasuke, placing a hand over his head. Fuin, he declared, and a seal appeared on Sasuke, immobilizing him. Sasuke struggled, gritting his teeth as he tried to break free. Naruto sighed and sat cross-legged in front of his teammate. See? I told you I'd put you on your knees, Naruto pointed out, noting Sasuke's position. Sasuke glared at him, teeth bared. You dash. Will you shut up and listen to me? Naruto snapped, lightly bonking his teammate on the head. Sasuke clicked his tongue in frustration while Naruto sighed. I understand you want to kill Itachi for what he did to your clan, but I don't get why you have to leave the village. You're severing your bonds, right? Naruto said, and Sasuke grumbled in response. You don't understand. Another thing, why seek revenge on Itachi? Naruto asked. Because he massacred my clan just to test his abilities. Sasuke shouted in frustration, crossing his arms as Naruto closed his eyes to think. Then why did he let you live? He questioned. So that I can avenge my clan. Sasuke yelled. Naruto thought for a moment. Really? He asked as Sasuke muttered curses under his breath. Itachi is your brother, right? Why did he kill everyone but you? He even killed your parents, but spared you? Naruto pressed. Sasuke opened his mouth to argue but fell silent, unable to think of a reason. After a moment, Naruto came to a conclusion. Could it be because he couldn't? He asked, and Sasuke looked at him, confused about where this was going. I remember when I was little, I'd overhear people talking about Itachi. How he was great and a genius, and how much he loved his brother, Naruto recalled. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brows in disbelief. That's not possible. He didn't care about me, he only let me live because I wasn't worth killing, Sasuke claimed, and Naruto hummed thoughtfully. Think about it, Sasuke. You were just a kid then. Not worth killing? I'm sure there were other Uchiha your age, older or younger, and they weren't worth killing either. So why was he able to kill them but not you? Naruto reasoned. The reason is simple, he couldn't. Itachi loved you, more than anything or anyone else. That's why he let you live because he couldn't bring himself to kill you, Naruto continued. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recalled his days with Itachi, trying to process Naruto's words. He couldn't believe it. That's not possible. Sasuke muttered, and Naruto sighed in exasperation, his patience wearing thin with Sasuke's constant denial. Well, that's my conclusion. The only way to know the truth is to ask him yourself, Naruto said, standing up and moving behind Sasuke. You should ask him for the truth. He must have a reason for what he did, Naruto suggested. I will never, Sasuke insisted, but Naruto cut him off, lightly hitting him on the nape to render him unconscious. Think about what I said, it might save you from a bad decision, was all Sasuke heard as he slowly closed his eyes and went limp. Naruto then felt a thump, a wave of pain overtaking him. He inhaled and exhaled, trying to calm himself as he dropped to all fours. He shut his eyes and returned to his mindscape. Once again he found himself before the Biju, who continued to heave and growl. Despite the Uchiha being more or less asleep, Kurama let out his rage, chakra continuously leaking. Naruto tried to get close, just as he had before. Struggling, he reached Kurama's paw. Kurama, calm down. You have to calm down, he pleaded, but the Biju let out a loud roar that sent everything nearby flying. Naruto clung to his fur to avoid being thrown away. He gripped tighter, pulling himself closer, and shut his eyes. As he hugged Kurama's paw. Kurama, he yelled loudly. This time, the fox heard him, jerking his head down to see his host holding him tightly. He noticed something wet on Naruto's face. Was it water from the mindscape that splashed as he roared? As he focused more, he realized it wasn't water, they were tears. Naruto was crying. Calm down, Kurama. Please, he pleaded. Kurama softened at this. His claws retracted slightly as he sat down, feeling guilt wash over him, though anger and hatred still lingered. Naruto, he called, and the blonde sniffled, looking up at the fox. Kurama, he asked. Kurama winced, feeling pain at seeing his host in distress because of his outburst. I'm sorry, he said, hanging his head. Naruto sniffled again, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket, a smile returning to his face. It's okay. I'm just glad you're okay, he replied. Kurama returned the smile as Naruto backed away. You should get some rest. It was a tiring day with all the fighting, you know, Naruto suggested. Kurama was about to protest, but Naruto waved his hands. No. You should go to sleep. I can heal my wounds, and I'm sure they'll heal even if you don't do anything, so go to sleep, Kurama. Naruto insisted. Kurama narrowed his eyes at his host. Are you sure? Yeah. Kurama then settled into a sleeping position and slowly closed his eyes. Be sure to rest up when you get back, Kurama said as Naruto gave him his trademark grin. Don't worry. Leave everything to me, Naruto said confidently as Kurama drifted off to sleep. Back in reality, Naruto sat down and sighed. The exhaustion from the travel and battles began to weigh on him, but he shook his head and slapped himself. He still had something to do. He stood up and approached Sasuke, placing a hand over his head. Kai! The seal was released, and Sasuke's body fell backward, but Naruto caught him just in time. Sighing, he placed his hands over Sasuke's torso and began healing him. Once he finished, he carried him over his shoulder and made his way back to Konoha. The battle had ended. When Lee fought with Kimimaro, Gar had caught up and aided him in the fight. They managed to take him down, and as they rested, Baki arrived with a Jonin from Konoha. The Jonin supported Lee, who was injured, while Baki tended to Gaara. I'm fine, Gaara insisted. Baki raised an eyebrow at him, studying Gaara one more time before turning to the Konoha Jonin. We're all right here, he reported. The Konoha Jonin nodded as he held Lee. All right, let's report back to Hokage-sama, he said, leaping toward Konohagakure. Baki turned to follow but paused when he noticed Gaara looking the other way. What's the matter, Gaara-sama? He asked, walking toward him. Gaara closed his eyes, trying to reach out to someone. Naruto. Are you okay? He thought, but there was no answer. He tried again and again, but still no response. In his mindscape, Shikaku huffed. He can't hear you. The fox and his host are too far, Shikaku said. Gaara frowned at the tanuki. Gaara-sama? Baki called again. He snapped back to reality, looking into the distance. Baki, there's something I have to do, Gaara said, about to take a step forward, but Baki stopped him. I regret to inform you, Gaara-sama, but we have to go back. We were only ordered to aid the Konoha Genin and report back afterward, Baki said, his tone firm yet respectful. Gaara furrowed his brows, ready to protest, but Baki continued. We have to go. Once we report to Hokage-sama, we are to return to Sunagakure immediately. That was our agreement, he stated. Gaara clenched his fist and sighed. Fine. We'll go back, he said, turning to Baki. He glanced the other way once more in worry but returned to his normal expression as he leaped toward Konoha. Naruto was exhausted from the battles he had faced that day. He heaved as he carried Sasuke over his shoulder. His wounds were slowly healing, a benefit of being a Jinchūriki. He knew that jumping from branch to branch would get him back to the village faster, but it would also tire him more. Halfway, he jumped from tree to tree while walking for the rest of the path. He looked up at the sun, which was occasionally hidden by clouds, and sighed. He wasn't sure what time it was, but judging by the heat, it was past noon. Aside from the gentle winds rustling the trees and bushes and the birds chirping, it was unusually quiet. especially since the large fox that often lectured him about his battles was asleep, as Naruto had told him to be. He would sometimes drift in and out of his mindscape to check on the red-orange fox, who slept peacefully, and he smiled at this. He too would love to rest for a while, but he felt the urgency to hurry back to the village. With great determination he tightened his grip on Sasuke and quickened his pace. In the deepest part of Konoha, an old man stood. Half his face and his right arm were heavily bandaged, an X-shaped scar marking his chin. He leaned on a cane for support as he walked. This was Shimura Danzo, a man known for his involvement in the darker deeds of Konoha. He entered his office, lit by a single candle. Before he sat down, two silhouettes appeared beyond the paper-covered door, kneeling on one knee. "Danzo, we have arrived," one of them said. "Report your findings," Danzo replied without turning to look at them. "Yes, sir. We have confirmed the goal of the organization Akatsuki. They aim to capture every Jinchūriki from the different villages. They are after the Biju inside them. What they'll do with them is unknown," one reported. Danzo remained silent as he pondered the information. After a moment he spoke, "I see." He then turned to the two silhouettes. "Find Konoha's Jinchūriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and bring him to me at once," Danzo ordered. The two silhouettes bowed their heads and vanished in a flash. Back to Naruto. "I'm almost there," he thought excitedly. All of his wounds had healed, both the Uchiha and the Biju were asleep, and returning with Sasuke filled him with hope for the future. He imagined the villagers acknowledging him, other shinobi praising him, and maybe Sakura would start noticing him more. A grin spread across his face as he skipped a bit, though he quickly stopped himself, still feeling tired. A few moments later he spotted the village gates and recognized the usual guards, Kotetsu and Izumo. Even Sakura was there. His smile widened as he took a deep breath, preparing himself for the warm welcomes and praises that would surely greet him upon his return with the young Uchiha. A few meters from the entrance, he stretched out his free arm and waved. "Hey, Sakura-chan," he called in his cheeriest voice. It seemed the pink-haired Kunoichi didn't hear him. He raised an eyebrow and called again, louder this time, "Hey, Sakura-chan." Still, there was no reaction. Frowning, he jogged toward the entrance, only to be blocked by masked ninjas. 6 of them surrounded him, each wearing the same gear but with different masks resembling animal faces, positioning themselves as if ready for battle. He recognized their attire. They were members of Konoha's Special Black Ops Anbu. Furrowing his brows, he activated a sensory jutsu and clicked his tongue. A genjutsu? No wonder Sakura-chan couldn't hear me, he thought. The ANBU in the center stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance from the blonde. "Uzumaki Naruto. You're coming with us," he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the NBU, his hand slowly moving toward his pouch. "Why?" he asked. "That's not for me to answer. You may direct your questions to Danzo-sama," the ANBU replied. "Danzo?" Naruto thought, realizing they were ROOT Anbu under Shimura Danzo, a group not to be trifled with. "I'm not going." "Then you leave us no choice." The ANBU member drew a weapon and charged at Naruto, who jumped away. Another ANBU swung a kunai at him, which Naruto dodged as he leaped back. 2 more pursued him, and he parried their attacks, then jumped into the air, landing on the other side with his back now facing the entrance. Carefully he placed the Uchiha down and turned back to face his opponents. He ran toward them, drawing a kunai and engaging in close combat with the leader. Their kunais clashed as they struggled for dominance. After backing away from each other, another ANBU swung a sword at Naruto. He parried to the side, defending himself with his kunai. After a few exchanges, both sides charged again. The ANBU swiped her sword, but Naruto dodged and swept her leg, causing her to fall. 2 other ANBU attacked, and Naruto backflipped several times to evade them. The last 2 attempted to flank him from behind, but he sensed their approach and pushed off the ground, escaping their grasp. With some distance between them, he took a moment to catch his breath and threw a few shuriken. All 6 dodged, but the shurikens returned, grazing the shoulders of each NBU and drawing a trickle of blood. He then performed a series of hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. The shinobi had to channel chakra to their feet to avoid being blown away, but the wind jutsu left them with cuts and slightly torn clothing. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto threw kunai attached to wires at each ANBU member, ensnaring them and immobilizing them. He performed more hand signs and placed his hand on the ground. "Seal," he muttered as a formula appeared beneath the ANBU members, holding them in place and allowing Naruto to remove the wires. He approached the leader, arms crossed and looking up at him. "So tell me, why is Danzo after me?" he demanded. The ANBU remained silent, only grumbling quietly. Frustrated, Naruto kicked him in the shin, causing the ANBU to wince in pain. "Tell me." Naruto raised his voice, growing impatient. He then heard a low groan and turned to see the young Uchiha stirring in his sleep. The blonde rushed to his teammate and crouched beside him. "Hey, can you hear me?" he asked, but the Uchiha only groaned again before falling silent. Sighing, Naruto stood up and turned back to the Anbu, but suddenly felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. His vision blurred as he dropped to the ground. A newcomer walked past him, freeing his comrades. Good thing you caught up. He nearly got us. Should we bring the Uchiha? No. Leave him here, we only need the Jinchūriki. That was the last thing he heard before darkness enveloped him. At the entrance of Konohagakure, Sakura paced back and forth, biting her thumb anxiously. Her thoughts raced about the promise Naruto made and her fear of Sasuke falling into Orochimaru's hands. She hoped that Naruto would bring the raven-haired boy back. Stopping her pacing, she gazed into the distance outside the village. Just hours ago, Konoha and Tsunajonin had returned with Choji, Niji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Lee, along with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, who had come as backup. They were either injured or unconscious. Now, she waited for the blonde ninja who had promised to bring back the Uchiha. She continued to stare outside, hoping to see a familiar blonde boy in orange alongside a raven-haired boy, but the scene remained unchanged. Just the same road lined with trees. Then she noticed something. Squinting her eyes, she focused on a figure on the ground. After a few blinks, she recognized the person. Sasuke-kun? She said softly as she approached, then broke into a sprint towards the figure lying there. Sasuke-kun, she called out, reaching his side and gently resting his head on her lap. She caressed his cheek, studying his face. There didn't appear to be any injuries, and he seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she hugged him tightly. I'm so glad. You're back, she whispered, her smile faltering as she looked into the distance, wondering, where's Naruto? But he didn't come. Izumo and Kotetsu caught up to her, panting heavily. Is that? Izumo asked, eyes wide. There's no mistake, it's Uchiha Sasuke. Kotetsu exclaimed with a grin. We should take him to the hospital and report it to Hokage-sama. Izumo added. Kotetsu carefully lifted Sasuke, and the three rushed towards the hospital. Sakura could only smile through her tears. Meanwhile, Naruto groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. He waited for his vision to clear, the blurry shapes around him sharpening into focus. He realized he was in a dark place, his feet and hands chained, a metal tube restricting his movements. He tried to shift, but the chains held him back. A glimmer of light caught his attention from beyond the bars. Bars? He thought, attempting to move closer but finding himself restrained. Teeth was all he managed to say. Kit. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at the familiar grumpy voice of the fox within him. He closed his eyes and entered his mindscape, where the large red-orange fox was awake and sitting up. Kurama, how are you feeling? He asked eagerly. I'm fine, Kurama replied with a small huff. Naruto grinned, laughter bubbling up. Hee, good to know, he beamed, but Kurama quickly returned to his usual grumpy demeanor. Anyway Kit, how did you end up here? Kurama inquired, and Naruto rubbed his chin, recalling the events that led him here. Oh, I carried Sasuke to Konoha. I saw Sakura-chan by the gate and called her, but she didn't hear me. I got ambushed by ROOT Anbu and fought them. I thought I had the upper hand, but then Sasuke made a noise. I went to him, and when I turned back to interrogate them, I got hit from behind and lost consciousness, Naruto explained, counting on his fingers. He added a few more details, causing Kurama to frown. So there was a genjutsu cast so the pink-haired girl couldn't see what happened, and you didn't realize there was a 7th Anbu? Kurama said, and Naruto rubbed the back of his head, feeling nervous. Well, he just caught up, you know, he admitted sheepishly, prompting Kurama to facepalm and sigh. I told you to expect the unexpected. You never know when backup will arrive for your opponent, so you must stay vigilant, even if you think you have them trapped, Kurama lectured, and Naruto's shoulders drooped. Sorry, he said while the fox crossed his arms. They sensed 3 chakra signatures approaching. Naruto returned to reality, preparing himself, a hunch forming about who was coming. He furrowed his brows as Kurama growled lowly. Shimura Danzo appeared, the official in charge of most of the Anbu and the creator of the ROOT Anbu. He stood before the gate, accompanied by 2 Anbus. One of them opened the gate, and the 2 stood guard while Danzo entered the cell. Danzo looked down at Naruto as he walked closer, stopping just a meter away. The Jinchūriki of the Kyūbi no Kitsune, Uzumaki Naruto. Supposedly the village's greatest weapon, he said, leaning in slightly to scrutinize Naruto. He straightened up, continuing, who would have thought the yondaime would seal the Kyūbi in a child? I'm not just some brat. Naruto shouted, gritting his teeth and straining against the chains. Why am I here? I didn't do anything wrong, he insisted. Of course, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that your existence is problematic in several ways, Danzo replied, emphasizing the word, is. Naruto's expression fell, taken aback by the harshness of his words. He forced himself to maintain a serious demeanor, trying to show the old man that he wasn't affected. What do you mean? He asked cautiously. I'm sure you've noticed how the villagers avoid you, telling their children not to associate with you, and so on. From the day you were born until now, Danzo began, pacing slightly, tapping his cane. All of this because of what is inside you, the Kyūbi. Naruto's brows furrowed deeper, growing impatient with Danzo's words. What about it? Is it such a terrible crime that I have to be imprisoned for it? He retorted, and Danzo shook his head slowly. Oh no, it's just that the Kyūbi is also the reason you are here, he stated, stepping closer to Naruto, who continued to glare defiantly. A criminal organization, the Akatsuki, is after you. Specifically, they want the beast within you, Danzo explained. He noted Naruto's lack of reaction, surprised that the blonde remained stoic. Clearing his throat, he continued, they wish to gain full control over the Biju inside you. I cannot allow that. You are Konoha's greatest weapon, our last line of defense. Naruto clenched his teeth, struggling against the chains. That doesn't mean you have to keep me locked up. Don't underestimate the shinobi of Konoha, he argued, but Danzo merely shook his head in disapproval. I am not underestimating our men. You are a top-secret asset to our village, and without the Kyūbi, our strength would falter, leaving us vulnerable to invasion, he said, watching as Naruto's eyes widened in shock. No way. Naruto muttered, disbelief washing over him as Danzo continued to pace, tapping his cane. It is a high possibility. I want to protect our village above all else. Don't you want to protect our village? Danzo asked, turning to face Naruto. The blonde thought for a moment before nodding. I do. A small smirk of satisfaction appeared on Danzo's face. Then you will remain here, confined in the deepest part of the village. So no one can find you, Danzo said as he turned toward the gate. Naruto struggled, trying to break free from his restraints. No, I don't understand. Let me out, he yelled. Danzo nodded to the ANBU members, who entered the cell. Confiscate his belongings. We don't want him escaping our grasp, Danzo ordered as the two ANBU took Naruto's pouch and ninja holster, despite his protests. As the ANBU members exited and locked the gate, Naruto glared fiercely at Danzo. I'll get out. My comrades will look for me, Naruto declared defiantly. I assure you, Uzumaki Naruto, that no one will be looking for you. Especially since you brought back the Uchiha, Danzo sneered at the blonde. Frustrated, Naruto summoned all his strength to break free from the chains. You'll pay for this, he shouted as Danzo signaled to the ANBU and left. Two more chakra signatures approached, and they quickly formed a barrier around the cell. Naruto looked around frantically, struggling against his chains. Let me out. Let me out, he yelled, but he was left alone in his cell. Taking a deep breath, he shouted once more, let me out. In Konoha Hospital, Sasuke lay in the hospital bed, unresponsive since his arrival. Sakura sat beside him, worry etched on her face as she clasped his hand. Next to her stood Tsunade, the Godame Hokage, arms crossed. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke-kun will be okay, right? Sakura asked anxiously. He will be. He just needs some rest, Tsunade reassured the pink-haired Kunoichi. She reflected on how surprised she was that the Uchiha returned without injuries. Her thoughts then shifted to a certain blonde. Turning on her heel, she left, leaving Sakura looking after her in confusion. Tsunade-sama? Was all she could manage. Tsunade walked briskly back to the Hokage tower, her mind racing. Sakura said he didn't come back. He wasn't there with Sasuke, she recalled from their earlier conversation. Bursting through the doors, she was followed closely by Shizune and Tonton, both of whom were trying to keep up. Tsunade-sama, is something the matter? Shizune asked, concern evident in her voice, while Tonton oinked in agreement. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands. Sakura said that Naruto wasn't there with Sasuke, Tsunade stated, causing Shizune's eyes to widen. What? But how is that possible? Shizune questioned as Tsunade considered various scenarios. There are a few possibilities. 1. He could have told Sasuke to go ahead while he took care of something important. 2. He might be heavily injured and instructed Sasuke to get help, but Sasuke collapsed from exhaustion instead. Or 3. She hesitated before standing up abruptly. No, she shouted suddenly, making Shizune and Tonton flinch. Tsunade sat back down, holding her head in her hands, trying to dismiss the troubling thought that Naruto might be dead. She closed her eyes, contemplating her next move. The door opened to reveal the masked Jonin, back from a mission. Tsunade, he began, but Tsunade interrupted him. Kakashi, she called, startling him. I'm assigning you a new mission. Retrace the path Nara Shikamaru's team took to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, and search for Uzumaki Naruto at once, she ordered, her urgency palpable. Kakashi's eyes widened at the mission. Tsunade, if I may, he started, but Tsunade leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Yes. It's exactly what you think. Naruto didn't come back. Sasuke was the only one who appeared at the entrance, she explained as Kakashi processed the information. She stood and gestured toward the door. Now go, she commanded, and Kakashi bowed before leaving. Tsunade turned to the window, biting her lip in concern. In the depths of Konoha, a single torch flickered in the dark hallway of the dungeons. The flame swayed as the prisoner in the cell moved, occasionally whistling to himself to pass the time. He would sit, stand, walk around, then sit again or lie down as he waited for something to happen. As usual, an Anbu came to deliver food, opening the gate and placing it inside. The prisoner kicked the plate out of the cell and returned to his own activities. Anbu remained unfazed, cleaning up the mess before leaving. He sighed, sitting cross-legged and humming, while the large fox inside him twitched an eye, observing his host meditate. Why? The fox suddenly asked. The blonde opened one eye to look at the fox. What do you mean? He replied, noticing the fox's irritation. Why are you just sitting there and not thinking of a way to escape? The fox roared, causing the blonde to feel the rush of air against him. He sighed, attempting to return to his meditation. Because I'm waiting, he answered matter-of-factly. You've been in here for 5 days without eating or drinking anything. What exactly are you waiting for, Naruto? The Biju growled. Naruto opened his eyes, a solemn expression forming on his face. I thought about what that old man Danzo said, that no one would be looking for me, he said, gazing at the water-covered floor. I want to prove him wrong. That Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan, and maybe even Sasuke would come to get me out. It could even be Tsunade-oba-chan or Ero-senin, maybe Iruka-sensei, he said, starting to smile, but it quickly faded into a frown. But a part of me thinks that no one will come. That no one even bothered to look for me, he admitted sadly, feeling his heart ache at the thought. Kurama's ears drooped, sensing the blonde's despair. Naruto then perked up, looking at Kurama. So, give it 2 more days. If no one comes by then, I'll get out of here myself, he declared, standing up, seeking the Biju's approval. Kurama stared at him for a moment, considering the suggestion before sighing. Fine. 2 more days. If no one comes, then you better find a way out, he relented, and Naruto brightened. All right, he exclaimed, sitting back down and stretching his arms. Then back to waiting we go, he cheered. 2 days later. Naruto spent the day feeling downcast, the sun having set with no sign of anyone coming for him. He remained optimistic, hoping that someone would eventually arrive by nightfall, so he continued to wait. Hours passed in the dungeon, the silence stretching endlessly. It was hard to tell the time, as he only relied on the Anbu who brought his meals. Breakfast 2 hours before dawn, lunch at noon, and dinner 2 hours after dusk. Just 3 hours ago, an Anbu had delivered his dinner, which he had kicked away in frustration. Naruto sighed. It's about 11 in the evening now, he thought, staring at the gate of his cell, counting the seconds. Once it's midnight 2 days will be over. Someone will come. Someone will come, he repeated in his mind, hoping for a rescue. As the seconds ticked by, the dungeon remained undisturbed. No chakra signatures were sensed, no explosions or disturbances. It was still quiet. Naruto's heart sank, his blue eyes glistening as he focused on the ground, a lump forming in his throat. No one. No one came, he murmured between sniffles. It had been a week since he was brought here. Surely someone had noticed his absence and taken action, but still, no one had come for him. Kurama wrapped a single tail around Naruto to comfort him, and he buried his face in the soft fur of the Biju, crying silently. Once he calmed down, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve and looked ahead. Alright, it's time we get out of here, he said, his voice steadier now as Kurama nodded in agreement. Naruto focused on the chains that bound him. Before he could do anything else, he needed to free himself first. The metal cap covering his hands prevented him from performing any hand signs, and he was also chained at the ankles. He examined the wall that held the chains, contemplating how to escape. After a moment, he figured it out. Channeling chakra throughout his body, he felt a surge of energy and ran forward. The chains tugged as he sprinted with all his might, gradually loosening until they finally broke free, taking a piece of the cemented wall with them. Naruto charged headfirst at the gate. A loud thud echoed as Naruto hit his forehead against the gate, stumbling back and squinting in pain as a few tears welled up. That hurt, you know, he exclaimed, earning a snicker from Kurama. Naruto shot him an annoyed glare, but Kurama simply looked away. After taking a moment to collect himself, Naruto realized he was no longer held back, but his hands were still covered. He thought hard about how to free his hands and then had an idea. Unsure if it would work, he decided to try it anyway. Channeling chakra to his hands, he focused harder than before. With a grunt, he slammed his covered hands against the ground, shattering the metal cap into pieces. He sighed in relief, finally able to feel his hands again. With a cheeky laugh, he retrieved a kunai hidden in his sandals, channeled chakra, and cut the chains binding his ankles. He quietly celebrated his newfound freedom, only to be reminded by Kurama that he was still in the cell. Naruto pouted, muttering, "Killjoy," as Kurama rolled his eyes. Approaching the gate, Naruto attempted to fit his hand through the bars, only to feel something push back against him. He hissed at the sting on his fingertips and took a deep breath to calm himself, analyzing the situation. Okay, this barrier is keeping me in. Just a touch and it stings, he said, recalling the books and scrolls about barriers he had been forced to read. Suddenly an idea struck him. Teeth, that old man Danzo is underestimating my knowledge, he said, stepping back slightly. This barrier is simple, it's not visible but it stings. The strength of the sting depends on how much of your body touches it, he explained, a smirk forming on Kurama's face. So how do you get out of here? Kurama asked, intrigued. Naruto put his hands together, a confident grin spreading across his face. We just need to overpower it with chakra and create a disturbance, he declared, channeling chakra throughout his body until the blue energy became visible. The barrier wobbled under the pressure of his chakra until it finally faded away. Cheering in triumph, Naruto kicked the gate open with all his strength. He stepped out, glancing left and right before using a sensory jutsu. He sensed a few Anbu making their way toward him and knew he had to escape quickly. I guess I made too much noise, he said, feeling the sweat trickle down his brow as Kurama urged him to move. Since he was unfamiliar with the area, he relied on his sensory jutsu to track the Anbu approaching. Once he memorized their direction, he hid in the shadows and masked his chakra to avoid detection. 2 Anbu passed by and entered the cell to investigate. Grinning, Naruto tiptoed to the gate and quietly closed it, alerting the Anbu. He quickly performed a few hand signs and placed his palm on the gate. Fuin, he exclaimed as a sealing formula appeared. The Anbu rushed to the gate, trying to pry it open, but it wouldn't budge. Naruto smirked cheekily at them. How does it feel to be locked up, huh? He taunted, earning grumbles in response. He laughed again and gave them a small salute. Well, see ya, he called out before dashing in the direction they had come from. As he ran down the hall, he stumbled upon a table and shelf with stairs behind it. Believing it was the way up, he hesitated when he spotted his belongings in one of the compartments. The key hung nearby, so he grabbed it and unlocked the compartment, happily retrieving his pouch and holster, fastening them back on. Kurama reminded him to keep moving, and Naruto complied, racing up the stairs 2 at a time. He noticed a tripwire below and jumped over it, continuing his sprint. He wanted to avoid battles as much as possible, feeling weak from lack of food and water, but if a confrontation arose, he would have no choice but to fight. Reaching an upper floor, the dungeon still illuminated by torches, he thought, I need to find the way out, and ran through the halls, searching for a staircase that would lead him to freedom. When he turned the corner, he encountered 2 Anbus ready with their kunais. Naruto quickly stepped back and detonated a smoke bomb, making his escape as the 2 Anbus fought each other blindly. It was a familiar pattern. He would ascend to a new floor of dungeons, only to find the staircase leading up on the other side. As he climbed, he faced more Anbus, using various tactics to distract them while making his way to the staircase. Finally, he found himself on a floor filled with rooms. Finally, not dungeons, he sighed, continuing to pass by the doors. He turned left, then right, and was met with a team of Anbus in the hallway to his right, prompting him to go left. He sprinted with the Anbus hot on his trail, dodging their thrown kunais and shuriken. In response, he threw his own kunai, which had an explosive tag attached. The tag detonated just as it passed the Anbus, and Naruto skidded to a halt, glancing back to check on them. To his relief, they were merely injured, not dead. He continued running and created a shadow clone that emitted a significant amount of chakra, sending it right while he, the original, took a sharp left and discovered a door. This must be it, he thought as he rushed toward it. Grasping the doorknob, he twisted it and stepped outside. The fresh air hit him, and he finally saw the moonlight casting a gentle glow. He inhaled deeply and exhaled, finally. The outside. Kit, before you enjoy the fresh air, I suggest you get as far away from here as possible. The Anbu will catch on to your trick, Kurama advised, referring to the shadow clone Naruto had created. Right, I should go. And maybe grab something to eat while I'm at it, he replied, jumping onto a branch and leaping away. Far from where Danzo and his associates were, Naruto found the river he used to visit as a child. He sat down by the water and took out 2 scrolls, one for weaponry and the other for his essentials. After putting away the weapon scroll, he opened the essentials scroll, searching for a specific seal. Upon finding it, he placed his hand on it, and a fishing rod along with bait appeared in a puff of smoke. He set up the rod and cast the line into the water, waiting patiently for a fish to bite. A few minutes later, he felt a tug and reeled in a fish about the size of his arm. After quickly preparing a fire, he cooked the fish over the flames, allowing it to cool before taking a big bite, savoring the taste and filling his empty stomach. He washed it down with some river water, unconcerned about its cleanliness. Once finished, he extinguished the fire and leaned back against a tree, feeling drowsy as his eyes began to close. Shouldn't you head home? Kurama asked, opening one eye to glance at Naruto. Not just yet. I want to rest for a bit. I'll go home later, he murmured, slowly drifting off to sleep. Kurama sighed and settled back into slumber himself. Naruto was jolted awake by the glaring sun, signaling that morning had arrived. He stood up, stretching and taking deep breaths to shake off the drowsiness. Once he felt ready, he cleaned up the area, ensuring there was no trace of his presence. After finishing, he took a route he used as a child back to the village. As he neared the village, he suddenly stopped, his expression falling. Kurama noticed and looked over at him. "Aren't you going in?" he asked as Naruto lightly clenched his fist and sighed. "I'll go the other way," he decided, turning on his heel while Kurama raised an eyebrow at his actions. Naruto made his way to the top of the great stone faces, standing atop his father's likeness. He watched the villagers go about their day, biting his lip as he massed his chakra and leaped from Minato's face to a nearby tree, then from roof to roof. The large fox wondered what his Jinchūriki was up to, guessing but choosing to remain silent for now. He hid in an alleyway, cloaked in shadow, and listened to the gossip of the villagers. "I heard that the last Uchiha returned," one said. "Yes. And he was unharmed," another replied. "Knowing we have strong ninjas makes me feel at ease," the first one chimed in. Naruto frowned but shook it off, moving to another alleyway to hide. He overheard a group of men talking. "I heard the Uchiha lad came back," one said. "Why did he leave again?" another asked. "Who knows?" the first replied. "As long as one of the promising ninjas is here, it doesn't matter," a third added. The three shared a hearty laugh, and Naruto frowned again, slapping himself lightly before moving on to another location, this time heading to the hospital. He climbed to the rooftop and used a transformation technique to disguise himself as a random villager, changing his blonde hair to brown, his blue eyes to black, and altering his height and clothing. Taking a deep breath, he entered the building. Wandering through the halls without a clear destination, he descended a floor. As he made his way down, he halted when he heard familiar voices. Pretending to be occupied, he watched as Sakura brought flowers, accompanied by Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, Shino, and Tenten. "Visiting Sasuke-kun again?" Ino asked. "Of course. I'm his teammate. I should keep an eye on him," Sakura replied. "But maybe I should keep an eye on him too. I might get a reward when he wakes up," Ino said dreamily, imagining a scenario where Sasuke would wake up and reward her with a kiss. Sakura's brow twitched, a tick mark forming on her forehead. "Huh," she said angrily, and the two began bickering. Shikamaru sighed in exasperation while Tenten's sweat dropped at the scene. "So, who are you visiting?" Tenten asked, causing Hinata to flinch, startled by the sudden question. "Shino and I are visiting Kiba," she replied shyly, while Shino remained silent, muttering to himself. "I should have been part of the mission," he said quietly, prompting Hinata to offer him some comfort. "What about you, Shikamaru?" she asked. "I'm visiting Choji. I heard from the nurses that he just woke up," he replied casually. "I see. And you, Tenten?" she turned to her. "I'm meeting with Lee since he'll be discharged today, and then we'll visit Niji," Tenten responded. They continued chatting as they passed by Naruto, who listened intently, feeling a lump form in his throat. "I'm glad everyone is all right, and they were successful in bringing Sasuke back," Tenten exclaimed, stretching her arms. Shino continued to sulk, murmuring, "I should have been included in the mission," as Hinata gently patted his back. They all entered different rooms and Naruto, still in disguise, clenched his fists, fighting back tears. He had heard enough and blinked away the moisture in his eyes before turning to leave. He slipped out through the back door, jumping from tree to tree and roof to roof until he landed on a rooftop, taking a moment to catch his breath. Kurama looked at him with concern. "Kit," he called as Naruto gasped for air. "Kurama, he began, feeling overwhelmed. But he quickly composed himself when he sensed familiar chakra signatures approaching. He recognized them as the Anbu who had captured him before. Shadows flitted between buildings and through the bustling streets of Konoha. Instinctively, he masked his chakra and jumped down into a dark alley, hiding behind a stack of crates. As the Anbu entered the alley, he held his breath, freezing in place. "Any sign of him?" one of them asked, presumably the leader. "No," another replied. The leader crossed his arms, deep in thought. "You, search by the entrance. You, go through the shopping district and the hospital. You, check around the academy and the Hokage tower. We must find Uzumaki Naruto at once," he ordered, and the other Anbu bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir," they said in unison before moving out. Once they were gone, Naruto exhaled, realizing he had been holding his breath the entire time. He emerged from his hiding spot, still masking his chakra. "That old Danzo is really determined to lock me up," he said, and Kurama raised an eyebrow. "So? What are you going to do?" he asked. Naruto looked down, contemplating everything that had led him to this moment. "I've decided," he declared, looking back at Kurama. "Kurama, let's leave this village and find the others. My friends. And your family," he said. Kurama's eyes widened in surprise, but then he grinned, fully understanding Naruto's intentions. About time, Kurama said, extending a fist. Naruto returned the grin, connecting his fist with Kurama's. All right, he beamed. The moon rose, casting light on the streets as a brunette walked along, focused on the path ahead and dodging the occasional drunkard. He finally reached his destination and made his way up the building, discreetly walking along the roof until he reached a window. He opened it, slipped inside, quickly shut the curtains, and locked the door. Sighing in relief, he made a hand sign and transformed back to his usual self, his brown hair turning blonde, his black eyes blue, and his height slightly shorter. With determination, he cleaned up the place, gathering trash, sweeping, mopping, doing laundry, and dusting. He went to his wardrobe and collected all his scrolls, belongings, and weapons, sealing them in their respective scrolls. He grabbed his usual backpack and stuffed it with essentials, including his trusty wallet, Gamachan. After taking a moment to double-check everything, he strapped the bag to his shoulder and scanned the apartment one last time. His gaze landed on a picture frame resting on his bedside table. It was a photo of Team. He looked at it for a moment before turning to the window. He stepped outside and closed it, tapping the frame lightly. I'm going to miss you, he said with a smile, then returned to his serious demeanor as he masked his chakra and made his way to Konoha's main entrance. Kotetsu and Izumo were dozing off, so he took advantage of the situation. He threw a rock behind the guardhouse, waking both shinobi. They exchanged confused glances, and one went to investigate. Naruto threw another rock in the opposite direction, prompting the other guard to leave his post as well. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto quickly exited the village and paused a few meters away to catch his breath, preparing for whatever lay ahead on his journey. All right, let's go get the others, he declared, tightening his forehead protector and running toward his next destination. As he recalled the times he had spent in his apartment, the plan he had devised replayed in his mind. Kurama observed his host with curiosity. What are you doing? He asked. I'm thinking of a route. Naruto replied, pulling out a pencil and starting to mark the map. Gaara is in Sunagakure, Aunt Yujito and Octopops are in Kumogakure, Utakata and Yugura are in Kirigakure, Fu is in Takigakure, and Old Man Rashi and Old Man Han are in Uwagakure. He enumerated, jotting down numbers next to each village. Leaning back with his arms crossed, he contemplated where to go first. Humming softly, Kurama rested his head on his paw, waiting for his Jinchūriki to speak. After a few moments, Naruto's eyes lit up as he focused on the map again. I got it, he exclaimed, drawing a route. First, I'll go to Sunagakure since I already know Gaara. Then we'll head to Iwagakure to find Old Man Rashi and Old Man Han. After that, we'll travel to Takigakure for Fu, then to Kumogakure for Octopops and Aunt Yujito, and finally, we'll visit Utakata and Yugura in Kirigakure. He held the map up proudly. Then, Kurama prompted. Then? What do you mean? Naruto replied, puzzled. Where will you go after? Considering that their villages might be facing the same challenges and that the Akatsuki are after you, what's your plan? Kurama asked. Naruto thought for a moment, then grinned. I'll think of something eventually, he declared, and Kurama couldn't help but sweat a little. Are you sure? He asked, skeptical, but Naruto nodded confidently. Yeah. So leave everything to me, he said, though Kurama sighed, unable to shake off his worry. Present time. Naruto scanned his surroundings, confirming the directions to reassure himself he was on the right path. North, south, east, west. Southwest. Southwest, he muttered, pointing in what he believed was the right direction. All right. Wait for me, everyone. Uzumaki Naruto is coming, you know, he shouted, taking off towards Sunagakure. A day and a half later, Naruto was running for his life. He was surprised to sense the chakra signatures of Konoha Anbu approaching while he double-checked his route. He had been trying to shake them off, but they seemed skilled at tracking targets. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he threw multiple smoke bombs that erupted in purple smoke, using the opportunity to create 50 shadow clones. As the smoke cleared, the Anbu gasped at the sight of so many Narutos. Figure out which is the real me, the clones taunted in unison, sticking their tongues out before scattering in all directions. The real Naruto snickered quietly as he continued towards Sunagakure, leaving the Anbu confused and chasing after the clones, giving him a chance to reach his first destination with ease. Hours later, Naruto found himself in the desert. His grin widened as he took his first step into the land of wind. He cheered quietly to himself, jumping around in excitement. Kurama playfully bonked him on the head, urging him to be quiet. Pouting, Naruto opened his map again to confirm his direction. After ensuring he was on the right path, he tucked the map away and ran towards Sunagakure, dodging wild animals along the way. It became a contest of survival, but naturally, Naruto emerged victorious, securing dinner for himself while storing some in scrolls for later. Days later, as night fell, he finally arrived. In the distance, he spotted what he assumed was the village entrance. Squinting through the sandstorm, he noticed the shinobi stationed outside. Suna shinobi, he muttered, sitting cross-legged to think. If I show up, they'll question me, especially since I'm from another village and a shinobi, he considered. Lying down on the sand, he twisted and turned, brainstorming how to get inside. Suddenly an idea struck him. To the back, he announced, sprinting toward the rear of the village. Finding a way inside, he reached a vantage point where he could see the entire village. Using a sensory jutsu, he pinpointed Gaara's location and stealthily made his way past the shinobi guarding the area. Entering the innermost part of the building, he found himself in a large room with high walls and no roof. At the far end was a cage, and inside sat the Ichibi Jinchūriki, cross-legged on a blanket with his eyes closed. Naruto sighed in relief, seeing that his friend was unharmed, and casually approached the cage, a smile forming on his face. Stopping before the gate, he raised an arm. "Yo, Gaara. It's been a while," he greeted. Gaara's eyes snapped open at the sound of Naruto's voice, and he stood up, one leg chained to a heavy metal ball. "Naruto? What are you doing here?" he asked, astonished. "What are you doing here?" Shikaku growled at Kurama. I didn't want to see you either," Kurama huffed, and Shikaku's face flushed with anger. "You stupid fox. Says the tanuki who's still chained," Kurama retorted. The two Biju bickered while Naruto chuckled, hands on his hips. "I'm here to get you out," he declared, stepping closer to the bars and gripping them. "A lot of stuff happened back at the village, you know. But I'll explain along the way," he said as Gaara raised an eyebrow. "Along the way?" he repeated. We're getting out of here and gathering the others," Naruto said, pulling out a kunai and channeling his chakra into it before swiping at the bars. Gaara stepped aside as Naruto kicked some of the bars, entering the cage and moving toward the chain on Gaara's leg. He knelt down, using his chakra-infused kunai to break the chains. "Gaara, why did they put you in here?" Naruto asked as he removed the chain. "I don't know. They just brought me here and said it was for the best. To keep the village safe," Gaara replied, and Naruto stood up with a serious expression. "I see. So it's the same with you, huh? Every village might be doing the same thing," Naruto said quietly. "What do you mean?" Gaara asked as they walked out of the cage. "Back at my village, when I returned with Sasuke, I was taken to the dungeon by Anbu. They said it was for the safety of Konoha's greatest weapon. Since you were also put in a cage, it's likely that the other Jinchūriki are in the same situation," Naruto explained as they paused in the middle of the area, the moonlight illuminating their path. They gazed at its radiance for a moment. "Naruto, what exactly is going on?" Gaara asked, looking at the blonde. Naruto sighed and met Gaara's gaze. "I'll tell you along the way. We need to get out of here first," Naruto said, taking off toward the wall. "Wait," Gaara called, and Naruto stopped midway, turning to look at him. "What is it?" he asked. "I need my gourd," Gaara replied. They masked their chakra and searched the area. Gaara discovered a hidden trapdoor in the corner of the room and retrieved his trusty gourd. He strapped it to himself, and the two climbed out through the top of the building. Before leaving Sunagakure, Gaara took one last look at the village. He despised it and everyone in it, but after meeting Naruto, he was beginning to transform that hatred into something more positive. "Do you want to say goodbye to your siblings, Temari and Kankuro?" Naruto asked as Gaara turned to leave. "No need. I already said my farewells before I was caged. They didn't want me to contact anyone," Gaara answered. "I see," Naruto said as they ran toward their next destination. "Gaara and Shikaku are on the team. Next stop, Iwagakure," Naruto announced. As they traveled, he explained the Akatsuki's goal of capturing every Jinchūriki, which was why their villages chose to hide them from the world. A strong gust of wind from the sandstorm swept past them as they sensed chakra signatures pursuing them. "Who are these guys?" Naruto asked. "Suna and B. They must have discovered I'm missing," Gaara replied as they quickened their pace, their pursuers matching their speed. Despite the fierce sandstorm engulfing the land of wind, the Suna and Bu pressed on. Both Jinchūriki needed to escape. Gaara gestured to a patch of sand large enough for both of them and jumped onto it. "Naruto," he called. Understanding immediately, Naruto hopped onto the patch of sand. As they sped forward, Naruto glanced back to see the Anbu still hot on their trail and clicked his tongue in frustration. He faced forward and spotted an area with large rocks, suggesting they take a break and devise a plan. Gaara nodded and led them to one of the rocks. They hid behind a pillar-like rock, and Naruto peeked out to see the Anbu discussing their next move. He sighed and returned to hiding. "We need to shake them off our backs. We can't let them follow us all the way to Iwagakure," Naruto said, stroking his chin in thought. Gaara glanced at the Anbu and then back at Naruto. "I can part the sand they're standing on and make them fall into a pit," Gaara suggested casually. Naruto stared at him, wide-eyed. In the mindscape, Shikaku cheered loudly. "Yes. Get rid of them all," he yelled, causing both Gaara and Naruto to sweat drop. Kurama growled, glaring at the Ichibi. Be quiet, you foolish tanuki, he retorted, prompting Shikaku to turn red and hurl insults at the large fox, who ignored him. No, we're not going to harm anyone, Naruto said, trying to block out the noise in their minds. He crossed his arms, contemplating, and then an idea struck him, which Gaara noticed. Alright, here's what I thought. The Suna Anbu were on high alert, aware that their target was nearby and determined to bring him back at all costs. Just as they were about to execute their plan, a kunai was hurled at one of them. The Anbu dodged, redirecting their attention to the blonde standing a few meters away, arms crossed and smiling widely. Hey there, he greeted. The Anbu took their positions, and one of them focused on the blonde, specifically his forehead protector. Konoha shinobi. We mean you no harm. Hand over Gaara-sama, and we can avoid a pointless fight, one of the Anbu stated, still in a defensive stance. Naruto tapped his chin, looking up thoughtfully. Let me think. Nope, he replied just as an Anbu appeared behind him. Naruto ducked and kicked upward, striking the Anbu's chin. He jumped away and engaged in a brief skirmish with the Anbu while questioning them. Why do you need to take him back? Naruto asked, parrying a kunai swipe. The Anbu responded that they had to bring him back, and Naruto continued to press for answers as they fought. Just because Gaara's the Ichibi's Jinchūriki doesn't mean you have to put him in a cage, he argued. That wasn't our decision to make, the Anbu replied, attempting a kick that missed. Naruto stepped back, pulling out a few shuriken. He threw them, but the Anbu countered with their kunai, reflecting them back. Naruto dodged to the side and charged forward, kunai in hand, determined to get close. There's no way you're taking Gaara. Naruto insisted as their kunais clashed. Another Anbu tried to sneak up on him, but Naruto countered the attack. We need him as our Kazekage. One Anbu blurted out, causing everyone to freeze and stare at the one who revealed that secret. Two Suna Anbu smacked that Anbu on the head while Naruto gaped in disbelief. Kazekage? He repeated, turning to Gaara by the rock pillars, who sighed. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at him. You have some explaining to do, he said, but Gaara merely looked away. One of the Anbu tried to exploit the distraction, but Naruto noticed and jumped away. The Anbu lined up and performed hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough, they shouted as they launched their attack. Naruto performed a series of hand signs and placed his hands on the ground. Earth style, earth wall. He muttered as a thick wall of mud rose from the ground, blocking the wind attack from the Suna Anbu. One of the Anbu broke through the wall, finding no one there. They glanced to their left and saw Naruto and Gaara on a patch of sand, drifting away. One of them clicked their tongue and dashed after the Jinchūriki, unaware that they were chasing clones. The real Naruto and Gaara remained hidden, watching their clones in action. They stepped out of their hiding place, observing the figures of the Suna Anbu and their clones gradually disappear into the distance. They're heading west. We're going north, Naruto said, and Gaara nodded in agreement. The two then began to run at a steady pace toward Iwagakure. Along the way, Naruto asked Gaara about his role as Kazekage. As time passed, they entered the land of Earth and took a break by a river to rest from their journey. Naruto studied his map, pondering their next destination. What's wrong? Gaara asked, noticing Naruto's sigh. I just realized that in my letters, we only mention our appearance, not where we live, Naruto replied, folding his map and putting it away. They might be trapped in the village somewhere. We'll have to wait for nightfall to enter without drawing attention. Suddenly, a kunai with an explosive tag landed near them. Naruto and Gaara managed to evade the blast just in time. Using a sensory jutsu, Naruto scanned for enemies but only detected a chakra signature similar to his own. This chakra, Gaara, do you sense it? Naruto asked. Yeah, Gaara replied, glancing behind Naruto, prompting the blonde to look back as well. A man with red hair and facial hair emerged, visibly worn from a recent battle. He halted as he regarded both Jinchūriki, narrowing his eyes. You, he began, scrutinizing them. Gaara narrowed his own eyes, ready to summon his sand for a fight. The two engaged in a tense stare-down until Naruto broke the silence. Wait, if I remember correctly, Naruto said, struggling to recall. Red hair and a piece of armor on the nose. I got it. Your old man Rashi, he exclaimed, pointing at the man. A moment of silence passed as Rashi squinted at Naruto. Blonde hair and whiskers. Uzumaki Naruto, right? He asked, and Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah, that's me. Naruto replied with a wide grin. Rashi smiled and walked toward the two, his hostility dissipating. It's great to finally meet you, Rashi said, shaking hands with Naruto. Yeah, me too. Naruto said, introducing Gaara to Rashi. They shared a fist bump, and suddenly found themselves in their mindscapes. The Yanbi, Son Goku, appeared, resembling a monkey with red fur, chained to several pillars. He looked up to see Shikaku, who was also chained, and Kurama, who was completely free. It's been a while, Shikaku, Kurama. It's rare to see you two together, Son Goku greeted with a smirk, while Shikaku huffed in annoyance. I don't want to be with this fool, but I have no choice. Shikaku complained, prompting Kurama to roll his eyes. For once, I agree with the loud Tanuki, Kurama said, sharing a mutual glare with Shikaku. Son Goku chuckled at their antics until he noticed something. Hey, Kurama, how come you're not chained? He asked. Kurama smiled confidently, crossing his arms. I have a reliable Jinchūriki, you see, he said with a hint of pride, causing Shikaku to growl. Show off. How lucky. I want to be free too, Son Goku said, struggling against his chains. Their hosts exchanged small smiles as they listened to their bijus interact. They get along well, Naruto pointed out, and both redheads nodded in agreement. The three returned to reality and gathered by the riverside. Old Man Rashi, do you know Old Man Han? Naruto asked as Rashi washed his face in the water. I know him. We were together until we got separated, Rashi explained. By who? Gaara inquired. Iwa Anbu, he replied casually. Gaara knelt down, scooping some water and letting it drip from his hand. It seems like a pattern. Were they trying to confine you in the village? Gaara asked, looking at Rashi, who wiped his face with a towel. Yes. They wanted to capture both Han and me, he confirmed. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. We can expect to encounter Anbu as we try to find the others. Some may be trapped and some might have escaped. We have to save everyone, Naruto declared, clenching his fist. So, where's Old Man Han? He asked as Rashi stood up, tucking his towel into his pouch. He should be around here somewhere, he said uncertainly when a loud explosion echoed nearby, followed by a plume of smoke. That must be Han, Rashi assumed. The three shared a nod and raced toward the source of the smoke. As they approached the area, steam enveloped their surroundings, slightly obscuring their senses. They paused by a branch and witnessed Iwa battling a very tall man clad in armor. Naruto squinted, trying to get a better view. That's Han, Rashi pointed out. An Anbu attempted to land a kick on Han, but he caught their leg and tossed them toward the rest of the Anbu, sending them sprawling away. Once the fight concluded, Han exhaled, and the three Jinchūriki jumped down in front of him. Initially, he mistook them for enemies but recognized Rashi and relaxed. Rashi, he said, eyeing the two behind his comrade. No need to be so stiff, Han. Look who I've got here, Rashi said, gesturing to Naruto, who flashed his trademark grin. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchūriki of the Kyūbi, Kurama. Nice to meet you, Old Man Han, he introduced himself. Han approached the blonde and extended his hand. I'm Han, he said. Naruto, slightly taken aback by the lack of enthusiasm, shook his hand anyway. He then offered a fist bump, and after a moment of confusion, Han complied. All four Jinchūriki found themselves in their mindscape once again. Both Naruto and Gaara introduced Kurama and Shikaku to Han, who in turn introduced his biju, Kokuo. Kokuo had the body of a horse with a dolphin's head and 4 horns. She looked up to see familiar faces she hadn't seen in years. It's been far too long, Son Goku, Shikaku, Kurama, she said, greeting each biju. Same to you, Kurama replied with a nod. It's been a while, Shikaku added. Our Jinchūriki may be from the same village, but we didn't meet until now. It's nice to see you again, Son Goku said. The four returned to reality after their introductions with their biju. They took a walk to the river they had visited moments earlier, where Han washed his hands. Behind him, Gaara and Rashi were engaged in conversation while Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, studying his map. With a satisfied grin, Naruto crossed out Iwagakure. Alright, up next is Takigakure, he announced, standing up. Which way is Iwagakure again? Naruto asked, turning to his Jinchūriki companions. It's north from here, Rashi replied, pointing in that direction. Naruto confirmed the route and pointed out the southeast direction. Okay, let's depart, he said, starting to walk before stopping and turning to his comrades. Actually, Old Man Rashi and Old Man Han, I need you guys to do something first, Naruto said, prompting both men to look at each other and then back at him. He instructed them to create clones that emitted strong chakra to mislead the Anbu. With the clones sent in the opposite direction, the Jinchūriki set off toward Takigakure. By the time they reached the borders of Takigakure, night had fallen. Naruto led the way, his eyes scanning the area while his companions followed. Are you sure we're going the right way? Rashi asked. I've been to Takigakure on a mission before, so I know the way, Naruto replied confidently. They followed the path a little further until they reached their destination. Naruto smiled widely as he ran toward the water. Here we are. The entrance to Takigakure, he exclaimed, revealing the beauty of the waterfall illuminated by the moonlight. He turned to his comrades. All right, now we need a plan, he began, but paused as they all sensed a chakra similar to theirs. They prepared themselves in a fighting stance, ready for anything. The chakra drew closer, and Naruto felt a bead of sweat trickle down his face. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the top of the waterfall, landing on a rock jutting out from the cascading water. She panted, trying to catch her breath. I think I lost them, she muttered to herself, only to realize she wasn't alone. Her gaze shifted to the 4 shinobi below, who somehow shared chakra similar to hers. She instinctively reached for her kunai when her eyes landed on a certain blonde who was also staring at her. They locked eyes for a few moments, both mesmerized. A sudden realization struck Naruto. Orange eyes. Mint-colored hair, he muttered. You're Fu, right? He called out, snapping her out of her trance. A look of confusion crossed her face. It's me, Uzumaki Naruto. The Kyūbi's Jinchūriki, he introduced himself. Fu thought for a moment, then remembered the blonde boy she had wanted to meet. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, she repeated, excitement bubbling within her as she stepped forward, only to slip from the rock she stood on. Instinct kicked in, and Naruto moved to catch her, but she landed safely on the water. He landed in front of her, thinking, what was I thinking? She's a kunoichi. Kurama smirked at that thought. Are you okay? He asked as Fu composed herself, laughing bashfully, slightly embarrassed by her fall. I'm all right, she replied. Naruto chuckled nervously and walked back to his companions, Fu following behind. All right, this is Fu, the Jinchūriki of the Nanabi. Naruto introduced, and Fu bowed. I'm Fu. It's nice to meet you, she greeted cheerfully. The others introduced themselves, and Naruto held out his fist for Fu to connect with her own. As their chakra flowed together, Fu found herself and the others in a different environment. Her eyes widened in amazement at the transformation. The 4 shinobi introduced their Biju, and Fu did the same. Behind her was Chomei, who looked at the other Biju. How many years has it been? He asked casually. Beats me, Shikaku replied with a shrug, only to be whacked on the head by Kurama. How have you been, Chomei? Kurama asked, ignoring Shikaku's irritation. Pretty good, Chomei replied, then noticed a difference between Kurama and the others, including himself. Why is Kurama free? He asked, pointing out the chainless Biju. Tell me about it. I want to be free too. Son Goku complained, gesturing to his own chained limbs. Fret not. Naruto-kun said he would free us once we're all together and safe, Kokuo reminded. Oh right, Son Goku remembered, while Shikaku rolled his eyes. I'm looking forward to it, Chomei said with a light chuckle. They enjoyed watching the Biju interact when suddenly, they all sensed a third party nearby. Back in reality, they turned to the water to find Shibuki standing on a rock. Naruto-san? Shibuki said, noticing them with 3 unfamiliar figures. Fu stepped back as Naruto moved forward, extending his arm in front of her protectively. Sorry, Shibuki-san. But you're not taking Fu back. I won't let you, he said seriously, causing Shibuki to gulp. He looked at Fu, attempting to convince her. Fu, there are people out there targeting you. You're safer in the village, so please come back, he reasoned, but Fu furrowed her brows. And for you to put me in a cage? I'm sorry, Shibuki, but I don't want that. She raised her voice. Shibuki could see her determination not to return with him, and he realized nothing could change her mind. After a moment of thought, he sighed deeply and turned to Naruto. You're taking her with you, right? Shibuki asked for confirmation. Yeah, I am, Naruto replied. After a long pause, Shibuki added, please take care of her, Naruto-san. Protect her from harm. Naruto softened his expression and placed a fist over his heart. Shibuki-san, you can leave everything to me, he proclaimed proudly. Shibuki smiled, and Naruto returned the gesture. He turned to his comrades and nodded, and they set off. The next morning, Naruto, Rashi, Han, and Gaara were riding on Gaara's sand while Fu flew using Komiai's wings. We already got the Ichibi, Yanbi, Gobi, Nanabi, and Kyūbi. We only need to find the other 4. Rashi said, doing a head count. Fu performed a joyful backflip in the air, her excitement bubbling over for their little mission. So, where to next? She called out, glancing at Naruto, who was busy studying the map. He stood up after folding it away. We're heading to Kumogakure. The Nibi Jinchuriki, Nyujito, and the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, are waiting for us, he declared, hands on his hips. Duck. Ha! Before Naruto could react, a branch swung down, knocking him off his feet and onto the ground. Fu and the sand quickly rushed to his side. Naruto-kun! Fu exclaimed, concern etched on her face as she knelt beside him, the others following closely behind. Are you okay? She asked, worry in her voice. Yeah. I'll be fine, Naruto replied, brushing himself off. Gaara crossed his arms, letting out a sigh. You should have warned me about the branch. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at Gaara. I did say duck, Gaara shrugged nonchalantly. Kid, I understand your excitement, but you need to be aware of your surroundings. If you don't, then I could get hurt, Naruto finished Kurama's thought, getting up and rubbing the back of his head. You guys are like family or something, Rashi observed. More like brothers, Han added. Yeah, exactly, Son Goku agreed. Naruto grumbled as he stood up and leaned his bag against a nearby tree. We're taking a break, he announced, and everyone began to settle down and rest. As they took a moment to relax, thoughts drifted to what might be happening back in Konoha. The adventure was just beginning, and there were many mysteries yet to unfold.